stand for this one. Hey, what you gonna do when it come for your time? Will you stand like the wood? Stand for this child. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill. kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. We are live. We are live.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 97. Oh my freaking god, 97. Where no Israel, no wipeout. Hello, Hezbollah. And Zelenskyy went to United States. And of course, Ukraine war carry on as usual. As usual, Russia just keep whacking Ukrainians. And as usual, the DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms on DPA's Telegram, Twitter, YouTube channel on the DPA Open Mic channel, Rumble on DPA's Rumble's Open Mic channel, and on DPA Twitch. I believe I covered everything. So Telegram, Twitter, Twitch, Telegram, YouTube, Rumble. Yeah. So anyway, hello everyone. So for those that are watching on X, Twitter, or on Twitch, you may consider coming to YouTube, because most of the crowd is actually on YouTube, so the live chat is actually more lively. So I'm going to drop the link to join. So I'm not going to go into monologue, because I just do a 3-hour live chat, live stream yesterday already. So now it's your turn to talk. It's not about me. Open mic is about you. There's only one person. You. Unless 2 persons is watching at the same time. So you. So anyway, let me take my copy and paste. Where's my copy and paste? Ito di sini. Ini copy di sini. Paste di sini, and then copy. Okay, I've dropped the link to join on the Rumble, on YouTube. I have pinned them, and also on Twitch, Ta-da! So as usual, to join, you need to show your face. You need to have a webcam. The best is you have a earphone and microphone, so that there's minimal audio problems. But of course, you can access, you can join easily with your mobile phone. It's perfectly fine. Don't have to overthink it. So, hi Prata.
Hey, hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
very eventful week.
Yes, a very eventful week. That's quite true. A lot of
Yeah.
things happen. Oh, Shadobi.
Hello,
How
And there's
are
also
you?
United Nations, right? So
It
there's
was
a
way
lot
too
of
long,
news
but
and then proposal on the United Nations, to have new permanent members. Russia is very supportive of it. I think they're supporting India and Russia and Brazil.
Yes.
It's going to make the Security Council even more useless.
No, I don't think so. There is you're from Singapore. I was just watching the diplomat Ma Bumani, and he actually made a lot of furor a few weeks ago when he suggested the UK to give its seat to India, and that would be a great way to start the changing the Security Council. So the problem is not that India or Brazil would join and make it more or less useful. Is about that we have to take some countries out. Actually, what is the UK doing there? The UK is not doing anything anymore. France
UK
may
is
say,
too weak, man.
yeah, and France may invoke that they represent the European Union. But why the European Union? Why do they? No, perhaps we should give a seat to the European Union, take France out as well, and give a seat to the Africans. Can't agree to who should have a seat in the Security Union.
You'll be the African Union.
Exactly.
So instead of countries, you're going to have like ASEAN, you're going to have African Union, European Union.
Why not?
Then US, Russia, and
Why
China.
not?
No.
Well, but
Because they don't have any power.
The diplomat says something more interesting. Well, he talks about the 7-7 concept. I'm not saying that is an agreeable one, but it is how it is. And he considers that we should have 7 big powers in the in the Security Council as permanent members, and then we should have 7 semi-permanent seats for countries that alternated as like second place, like let's say like countries like Turkey or Iran that play, or Saudi Arabia that play middle power.
But they already have now, right? The rotating members, but they are not permanent members, so they don't have veto powers.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a secondary member, they will be just be observer status. It's not going to be useful. Like I think the main core point is about the permanent members. It's not the secondary members. So the problem is, is UK still valid as a superpower or a major power that should be there? Because once upon a time, yes, UK was very, very powerful. France, maybe.
Do you remember one time where a US decision has been vetoed by or France or UK?
It's always together, right? US, UK, France.
Yeah.
So
and that's also what Mabumani said.
Maybe that's just useless.
Sorry, Mehdi. Sorry for cutting your time, but that's what Mabumani say.
Mm-hmm.
The UK hasn't had any self-strategic position at all. They always follow what the UK says, what the US says. They never have a different opinion. They are, and he says something even else. It's a good way to close a chapter for themselves and go home and take care of their problems and get freed of all that weight that represents playing in the international forum, because they don't have that weight anymore. It's very costly, and it actually shames them because they don't have any strategic autonomy at all. They're always following the US saying. Sorry, Mehdi, go on.
Yeah, you're muted, but
Old man's muted and forgot it. I thought you were making good points, Prada. The one thing about the dynamics of the UK and the US together, I really can't figure out, because I can't figure out who's using who. Because if we look back in history, the UK has always had a thing against Russia. And they, for whatever reason, this goes back, Prada, you guys probably know this, back to the days of imperialism and such like that. And I can only see that the way I see it is almost as the UK uses the US as its military, and we just happen to do its bidding. And I don't know, how do I put this? Throughout history, they have been rubbing up against each other forever. And now I think it's finally coming to a head where it's going to get resolved one way or the other, because, you know, the world's changing, period.
I just wanted to add something about what I put earlier, is that for fund situation in the National Council, it's the same thing about in UK, because basically since 2007, since Sarkozy decided to join back the NATO command structures, basically we are following the US decision. And Jacques Chirac was the last French president who have decided to oppose directly to United States. All the other one after him, they just follow the Atlantic decision.
There is something very interesting in this United Nations Assembly, General Assembly, which is, before we have groups of countries that united in a kind of an alliance to make them reform the Security Council or the United Nations as a whole. So we had the group of the 5, which was Brazil, India, Germany, Japan, and someone else, which I forgot. But nevertheless, the idea was to put India, Brazil, Japan, and Germany inside of the Security Council. The feeling I have is that the consensus is coming along very strong for India, still weak for Brazil, but Japan and Germany kind of disappeared. The people were not talking about Japan and Brazil and Japan and Germany whatsoever. So it's also very interesting, the developments that are occurring. So India should definitely, it's like achieving that. And Mabumani was saying something also very interesting. How many leaders of the world can travel to Moscow and Kiev and be well received at this moment? Very little. Very little. So India plays a very important role. That's the point. India plays a very important role, and nobody sees any more importance in Japan or in Germany, because these countries are aligned with the US. They don't bring something new. They are not interesting. That's it. Who wants? Jump up.
I think. Oh, Mehdi first. Sorry. You're mute. You're still muted. Okay, better.
What I was going to interject into this is, now we see why BRICS is so important. It's directly meant to deal with this issue. I've always said this from the beginning, and I'll maintain it, is that BRICS ultimately is there to confront the UN, and it's also there to be able to help and establish international law, who controls it and who gets justice and who determines what justice is. You know, we've always relied on the UN, but the UN is in US, you know, the US back pocket. So if any belligerent, I would say belligerent, any nation has a problem with the US, they bring it to the UN. It just sits there. Nothing's going to happen. And even if the UN ruled against the US just ignores it anyway. So, you know, that's why I think BRICS is so important, is that it is meant to deal with stuff like this. This is the very stuff BRICS was supposed to deal with.
Yeah. Shadovi, go on.
I think the criteria to be part of a true Security Council for United Nations should be the ability to send a strong military force in a foreign country above ocean. Basically, USA, Russia, China, France, they are losing this capacity, but I think they still have it. British, they have already lost it. India, I don't know. I think they are very big for the logistical capacity to go in another country if they have no continuous border visit. So I don't know.
Well, that's quite interesting. You focus on war,
Yes,
because let's focus on
I
peace.
think it's the Earth. No, I'm sorry, but the Security Council, his job is war. Most of the time, it's about wars. It's a very sad thing, okay?
But that's what we have.
Not the critical decision is about war, in a form or another.
But that's what we had. What about what we should have in the future? And that's what
I'm not a dreamer, Prata.
Sure,
Humanity is not able to deal with this kind of thing. We have to be serious here.
Yeah, but let's also be
peace
serious.
is a good thing, but
Shadovi, you are thinking, if I may cut your thought, you are thinking in the last 30 years, the unipolar moment, when the Security Council was a weapon to make war, and this has stopped. Well, this is stopping this ability for the Security Council to give an allowance to make war. I don't think this will stop. Once you have a multipolar world, or like we had in the bipolar world, the allowance of the Security Council to engage into war will stop. So we know that the Vietnam wars or even the Korean War were illegal in terms of the UN Charter. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So we just have illegal wars.
What matters is that basically a country who has not been allowed by the major country, a small country is not allowed to make war by himself, basically. That's the job of the Security Council, is to regulate the war of the small country. Because if a small country like Iraq in 91 decided to go to war alone, and they don't have the support of a major country, they are going to be vetoed basically by everybody in the Security Council, and they're going to lose the war. The job of the Security Council is to make sure that the small country don't go to war alone, basically.
Are you giving as an example the Iraq-Iran war?
Yes,
right?
91.
Yes.
No, 91 invasion of Kuwait.
Oh, okay, yeah, but the Iraqis didn't have any help yet. That's quite true. But the other war, the Iran-Iraq war, the Iranians had the help of the United States, as we know.
Exactly.
The Iraqis had the help of the United States, not the Iranians. Yes, it's quite true. But nevertheless, I'm just talking about what happened in during this United Nations General Assembly. One of the things I find also very interesting, we have almost no, well, there are two things. I'm playing out Brazil as important now. Brazil make the meeting of the foreign affairs ministers in the United Nations and invited every country of the United Nations to take part. Of course, most of them were just talking bullshit, But this is also already quite a difference. So Brazil wanted to make a difference. He wanted to invite almost any country that wanted just to participate in the G20. On the other side, because you see, the new powers coming to the playground, they want to play the multilateralism. They want to defend it like hell. Or they want to, something that never really existed, but was always like praised, will finally came to existence, the multilateralism. So that is a very interesting play from Brazil. And the other one, which is very interesting, there is a Chinese Brazilian peace plan, a 6-point peace plan for the Ukrainian conflict, which actually Zelenskyy dismissed it right away. But the Brazilians didn't stop, and they invited 20 well-minded global South countries to take part in a kind of semi-secret summit in the United Nations for the Brazilians to explain their point of view for this peace plan. And they didn't invite Europeans, which is very interesting. But Europeans, once they knew that this was going to happen, they wanted to come in. They really wanted to listen to what was going to be said. So the countries invited were Mexico, Egypt, South Africa, such countries, which is quite impressive. So it's like Brazil, which is the country that appears less in this big game, is actually also there, but it is a more subtle way. So these two countries, Brazil and India, are really trying to play a more global role in the international game, and we should watch them because that's nothing will be done without them. The West is too weak. It can't decide anything. Even Trump says Trump met Zelenskyy, which is something we should also talk about. But Shadovi, please give your mind.
I think they should have invited the Hungarian Prime Minister.
They were inside. They were the only Europeans inside, yes.
They did it, okay.
It's a secret.
It was a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's a secret that nobody talks about, but I already read some news about Hungary, and it was obvious they were invited in. The only single Europeans that were invited in that meeting. Mehdi.
What is the most influential country in South America right now, would you say?
Brazil and Argentina. Argentina not today,
No,
but Brazil.
No. Brazil, definitely. Argentina is zero. Argentina,
yes, since the economic crisis in 2000 and something, Argentina lost a lot of influence.
Yeah. It doesn't have economical power. It doesn't have influential power. Argentina has been a very unstable country, and Brazil proved, even with Bolsonaro, which was an extreme right guy, they proved that they still maintain, at least internationally, currents. They maintain the same. They don't change. They don't abruptly change. And what happened to Argentina was an abrupt change. When Milei came to power, all their international political or geopolitical orientation completely changed. So, yeah. Well, there are other countries in South America that also play a role, but they play a role inside not of South America. They play an important role inside of the Hispanic Latin America.
Venezuela?
So, no, of course not. Venezuela is fully isolated. I would say
they play a role because there is a lot of things that turn around Venezuela. Because there's some kind of black hole in the middle.
Yeah, but they don't play. I think what Mehdi was saying is like a reference in terms of a good reference. And a good reference would definitely be Chile or Ecuador. Perhaps Colombia. Venezuela is too much, is extreme. Venezuela might be invited to BRICS, like the second South American country to be invited. That's true. And that has a lot of meaning. But more than that, hey, Voz do Povo, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
What, I mean, does I guess really what I'm angling at is Brazil influential enough in South America that other countries tend to follow its lead?
No.
Or is it more separated than that? I'm speaking as an ignorant
Yes,
American.
I think most of the country in South
They hate
America
them.
are very independent
Nah, they
of the
hate
other one.
Brazilian. They hate
Yes, they
Brazilians.
are.
We are very, very far of some kind of unity in this part of the
No,
world.
for the proof, I don't think the real world is they hate Brazilians.
They do.
They
Trust me.
no. They are suspicions about Brazilians because the Portuguese. Well, I said Portuguese because we have the same problem with Spain in Europe, which is our way of thinking is different. It's very similar, but it's very different. We are much more oriented to consensus, and the Spanish is much more oriented to imposing a conflict, and from the conflict win a battle. We don't have that. We have more like imposing a consensus and bring the battle to the consensus, which is, and Brazilians do exactly the same. I think Angolans do exactly the same in their part of Africa. And this is a different strategy. And this creates a lot of suspicions to the Spanish because they always feel they are going to lose against the Portuguese or going to lose against Brazilians. But the problem what Chadovi was saying, which is quite true, the problem about Mercosul is that there aren't internal continental connections between these countries. There aren't railways, there aren't really railroads. Perhaps Paraguay has some connections to Brazil, but is a landlocked country. Without this connection, it's that. But there isn't like I'm sure that most of the business between Argentina and Brazil, which are huge, are all made by sea transport. Not by road, not by train. And this creates...
It's obvious because most of the economical power of Brazil is on the coastline. So...
the population, yes, 90% of the population will be in the coastline.
And the economical power too, I think, no?
Well, sure. Yeah. If you see it like that, it depends on what you understand as economical power. But yes, it is true, yeah.
The thing with Brazil, you know.
And I think it's the same thing for most of the country in South America.
Well, you see, there are projects to change that. There are projects, for instance, to create a navigable body of water between Brazil and Chile, all through the
Amazonia?
Rivers in the Amazonia. This could be made. This is makeable. I'm not sure the Brazilians would agree because it would go through areas that the Brazilians considered that they should be maintained as untouched by the man as possible. But let's see what happens. We see some attempts from the Chinese to prolong some railways in Brazil that go directly into some landlocked countries in Latin America. There are very few. I just know Uruguay. Which ones are the other ones? Bolivia?
Yes, I think it's Bolivia.
Yeah, and I actually suggest these two, yeah.
There is another one.
Bolivia, but it's more near Chile and Peru. In the south east of Brazil, Bolivia. And Uruguay in the southwest. No, southeast for Uruguay, southwest for Bolivia.
Yes, and the other countries on the other side of the Pacific, they have their own dynamics, and they are much more U.S. oriented. So their strategic autonomy, it's not compatible with countries that are on the Atlantic coast and have much more trading partners like Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela. They have traditional...
I think one of the issues of South America is that the center part of the continent is really a huge barrier, a huge borderline that is very hard to cross. And some of the denser jungle in the world, some of the highest mountains of the world are there, so it's difficult to cross across the continent.
The
from Europe. So
the landlocked countries can just create feasible connections with Brazil. So the Andes is on the other side. And that's why I said that the countries that have a border to the Pacific, they are very American and dependent, U.S. and oriented and U.S. dependent, and there is no, well, perhaps in the future, but at this moment they are, with the exception of Nicaragua, they are in a kind of a geopolitical jail. They can't get away from that.
What I'm saying is that with the geographical situation, basically you have two different continents, on one of the west side and one of the east side.
Yeah,
The first time I see Bigari's face so clearly.
The border is very hard to cross.
Well, look at Bigari for the first time with Will Light. Well, he has really big bards, like someone from, I don't know, from a Orthodox monastery, but he looks he looks not so Ukrainian. He looks more Southern
You know that here only Wyatt is well shaved.
Anyway, is my microphone's all right tonight?
Yeah, it's perfect. Go on, speak.
Okay, Brazil. The thing with Brazil, most of South America countries, they don't like them because they think they are superpower. They go an okay economy. That's it. I'm not gonna say it's the best economy, but for a South America country, it's the best in the area. But they act like they are Americans, and that thing, if you see most of the South American countries, they are socialist. Brazil is a socialist country, but they act like American. That's the big problem with that country. That's why their neighbors don't like them.
Yes, Bigari.
Okay, Bigari.
Yeah, I just want to challenge the Mehdi on the point of BRICS, because Mehdi likes to portray BRICS as basically like something similar to what EU or NATO is, like mix of that. But I don't like that they are alternative to UN or something. They are economic alliance first. Like economy goes with politics hand in hand. So there is some politics behind the doors. Like so they have some probably like streamlined view on some issues like as a group, but they deal with issues on their own. Like they don't have the party lines that they convey. Like how are you like imagining India and China being on the same page on everything, and like they are on the same page in terms of economic issues, but and free trade and all that shit. But I just don't see it like as some kind of savior to the world alliance that is opposing the West as a whole. Like it's a long way to that. Like it's not a political alliance at all. For like as I see it.
No, it is not. I think it is.
I'd like to answer that because it was directed at me. Is that I do not see BRICS anywhere close to NATO. NATO is a military alliance. BRICS is not. BRICS is a conglomerate of nations that are working together. I mean, well, let me put it this way. They're forming their own SWIFT currency, for one. Second of all, they've already said that there's going to be justice for what happened in Ukraine. They said it themselves. So why would they say that if they were never intended to get involved with it? You know, I understand your point, but see, the thing is I've been hearing this since the very beginning of BRICS introduction, yet it keeps gaining steam and more influence as the year goes on. And the only thing that I can see is, I mean, realistically, if you really think about it, what was the chance Russia, the SMO ended, Russia goes into the UN, presents its evidence. What is the chances that the UN would do anything about it? It needed a place that it knew it could present its evidence.
It's not going to do anything about it too.
I think Mehdi has a really great point.
Yes,
and the thing is that we understand I think the logical behind the BRICS is an alternative way of thinking, intentionally produced so. towards all the other multilateral associations in the bloc. So I started today talking about the Singaporean ambassador
Kishore Mahbubani. Kishore Mahbubani.
An amazing guy. And he wrote an amazing book which everybody can read. It's open source. It's called the 21st Asian Century, an amazing book. And the thing is that he actually mentioned that the ASEAN is an amazing example for the world. How a bunch of countries that had on its foundation had so many problems. Malaysian against Singaporean, Malaysia against Taiwan, Philippines against everybody. Well, it doesn't matter. What it matters is that they were able to create a consensus, a very strong community together, which is political, true, which is economical, true, but it's also political. It developed into political. And they completely took apart any kind of militarization out of it. And that's what we see in BRICS. It's a community that talks about economy, but also talks about much more than economy. They talk about politics. They talk about how they could coordinate, concentrate their diplomatic efforts to go towards a certain goal. They establish towards consensus goals, and they completely put apart any type of militarization, military confrontation. It's out of the book. And even if Mahbubani, he even talks about the rest of the world learning about the Asian experience in these last 50 years, because even India has very bad relationships with China, very bad relationships. Nevertheless, they engage with China in many important moments and organizations. They do talk with each other. They talk in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They talk in the BRICS. They talk in the G20. And this is a completely different position than what if we look at the European Union, which is always in these organizations in a very defensive and a very confrontative position. Just to give you an example. Now I give Bigari again.
But I just want to push back a little bit about the ASEAN situation. Is that ASEAN was formed with a core reasoning because we are all small countries, except for Indonesia, which is a big country, but it's a weak country. So the combined grouping as an association help us to have an even position to talk to big countries like China or United States. That's the main reason for ASEAN, and that's also the reason why it's not so militarized. I think if you talk about using the ASEAN model for the rest of the world, it may not necessarily work because ASEAN by nature is fearful, because we are generally non-aligned, and we are generally very fearful of big power politics. That's the main reason. So it's a bit of a different thing. Bigari.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I said a mix between EU and NATO, because NATO is military alliance, first, but it's a political alliance also. Like you cannot convey military course without political one. So they are all aligned politically. Like it's the same. Like military is the way of enforcing your political views. So that's one point. I just wanted to say, what Mehdi said, if I remember, that BRICS countries have the basically unified position on the conflict in Ukraine. It's not true at all. Like everyone has its own position. Like China and Brazil working on one plane. India is separately working as a mediator on another. There was recently new Iranian president said that they fully support Ukrainian territorial integrity. It was before all the shit that happened in Lebanon, and it's just stirred a lot of shit in Russia because, like, wow, what the fuck? Iran is saying that they support Ukrainian territorial integrity, but you need to understand why did he say that? Like, he said it because he doesn't want a conflict in Middle East. It was like a signal to United States, like, we are sitting on our like as straight. We don't want anything. Like, we support everything, territorial integrity, blah blah blah. Like, we don't even know what South African position is because they don't talk a lot. Like, they only talk about Israeli genocide in Gaza. That's their main talking point. Like, so there is no like united vision in BRICS about this conflict.
It's very good, Bulgaria, if I may, very shortly, it's very good that you mentioned South Africa. Because the thing is, what it comes first? The sovereignty integrity of countries or the right to autonomy from regions? That's why South Africa doesn't talk, because South Africa is one of those countries which were able to conquest their independence through the right of self-determination. And that's a big thing. And the Russians were very smart when they did those annexations. They did referendums. They might have been shadow referendums. They might have been forced, but they were smart in doing it. They were pushing exactly the points that are important to smoke. A long time ago, we left the sovereign integrity of countries to give a higher value, which is the autodeterminations of peoples. Sorry, Wakar.
Hold on.
Ukraine will prevail.
Yes.
Yeah,
John, in that John, Vaughn is not here, so you're just wasting your time.
There's nobody to get excited.
Yeah,
Okay,
he always send super chat to wind up Vaughn.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the time. I was slightly busy with my own new channel that I've launched, EFP Perspective, and I'll put the link here. And mainly it is related to discussion. It's more like a podcast. I think there are two major events taking place within next month, which I just wanted to highlight. One is the SCO summit taking place in Islamabad, and most probably, I think we'll have the Russian Prime Minister and Chinese Prime Minister also coming. We don't know who's coming from India, but by and large, SCO again is basically you can say Global South Forum, and that is happening on 15th October. So as far as Eurasia is concerned, this is going to be very important because what is happening just after UNGA, what is happening in the Middle East, and the developments in Ukraine. This will be followed by, as you are mentioning, on 22nd October, the big summit in Kazan. And from Pakistan, we've already requested, like we had the Russian Deputy Prime Minister was here, Alexei Overchuk, and they did promise that they are going to support. Maybe India will have some resistance, but the new entrants, in BRICS could be Turkey and Pakistan from this region. So this could further add to BRICS Plus in case India agrees. So things that I would say changing very fast. And today we had a meeting between I think Sergei Lavrov and the Iranian and Lebanese counterpart, because I think Russians are also worried what happened in Lebanon, the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, and the way Israel is now expanding the war into south of Lebanon. And there is a chance of them striking the Iranians also, because now Israel feels that they have the momentum and probably they can even attack Iran. So this could be really disastrous. But I think Russia is going to put its foot down, because Russia and China put their weight, and maybe we can save the situation. So in Middle East, I think situation is very, very dicey. Things are moving very fast, and any miscalculation could result into almost a mini third world war. Because we also heard that Iranian supreme leader has been taken to a safer place. So you must be knowing that Iranian president was assassinated by Raisi, and now there is a link that again was done through a remote device. Then was Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, right in the heart of Iran. And now we have Hassan Nasrallah. So I think things are quite hot in this part of the world. But we hope that sense prevails. The other thing basically is going to be how the SCO thing shapes up. What are the discussion related to development and whether BRICS members are ready to accept, expansion of BRICS, especially induction of Turkey and Pakistan. So that's the input from my side. But we can also discuss the evolving situation, what can happen in Middle East after this attack.
Wakar, it's very interesting you spoke about India, because I have the feeling that some of these loose allies of Israel, like India or Azerbaijan, they are questioning their connections to Israel now. They are feeling a bit uneased being connected. While Russia has always had a certain position towards Israel, which is not going to change, more or less. Well, they support all the countries around Israel, but they don't support any wars against Israel, more or less. They become neutral in that when something happens in that way, they immediately become neutral. But it's very interesting to see how India is becoming very uneasy. For instance, the answer of the Azerbaijanis that suddenly start making deals with the Russians, like looking for another supporter to compensate the loss of the Israelis, especially taking into account. So exactly, especially taking into account that Turkey is in a very bad situation with Israel at the moment. So the Azerbaijani have to be careful and completely cut the ties to Israel. But so every country is making new calculations. And another second thing I wanted to ask you, which is completely unrelated to that, is that Russia invited Pakistan to enter the international north and south corridor, which we have been talking about for a long time. And this has been taken by Pakistan as a real victory. And interestingly, the Indian media was very aggressive and very distressful about it, but we haven't heard any single word about it from the Indian government. So I would also like to hear your comments about it. I don't know if Bigani wants to come and jumping with comments on Wakar so that he can answer later.
Okay.
I just had a quick comment about your comment about Azerbaijan and Israel. Didn't they sign a security agreements just like recently? Like that's one. Like so, like I don't know if like relations are deteriorating that much that they signed security agreements like basically this week. And second one, like Erdogan likes to talk a lot of shit about like, oh, we support in Palestine, blah blah blah, but trade balance shit talks more. Like, and Turkey is the biggest trading partner with Israel, so that's just one point to consider.
There's just another Saudi Arabia. Speak a lot and do less.
And any other point, or should I answer this question?
I just wanted to add something about Bigawi words. Never trust the trade balance when you are speaking about war. In 1914, the first trade partner of Germany was France. In 1939, the first trade partner of Germany was France too. Being a good trade partner, never avoid a war. Never.
Yeah, I think this is the pertinent point. I'll come to the. I think multi-alignment is creating its own problem because the power shift is taking place from Atlantic towards Asia, and there are a lot of countries we are doing hedging, and it is, I think, understood by most of the larger powers, including Pakistan, is doing hedging despite having challenges. Now, as far as North-South corridor, Pakistan did accept it. I think this was one of the conditions by the Russians that in case you want to be part of the BRICS, then you join this. And then Pakistan said yes officially. So, but now if you look at, I always say that if you look at B&R, for instance, Russia was the military prong of that strategy, and China was the economic prong to connect Eurasia mainly and also Africa. Look at B&R's maritime route; it also connects Tanzania with West Africa. So basically, I mean, not really West Africa, but western part of Africa. So the Russia-Ukraine war basically was imposed on Russia, and then it started blocking the northern route. Yesterday, we had a chit chat with the German TV, and I asked them that whether uh, you believe who basically scuttled the Nord Stream, and because Germany is having a lot of problems in economy, they were acknowledging it that it was probably Ukrainians or CIA. So there is a feeling in Europe also. The North route is blocked, the Eurasian route, and then we had this route by the China, which is basically CPEC, going to Indian Ocean and then connecting with rest of that's the Middle East and Africa. And Russian initiative was north-south is again connecting Eurasia through Iran and Indian Ocean. And Pakistan then said yes. And now we find that this route is also actually impacted because if there is expanding war, there are two I think states like state of Hormuz, and you combine it with the Red Sea and Bab el Mandab, it takes almost more than 30% of global energy supplies, including what comes to China and what goes to the west. So this route actually, because of miscalculation, is blocked. So it's going to actually impact the entire Eurasia. Now, as far as North-South corridor is concerned, Indian media was definitely making a lot of noise. But you must have seen Indian uh, National Security Advisor going and meeting Putin because he had to then give the explanation of what was talked in Ukraine. Because even Zelensky, literally insulted Modi. The moment he left, he started talking shit about him. So Indians also felt insulted. So I think the challenge is whether it is Azerbaijan, Pakistan, or India, to the emerging economies or the middle level powers is multi-alignment. So everybody's trying to work it out. But I feel that people are now fed up with the Western way of running this international shit show. And in case the Eurasians can figure it out, that's why this month is very important. What decisions are taken in the SCO, and then what are the, let's say, in case Pakistan is inducted into BRICS, there will be definitely a pull. Chinese are also again going to launch the CPEC 2 project in Pakistan. Pakistan is also dependent on IFIs like IMF. We just got the package because of mismanagement. So these are the kind of challenges that I think every developing country is also going into hedging. But looking at what Israel has done or what NATO is doing, like Putin is now even threatened, a nuclear war when he said that the threshold could be brought down. This is very, very meaningful. If you translate into what Russia could do, because there's talk of these storm shadow measures being given by UK to, let's say, Ukraine, and there are reports that these are already placed. The only thing is they are held by the West, and then there's talk of some strikes deep inside Russia. So the things are, I think, very, very critical. And Putin explaining it that this could cross the threshold because it used to start threatening. And there was also a missile fired by the Houthis, which is supposed to be a hypersonic missile, which hit I think, Tel Aviv or part of it. So it means that hypersonic missiles are likely to enter. And they were all meeting with the Iranian, and this was also, I think, their discussion was also put on the social media. We've seen that he was basically talking to them, and this was done in emergency. So I think things are very complicated, and the next few weeks are very, very important.
Oh,
Very
you're
Yasin
muted,
muted.
Mehdi.
You double clicked.
You're muted right now.
All right. Wakar, let me ask you, actually the panel. Let's take out our biases. All right. Let's look at what's going on in Lebanon as a force A against force B, with all the possible combatants in the area also in consideration. When you look at Israel attempting to do what it's in Lebanon, how can it concede? How will it succeed without actually going in with a physical force to clean out what's there? Because the bombing ain't going to get it all, of course. I see that Israel is lacking in a lot of things, especially in manpower compared to the other possible, the combatants right now, and the other ones that can come in. And we have to consider the avenues in which they can come in and with what power they can come in. you know, they may not come in at Lebanon. Maybe if there's a form of Arab nations or something like that, maybe they come in from the west or some other place where Israel now has, you know, a border that it has to defend all across with these other nations there. How does it match up? How do you see it ending, or at least going?
Yeah, I think if somebody has a point, yeah, Shadoi has a point.
I just wanted to add something. I think the first question would be to ask what would be the goal of Israel, what Israel want in this conflict. For me, that's the first question to ask.
We can actually let Carlos answer because Carlos is in Israel right now, so he will be best poised to answer this question from the Israeli kind of perspective. Although he's not Israeli,
he's our resident Israeli though. He's our
he's our DPA spy in Israel. So I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it out loud.
I doubted that Israel has any really objective in mind. Go on.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's a part of what you guys said, that Israel right now has no plan. The only goal that they have is that they want, there's like around 100,000 people, I think officially 60,000 because the evacuation line, that people have been displaced. They've been displaced for a year, the school year started, and those people want to go back home. So what they want, don't care what happens in Lebanon. Going in by ground, they might do it to try to push them back 20 kilometers. I think the rationale behind that is, well, since most of the rockets have a range of 20, 30, that's the goal. But I think that would be a mistake anyway. But what I believe that Israel wants to do is, now that Hezbollah is generally getting smoked, just let the own Lebanese take them out, because unlike Gaza, Lebanon is very fragmented, and a lot of people, Sunni, Druze, and Christian, they really hate Hezbollah. Just think about, since 2006, Hezbollah, they've been in power, well, not completely, but part of the government. They've been doing a lot of racketeering, they've been behaving kind of like a mafia that controlled the country. So now that they're weak, I do believe that people will take them out. But again, that's just like what I think. Anyway, Prata?
If I may say something, you were right to say that it's a very fragmented country. Half of the country is Christian, with many, many sectarian Christians, all that don't really agree with each other. But the problem of the Christians in Lebanon is not against Hezbollah, is against the Sunnis. The Sunnis were the ones engaging in the civil war. They was the ones making real trouble back then. The Hezbollah is a Shiite organization that was able. I have the feeling that many Sunnis actually converted to Shiites due to the organization of Hezbollah. I'm not sure, but Hezbollah was born from a very small community, and today it occupies or controls a lot of Lebanese territories, which is impressive. And I had I read this news that one of the Christian factions actually made the part in Beirut that they control. They put it at disposition for dislodged people from the Muslim neighborhoods to go and take rooms in the hotels on that part of Beirut. So it's very Hezbollah control parts of Beirut. People that was dislodged there, they could go and find rooms in that Christian neighborhood. So I don't think the Christians have a problem with Hezbollah. It's with the Sunnis.
Christians have a lot of problems with Hezbollah.
If that's still a thing with them, if it's still a thing. Yeah, but go on.
So because from my point of view is that Lebanese government generally lost full control of the country to Hezbollah. So this is like the best opportunity for them to take back power in a way. But of course, it is a bit complicated because they have certain group of the government, the parliament is actually Hezbollah themselves. So, but the thing is, the reality is the military have no full control of the whole country. The police have no full control of the whole country. And even the United Nations have no real power, they are just there to as mannequins. So the key point is how Israel play this card right now. If the Israeli come in and tell the Lebanese government, those that are not Hezbollah, and say that they make a secret deal, say we're going to help you, take back control of the country, re-establish proper borders. I think there's some possibility.
Wait.
No, of course, it may not necessarily work, but I'm just saying that there is a better chance if they go in like they used to go in and they just create a buffer zone and be an occupation force. Then it's going to fail. Of course, it's going to go back to the old same way.
Sorry, but wait, I think it is a misconception of what is Lebanon. It's not that the Lebanese government doesn't control anything. There are factions. Each Christian faction has their militias. They control their parts. The Lebanese military doesn't go inside of there. So there is a Lebanese military army, but you can't forget it because it represents just an organization called the Lebanese government. But each area is controlled actually by a sectarian force, be it Maronite Christians, or Greek Orthodox Christians, be it Syriac Orthodox Christians, be it Sunnis, be it Hezbollah. Nobody really controls that country. That country is organized by an entity called the Lebanese government, which is chaotic, which has no power. But it's not that the Lebanese government will have the ability to control a little bit. Perhaps other sectarian forces inside Lebanon would go and pick up areas controlled by Hezbollah. Like I said, the areas on the beginning. Well, the Hezbollah is a creation. Well, is a subproduct of the invasion of South Lebanon by Israel, and in that process, some Shiite, which they were really like a minority, they created Hezbollah, and Hezbollah was very successful in organizing resistance, in organizing social structures for people living there. And it's impressive that the area controlled by Hezbollah in Lebanon, it goes way beyond the village and cities where Shiites live. So that was my point. Sorry, whoever wants to jump in, please.
Choose one, man. You have to choose one. If not, you will fight.
Oh, please! We are all grown up.
Yes, I'm going to.
No. This is a delusion. We are all childish people.
Yes, we are.
Because
I'm going just to add something.
Because we're talking about the Muslim world, I will give the voice to Wakar, because Wakar also knows a little bit of these conflicts with Shiites. Perhaps he can enlighten us, because it's something that is very different for us Westerners to grasp. Wakar.
Yeah, I think if you look at the overall context is not between Israel and individual entities like Hamas or Hezbollah. So if you look at the center of gravity of resistance, as we call it, axis of resistance is Iran. So indirectly, basically, they are the ones who basically run the show. And Hezbollah, and then you have Kataib Hezbollah in Iraq also. There was some drone fire, but then we have Hamas, and down we have the Houthis, which actually dominate the two important states like Bab al-Mandab and Gulf of Aden. So it means that it's not very simple to say that what could be. And then there is a Russian interest also. Mind you, they have this base in Syria, Tartus naval base, and they are also worried that in case everything goes out of control and there is a chaos, so Russian presence in the Mediterranean can be threatened. So it means that it's Iran finally what decisions they take and how basically Israel sees the momentum. Now, if you look at the build-up of momentum, they were able to, I think, dent the Hamas leadership within, and especially after taking out, Ismail Haniyeh within Iran. There was a lot of, I think, mistrust now created that probably there were insiders in Tehran who were helping the Israelis. And even Hassan Nasrallah's assassination is, again, it is felt that probably there was an insider information that he was there, because this was South Beirut and not really south of Litani River. So it means that finally it's going to be Israel with the West and maybe some of the Arab states versus Iran. And how do they move from here? Because Iran is also within the Islamic world after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh and some of the top leadership of Hamas was under a lot of pressure. Then we had assassination of their president, which was in a helicopter crash. People say that this was done through a remote device. Then comes now Hamas leadership, and then finally is Hassan Nasrallah, who was supposed to be their main person in Lebanon. Now, I think the Israelis feel that they have the momentum. You look at pages creating chaos within Hezbollah ranks. That was again linked to some insider information. And I'll come to the technology also, that how it's actually going to boomerang against Israel and the West, because I doubted that Western and Israeli technology will be used by anybody in the long run. But there's a lot of suspicion. So they then built up the momentum and then struck, Hezbollah's leadership. And now there's a lot of pressure. We know that we've been talking to some of the Iranian friends that Iranian leadership, if it doesn't now take back the initiative, there is a chance that Iran is then Israel is able to convince the West, like US has increased, I think, the military presence. They already had 2 aircraft carriers. I think they are sending 10,000 more, I think, Marines or somebody. They have all sort of, destroyers and aircraft carriers. Somebody is already placed in Indian Ocean and Red Sea and Mediterranean. And there is also determination. You remember there was a threat given by Biden that in case after Hamas leadership was killed in Tehran, that in case Iran reacts, then they're going to respond. So it means that basically it's a huge, complex situation, and it will now depend on how Iranians, respond. In case there's a ground offensive, which I doubt by the Iranians, by the Israelis, maybe up to the Litani River, there's a lot of push that maybe they can put in some of the armor units and special forces and then crush it. And there is also an information war being launched by Israel within Lebanon and in the Middle East. You know those two maps shown by Netanyahu and the UNGA. He talked of an axis of evil or disintegration versus an axis of integration. He basically showed India and Middle Eastern countries, Israel and Europe. So there is this is the kind of, I think, picture which is emerging. So axis which is run by Iran, supported by Russia, because indirectly, if too much loss is suffered by Iran, it means Russian interests are also threatened. So that's why I feel that any miscalculation could result into, a mini World War II in the region. So it's not very simple to answer. It's not between, let's say, Israel and Hezbollah itself. It's with the axis of resistance. How the Houthis are going. There was, I think, they also attacked 2 or 3 American ships, with missiles recently. And there's going to be response from Iraq also. Qatar Hezbollah is also arming. If Iranians let it go, I mean, let's say the momentum gained by Israel, and they just sit passively. So it's probably Israel is going to tackle this axis of resistance one by one, which Iranians also understand. So it means that we should now expect a military response, very heavy response coming next week, because I feel that in case Iranians don't respond, then it's going to basically they are going to lose this strategic initiative very badly. We also heard that their supreme leader has been taken to a safe place, which means there is something. There is also an effort to bring an internal revolt, not only in Lebanon, because Israel and Western media are now asking Lebanese people, as I think was mentioned, that it's quite a fractured society. So you have different groups of, Shiites and Sunnis, then Druze, then of course Mennonite Christians and whatnot. And I think there's a Jewish population also. So there is an effort that maybe it's done through a revolt against Hezbollah. This already happened that once Syrians were thrown out of, after assassination of Rafiq Hariri. The Syrians had military presence. I think they had 2 divisions which were thrown out by the Lebanese. So maybe we'll see what happens, in the coming weeks. It's going to be very, very complex. But I feel there's going to be now a pushback from Iran, and most probably Russians are also going to do something, because they cannot lose their allies just like that. So it means the tensions may rise. Very difficult to really answer that. What could be strategy of different warring factions?
Who shall be talking next? Waka, choose one person. Who will follow up?
Anybody, I think so.
You have to choose one. Then
I'm going to start. So I think one thing we should not forget is that Hezbollah has helped a lot during the Syrian civil war, the Bashar al-Assad governmental forces. So I think if they need help, I'm pretty sure that a lot of paramilitary from Syria are going to South Lebanon to help fight Israel, because a lot of people in Syria basically hate Israel to the guts. So they are going to be very happy to have the occasion to fight against Israeli army in South Lebanon. And don't forget, among these guys, there is a lot of war veterans who has basically fight for 8 to 10 years already. So in the Syrian paramilitary, you have a lot of very good fighters, I think. And that could be a huge issue for Israeli army too. And it could be a good way for Iran to fight back indirectly against Israel, to help this Syrian paramilitary to go to Lebanon. Basically, proxy war, as usual.
Yeah.
Next one is Mehdi, I think. Or Carlos, I don't know.
Go Mehdi, go
I-
Mehdi.
Oh, thank you, Carlos. I just want to ask about this part of it. And the panel in general, Wakar, of course, but do you see Iran maybe being held back by the Russians? And it's, it said it's going to respond to Israel at some point. Do you see it holding back to coordinate with other events happening, maybe in other parts of the world, to stress the West itself by having a major escalation here, a major escalation there? Both parties are now screaming for weapons and ammunition for support, and the U.S. is the one that has to provide it mostly. Do you see them maybe working in coordination with other events? I mean, this war is more than just the Mideast. I think it's more of a global confrontation. We just don't see it as it yet. What do you guys think?
Mehdi, have you ever heard anything about Iran say that they're gonna attack Israel? They never say that. Never ever. Everything about that came from the West media. Iran never ever said we're gonna go for it.
I would like to add what Vazhupov just said, is that, yes, obviously we see the movements of the Russians trying to convince the Iranians to back off, not to engage too much, but obviously they have to engage. But this is we would have to talk about a lot about Iran as itself, what is developing. And we also saw that when Tehran was attacked and the Iranians were pledging the right of response, that actually the Russians, it was told, brought some S-400s to Tehran, which is amazing. It's a very big development. But what we also see is that the Israelis noting that the Russians are holding the Iranians to any attack. The Israelis actually, this is the perverse effect. So you see Russia trying to bring things down, not to escalate, and the Israelis understood the moment and did exactly that. They escalated to Lebanon. If Lebanon was completely being supported unconditionally by Iran, the Israelis would have not advanced.
Well, let me continue with what we were talking about before, about whether Iran is like backing up, being held back by Russia. Kind of, yes, but it's because like Russia sees like Iran is not ready, and personally, I think this is also showing the limits of what Iran can do, in the sense that yes, Iran could start launching a lot of missiles, but what happens next? They have like the air defense is extremely weak, and this just shows without air defense, like yeah, you can attack, but then you're gonna get hammered. And this is a big problem for them. And also about the Syrian militias that Shadowby was saying. No, like, yes, probably some militias would help Hezbollah, but again, Iranian-backed militias like the ones in Iraq, I highly doubt that the Syrian government or Russia would actually help Iran. Because look, when Israel struck the Natam, after the missile strike that Iran did in April, then Israel did like a small strike against like an air defense site in a nuclear site. As far as I'm concerned, the Russians and the Syrians didn't notify the Iranians. Like, why would they? Like, Assad has a problem with Iranian influence. Like, not himself, but the Alawites that are supporting, and some of the Sunnis actually, like his wife is Sunni. Some of the Sunnis that support the Syrian elite, they don't like the Iranians, they don't like the Shia militias. And this is why I think Israel is kind of in cahoots with Russia, where Israel is not sending weapons to Ukraine. and in exchange, Russia is kind of holding them back, is countering Iranian influence in Syria. Because look, there's a lot of attacks, let's say, that come from Syria, but not from the Syrian army itself. The Syrian army could send some like Su-24 bombers flying low, drop some bombs. Yeah, maybe they don't come back, but they could actually do one strike. So yeah.
So there's also a big difference between the Iranians' response this time round. So they raised the black flag again, but they never say revenge. They say it's mourning. It's a mourning flag. I first time hear that the black flag raised is a mourning flag. I always heard that it's a revenge flag. So I think there's a really like difference in terms of the narrative. 100% they're not going to retaliate for now. Bigari?
Yeah. I just wanted to reiterate the point that VDP said, that all the talk about Iranian revenge is in the Western media. Iran doesn't want the conflict. Like, you can just look at the actions and you will see that Iran tries to de-escalate at every point. Like, even that response on the Israel, like that rocket attack, it was like
very tame.
Okay, yeah, like you can do better. Like, you used all the old shit that will get shut down. Like, okay, boss.
They warned them in advance. All that.
Yeah, like Iran will not do anything until they have nuclear weapons. Like, then they can talk okay, we have nuclear, you have nuclear weapons. We can play the game. Until they don't have it, they know that they will get fucked. Because if they attack Israel, United States will run to the rescue, and it will be like full-scale war in Middle East, and Iran cannot win it. Like, why do it? Like,
and Iran do not have a lot of friends in the Middle East.
I want to point one thing out, though. To point one thing out, though, that's getting overlooked is Russia and Iran have a security agreement. I mean, that can't be ignored.
Well, what is the?
They don't have security agreement. They don't have security agreement. It was a talk that they, but it was not signed. There is no security agreement.
This is another
repeat last sentence. You got CIA.
This is another thing that came from the West media. I've never seen Russia or Iran say that they signed agreement.
Well, maybe
can you repeat the last sentence? Just now you say, what was the agreement that they signed from what you saw?
No, they didn't sign anything yet, but there is a gentleman's agreement which we shouldn't ignore. But the gentleman's agreement, I think, from the Russian point of view, it depends if Iran controls itself. If Iran controls its rage, if Iran controls the behavior that it had before, now Iran was integrated into the BRICS, it was integrated in the Shanghai organization, security organization, it was integrated cooperation organization, it was integrated in the Central Asian countries. But for that, Iran needs to control itself, needs to load its voice. They can talk loud like they used to do, but they have to control their actions. And I think Iran is doing that. It needs to do that because otherwise the country will fall apart. People want development. People need economical growth. The country is really in a very bad shape. It's a very powerful country in terms of ideas, in terms of technology and so on. But the peoples are deluded. They are disappointed.
Disillusioned.
Yes. And so we saw the big demonstration. I think the Iranian government understood when the big demonstrations of girls and women against being punished when they don't use the cover on their heads correctly. They understood they are losing the grasp on the people. So they need to bring people to development. They need to prove to people that their government brings something good for people. And that's why I don't believe. And Bigari was right. There is no signed document, but I think there is a gentleman's agreement. And if Iran proves that is worthy of self-controlling, then the Russians will sign a deal with Iran. But just if they do that, we have to understand the Russians are not selfish bastards that do things without thinking. I think it was Zelenskyy said, we chat the Russians when he was being provoked by Western journalists about saying bad things about Russia, and he said, no, the Russians have a very long tradition of statehood. They know exactly what they do. They do everything very well thought. They don't do things out of the blank, out of hot blood. And I think this is the point that we have to understand. They won't give any security guarantees to Iran unless Iranians prove themselves worthy. Bigari.
Yeah, I will just say it's my point of view, maybe conspiracy theory. What would be better for Iran? I think they will secretly love Hezbollah and Hamas to be fucking eliminated and get done with them. Like, don't care about them. They don't exist, and we can do our own thing and don't be like responsible like a big brother for some retards that they cannot control. They control them, but they cannot control them fully. So they would like Hezbollah and Hamas to just cease to exist and be done with that shit.
By the way, Russia and Iran have had a security agreement since 2001. I'm reading it right from Reuters right now.
What is the agreement, Mehdi?
What the contention is right now is the update of this agreement.
Can you send us the link, Mehdi, please?
Yep.
Okay.
I think in terms of we've also have something on this. This is basically a comprehensive strategic agreement, and news came in, I think, September that Putin has authorized to sign. This has not been signed, the enhanced security cooperation agreement. And this is September news from even, I think, Iranian media, and then the Arab media and the international media. So most probably, I think now they're going to wait that whether both Russia and Iran's strategic interests are being threatened. So maybe they go into this because Putin is authorized, they have not signed it. The other thing is the wartime momentum is very important to understand. What is the wartime momentum? Because if Iran doesn't respond, then there are chances that it will be taken as a weak state. There is a lot of internal pressure on Iran also. So there is a faction in Iran, the liberals who generally don't like the Islamic government. And there have been effort to basically, do the protests, and we've seen how the diaspora is doing outside in the West. There's a lot of pressure. And in case Iranian leadership, is felt to be weakened, they could have very serious problem internally also. So I feel that maybe the time has come that they have to do something militarily. Otherwise, if you lose the momentum in war, then it will embolden Israel and the West, and maybe the motivation to attack Iran is strengthened if the weakness is observed. So this, I think, very, very tricky situation for Iran. If they don't respond, they are in thick shit, and if they respond, it adds to security problems in the Middle East. And as far as Russia's, the Russians look at the Ukrainian front and the Middle East, they themselves, this is the Western front that they have now opened to Iran, and this DF weapon system given to Houthis. How could Houthis have a hypersonic missile? So I'm sure this Wagner group or somebody is there guiding them. I don't think so. They have ability to even fire one. So there was some report like S-400 coming into Middle East, and Iran has still 2 brigades in Syria, the Fatmiyun Brigade and the Zainabiyun Brigade, and this is the time that they have to put. Otherwise, as somebody said, that Iran can let go and have the proxy sorted out, it will leave a lot of political capital. So these are the kind of challenges that Iranian leadership is facing. So we are not very sure what's going to happen.
Oh,
Can I go?
yeah, go through.
Okay, I have a conspiracy theory that I shared in the voice chat just now, and I thought I would just share here in the open mic. So if you look at where the funding comes from for Hamas, for Israel, for Hezbollah, for all the various entities that then you kind of see clearly the picture. Hamas is funded by Qatar, and Qatar is the US's main ally in the Middle East. Israel is funded directly by the US. So why are Hamas and Israel fighting? Hamas did this really dumb thing on October 7th. Everybody knows what's going to happen after that. It gave casus belli for Israel to invade into Gaza. So Hamas, the poker chip, is just being used to give casus belli for Israel to hack into Gaza. Why do they want that? When did all this happen? All this happened after the counteroffensive in Ukraine failed. Why do they want to do that? It's the next war. After Afghanistan, you have Ukraine. After Ukraine, this is the next war. They are trying to provoke the next war here. So everybody forgets about Ukraine. Like after Ukraine, everybody forgets about Afghanistan. The weapons manufacturers need to make money. So Gaza was invaded by Israel. Lots of civilians died. You know, the Hamas fighters think that they are fighting Israel. Israel thinks that they are fighting Hamas. And, you know, the guys on the ground, they don't know better. They think that this guy is my enemy. So they fight. But Iran didn't respond enough. So without Iran responding enough, which is why do they want Iran to respond? Because they want to do to Iran what they did to Iraq. They think that they can just roll in and do Desert Storm 2.0 to Iran, but they can't just show up to a UN Security Conference and show a little vial of white powder anymore. No one's going to believe them, right? They tried that once. So now they need Iran to do something so that they can go, oh, these guys are the evil ones, all in, right? So they can just ignore any kind of UN, whatever. They say, no coalition of the willing, and they're going to go in. So now they're attacking Lebanon. Why? Because this is the next step towards, you know, trying to get Iran to join in the war. And why are they doing it now? Because the November elections are coming. Iran is waiting for the November elections. It's trying its very, very best not to get involved, so that when Trump gets in, you know, maybe he'll be able to rein in this crazy dog they have in the Middle East, or maybe he will fire Anthony Blinken, and then all of this will go away. That's what they're waiting for.
Maybe
that's why they haven't retaliated. Well, but you know, in the meantime, they are getting desperate. They want to start this war before the election so that Trump cannot just stop it, right? So that's why we see this huge ramp up of aggressive actions from Israel into Lebanon right now, and it's putting a huge pressure on the Iranian authorities, because the Lebanese are going, hey, you said you will defend us, you said you're our friends, you said all this is sweet talk, you know, you pieces of shit, why aren't you helping us to bomb the Israelis? And the Iranians know, if we bomb the Israelis next week, the US soldiers will be messing in either Iraq or they'll be messing in Turkey, and they'll be crossing the border, and then they will just carpet bomb Iran. And that's what they're trying to start. And then, you know, everybody will forget about Ukraine. Ukraine will just get squished all the way, and Russia will take whatever it wants. You know, so it's the next war. Basically, that's my theory. That's how I see it.
I would even say this is conspiracy theory. This is just one facet of the truth, because there's a lot of things all happening at the same time. This is definitely one of the things that is currently happening under the current. There's definitely other stuff that is also happening all at the same time. Everybody have their own conflicting, you know, interests. But this is definitely not a conspiracy theory. Like 100% is one of the things.
I'm glad you agree.
Well, this is more than obvious.
When you say conspiracy theory, I was like, what the fuck? I thought Chinese people don't do conspiracy theory.
One thing I want to say to Carlos. For the conspiracy theory.
Have you seen the number of gods we have in our religion? We have a lot of conspiracy.
But I was gonna tell the truth. You know, like what I think. Like the thing about it, I agree with Wyatt. This is part of the truth. But about the conspiracy theory, do you guys know when is Putin's birthday?
Yes,
7th of October.
I was going to comment exactly that. The war started on Putin's birthday, and the Western media was very keen in mentioning it. But Drew said something very interesting. We saw that in 2015. Ukraine was saved from a major escalation when the Russians decided to go to help Syria. and they did a major job in Syria, one that the West couldn't compete with. And this was an amazing situation. And then the proxy war kind of went down. The Russians went to Africa. This was a very smooth war. And then we have been seeing since the Ukrainian war attempts to bring the war to some other place, to move it somewhere else. And it hasn't been working. It didn't work in the Sahel because the Sahel governments decided to join Russia. It didn't work in many other places. And I think the Lebanese war is still not the perfect one, because you have a problem. France is revolting itself against the Western position, against Israel, because they have this kind of moral obligation towards Lebanon. When Drew was saying it is Iran, no. The real big moral obligation towards Iran is actually France, which is in a big sense, if we understand the history of Lebanon, the French are the ones guilty for all these stupid situations, because the French wanted to give an independent country to a majority occupied Christian Levantine area. But they understood that the Christians were occupying very bad terrain which is wasted, it's not productive enough. So they decided to join to that place that was going to be called Lebanon. They decided to bring some more rich lands which were occupied by Muslims. And in joining Christians and Muslims together in a country where the ambivalence between both in terms of power is so uncertain, they decide fighting each other, and so the civil war. So the French feel there is a kind of a moral responsibility towards Lebanon, and they are really mad that the war is going to Lebanon. So it's also very interesting. So where could the war go that is not so problematic to any of the big powers? No? So I have been saying this from before the Israeli-Gaza conflict started. I've been saying the world is a very dangerous place. This war is going to split anywhere. They have been trying to find a place to split it over, and they haven't found one that is neutral enough to go on. Go on. Wait, you want to say something?
Israel.
I told you guys, right?
Multipolar. They're trying to get Iran to invade Israel. At the end of this, after 10 years of war, Israel will disappear. They're using Israel as a pawn.
Israel become much bigger.
Huh?
Either one or Israel become much bigger.
It's just like South Vietnam, just like South Korea, just like Ukraine. All their proxies get squished eventually.
Israel won without being a proxy, just to let you know, like for 30, 40 years, they were not friends with America.
You think you're not a
proxy?
Yeah,
it's tiny, but they live without America. They can live without America. Okay, not comfortable, but they can do it. And anyway,
let's not forget the Americans were against the creation of the Israeli state. It was the Soviets that helped Israel become independent.
Yeah. That's why I say no. Israel, if they cannot buy American, they will buy Russian. The Russians will sell,
Chinese.
and people don't agree with me. No, but they will. Especially the Chinese will sell. The Chinese don't really give a damn. No, Chinese people only want money. So, but I did say, right, multipolar world is more dangerous. Now we are seeing it and develop. Yeah,
it's more dangerous because the unipolar power is still there.
No,
if it's a proper multipolar world,
always be strong. No, the unipolar power will forever be struggling within the multipolar world. That's why it's dangerous.
Once it becomes part of the multipolar world, like everybody's kind of equal, then it won't be so many.
Yes, exactly.
They will never admit that they are equal.
Wait, if the US understand that it's a part of a more complex system and it's not the hegemon, then things will calm down. The problem here is that the US, and especially the pawns in Europe, don't realize they have to be more humble towards the rest of the world. They have to understand there are different realities, different wish to survive. Not everybody wants to be woke. Not everybody wants to defend homosexuals like the priority in terms of life. People have the right to survive.
No.
People have the right to be what they are, but they don't need to be over exponentiated like gods.
That's not what the leadership will think. If you look at World War I, you look at World War II, there's always a balance. the superpowers are balanced then in World War One or in World War Two. They
Yeah,
still go into a world war. So it's not a matter of the balance. And we might think about it, from a civilian point of view. Oh, no, the people want that. The leadership don't really care. Just look at Zelenskyy. Does he even care about Ukrainian lives? They don't care. When you look at Israel as well, do you think that the Netanyahu really cares about the hostages? He don't care. These are all pawns. Yeah. So
Yeah, I think it was Bagari that said it, but I kind of feel like this works out good for Iran because as long as they don't retaliate and they don't get drawn into a war with America, they kind of get rid of all their loose ends. They get rid of Hamas. They get rid of Hezbollah. They don't have to give those guys money anymore. They can kind of pretend they try to do something. Because I kind of feel like maybe they're on the verge of going nuclear once they get their bombs. They're kind of in a different club, and they don't really need those guys anymore, and they don't need the problems they bring and the heat. So if Israel takes them out for them, and they don't attack Israel and draw themselves into a bigger war, let's say they pull out their nukes, and now it's a whole new table set to bargain with. And I feel like if they're gone, then you can't really hold it against Iran if those guys are all gone.
In fact, I will add one more. I can hear myself. At one more point, Russia would probably tell Iran that you cannot do anything. If you try to do anything, you're out of the BRICS. That's what I think the Russians will do, because the Russians want to reshape the geopolitics of the world, right? So you cannot let Iran just cause a new world war. Then everything goes down the drain. Carlos,
I want to just make a small before me and Vigari.
Bagari was next.
No, yeah, I know, but it's
why I said Carlos.
Before me and Vigari, without wanting, we disapproved what Mehdi was saying. Mehdi was saying there was a security deal signed between Iran and Russia, and we were talking about different things, me and Vigari. We were talking about a new deal that they wanted to sign, but Mehdi was true, but we kind of humiliated Mehdi, or we kind of said that Mehdi was not right. We didn't want to say that. I'm just trying to make a disclosure because it's important. Sometimes we, in our discussions, we talk too fast, we introduce new teams, and sometimes we offend other people. What can I say? How do you say? Saying that the other person didn't say true without meaning that meaning. And I just wanted to make things right. So, Carlos, you can go. Sorry, it was a good moment to introduce that misunderstanding that we did before.
Yeah, it's okay. Just because why I said Carlos, But what I was gonna say quickly, that yes, I agree with what Von said about now Iran doesn't have to pay these groups, but I think this is what the new prime minister is thinking, because the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, they spent 20-30 years giving them money, propping them up. It was meant to be like an insurance policy against any American intervention. Let's say before this war, let's say Iran could have said, we have nuclear weapons and Hezbollah is holding Israel at gunpoint. So maybe they could have gotten away. Now, they need to come up with a new strategy.
Sorry, Carlos, continue. You say halfway.
Oh yeah, no. I was saying that now, this is the new approach that the Iranian new prime minister, which is a quite reformist guy. It's actually quite interesting what he did before this government anyway. And the point is, now they can get rid of these groups. But if you think about it from a 30-40 year perspective, it was a terrible investment. All these resources, all this money that Iran was giving to these groups. Now it's Iran gave me this money, these missiles, all of this, prop them up, and now for what? Hezbollah got smashed in 2 weeks. Yeah, they still have some things left, but who is left now of this axis of resistance? Yemen, okay, but again, all of these groups and Iraqi militias, but they're all negative, I don't know, in terms of resources, they're a huge drain for Iran. And now Iran doesn't want to deal with them. It's better to be friends with Russia. Russia will give them S-400, Su-35s, whatever they need. They will stay in the BRICS, and Iran will rebuild, because the new guy, if I have to put any similarity, and with this I'll finish, I think this guy is very similar to Deng Xiaoping in the sense that he's a reformist, and he's allowing all of these people to do some shit so he can then purge them and say, look, this failed, now we have to take a new approach, That's anyway my 2 cents.
just real quick, then I'll let Bagari go. I just want to say, go ahead, Bagari. I'll just wait.
Yeah, my point that one was reiterating is that I think it's the best for Iran, not that what they think. Maybe they are so religiously fanatic that they will support till the end. But the best thing for the country, for the foreign policy, is to let them die, bluntly.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just real quick, like you were saying, an insurance policy. You said it's kind of a failure, but in a way, is it really a failure if it kept the West at bay long enough for them to have a developed nuclear program and potentially develop the bomb? I mean, yeah, it didn't work out, as far as I guess pushing Israel back into the sea, but the threat was severe enough that it kind of kept people away from Iran, so Iran could kind of do their thing, kind of like a buffer. And now they don't need the buffer, so they're letting that get wrapped up, and they're going to pretend to be nice and part of the regular world to join the nuclear club.
True.
I would like to say something about understanding that, and I know what I'm talking about, understanding that Iran was isolated from the beginning of the Islamic Revolution. And by being isolated during that time, they, being such a big country and needing to find exposing power or projecting power, they decided to support groups of religious groups outside of Iran. It didn't never work very well, but it was about religious sectarianism and so on. But Iran is in a different position. And I think, as I said, I think the movement against the covering of women did change the perspective of the Iranian elites. Perhaps it was already growing up before, but this told them, if we don't take care of our population, they will revolt against us and will kill the system. So many European countries might think this is an amazing way to go on, but of course the Iranian government, which is not stupid, will also understand that it needs to renovate, to change. And in doing that, they actually need to get rid of those groups. True. It's they can't just, like you guys were saying, they can't just say, oh, we don't support you anymore. This would be like losing face. But actually, I have the feeling they are happy they are gone, that they finally can get rid of them. They don't have any more responsibilities. And also take account of Iran needs money. They probably are spending a lot of money with these groups. Amazing amounts of money. Because everything has to be informal, everything has to be over the tables. Many people are earning a lot of money with, I'm probably like, if you guys imagine 1 million euros, $1 million that the Iranians transfer to one of these groups, probably just 1/2 of it will actually arrive to that group. They lose a lot of money through the channels, and they want to get rid of it. It's very important to understand. Iran is going to project power now in Central Asia, in the Middle East, in the trading, industrial connection. Is my opinion. I'm not sure if I'm correct. Then I wanted to make a very interesting personal comment about Carlos. Carlos used to speak with a very strong Spanish accent. Now he has a really strong English accent. He has become a real Jew. I congratulate Carlos.
He still go Spanish.
It's a very hard and painful, special for men. It's a very hard and painful process. I give you my respects.
Bigari, do you mind? I go first.
Sorry, I'm going to answer because he was talking about me.
Carlos, tú hablas español.
Sí, soy de Madrid. I'm saying I'm from Madrid. I lived also some years in the UK where I did my undergrad. No, I know. Like I have an accent. The thing is, like normally when I join the open mic, I'm normally like high as shit, But because it's fucking Shabbat, we couldn't buy weed, we couldn't buy cigarettes. So like, yeah, that's why today I sound more professional,
Carlos used to have a very Spanish accent. Now it's very Hebrew accent. He's getting there.
No, I just
So
want to
I
make
want
I just want to make sure his Spanish was from Spain. He's definitely Spanish.
Oh yes, I'm sure he is. We know that
So I
he's
want to
Spanish. He's old,
I want to add on
old
to
vanguard Spanish.
I want to add on
Spaniard.
to what Prata has just said. Because I'm not sure how many people will remember it. I did say a long time ago that Iran would eventually want to eject the Triple H. I did mention this like long time ago. Like people don't agree, because eventually Iran will have to go by that route because they are joining BRICS. They are coming back to the international order. You see, they shake hands with the Saudi Arabians. No, they are moving out of that era where they just want conflict. No, they're just trying to survive. Now they have roots. People are open up windows and doors for them to go through. So Iran naturally have to get rid of these groups. So then comes the conspiracy theory. Like what if Iran and Israel made the plans together? It's like they have discussed and know it's like, we need to find a way to create some conflicts. I will give them bad orders. Tell Hamas, let's attack on October 7th. Then Israel say, okay. Then they pull back their intel. Then what if then they know all the pages? Who knows Iran actually supply them? Iran say, I help you buy the pager. Then the Israeli help them install the bombs. Who knows, man? No. Conspiracy theory. Bigari is next. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to address the point about Hezbollah being basically defeated. It's not. There is a really short window, I think, couple of months, where you can destroy Hezbollah, because killing all those leaders, it's good on paper, good PR, but they can be replaced.
Yes.
In a matter of weeks and months, and organization will continue to exist and operate. Right now, it's really hard because when you replace your command, it's you can struggle for a bit, but Hezbollah is a network organization. It's not dependent on one it's not totalitarian some regime. They will be replaced in a matter of weeks, and to destroy them, you need to act quickly, and window is not very long. That's one point, and another point, because we are talking about conspiracy theories, I will give you one, not related to the Middle East. It's related to Kursk invasion by Ukraine. When did it happen? It happened in the August. Okay, what preceded August? Presidential debate between Biden and Trump. When we understood that Biden is done, why didn't Ukraine invade Kursk before? Because if you know Burns, director of CIA, who was the how is it called, ambassador to Russia by the United States for a long time. He was in Moscow 2 weeks before the invasion in 2022, and from what people talk, there was some people knew about invasion. Zelenskyy himself said in the article interview to New York Times that he knew about it in the October in 2021 that invasion is going to happen. So United States and Russia, they discussed what acceptable and what it's not. Invading Russia is not acceptable. So Russia didn't even stage troops on the border. So, and when debate happened in late July and Biden is done, chaos happened. It's an opportunity to strike, and it's basically then Yermak, our advisor to the Zelenskyy, he was on the phone with one of the team from Kamala, and it's a Kamala approved project. And there is a bigger conspiracy theory that Russia, in return for not allowing all the strikes in deeper into Russian territory, they are not pushing out Ukrainians from Kursk. and allowing them to stay until the election, so Kamala doesn't look that bad. That's the biggest conspiracy theory about that.
I have one conspiracy theory, which is, and Andrei Martinov covered this in his video yesterday. There was a recent transfer of a cargo ship went from Russia to Iran with a naval escort. It had a Russian naval frigate escorting it the entire way. It made port in Iran. It's speculated that this thing is carrying an export version of either the Onyx or what was the other one? Onyx or Zircon missile. The export version is limited to 300 kilometers in radius that its range. And it said, the way he said it is that the conspiracy is that these missiles are being brought into Iran. Iran is going to transfer them to the Houthis. And if you watch the video, it shows you what the range of these missiles are. And if you put them smack dab in the middle of Yemen, they will control the entire area where naval fleets will have to operate to be able to assist. And that's something that, you can look at it yourself. Andrei Martinov, Smoothie X12, look it up yourself and make your own opinion about it. But, it is not every day that a cargo ship gets a Russian naval frigate as an escort the entire way from port to port. But this one did. And there's pictures of it.
I think Wakar's up.
Why wouldn't they just fly it there?
Israel said they will shoot down any plane that potentially would have a military equipment. So maybe that's why they're going by ship.
Well, they're not going to shoot down a Russian plane, right? Like, why wouldn't the Russians just fly it there? I don't get it.
I think
Russia doesn't want. I think
like
if Russia could, right? Russia could send like a lot more weapons. They could have sent S-400 to Hezbollah, but they don't because they don't like them. They probably have issues with them, and probably they don't want war. Like their aims are being accomplished as it is. Why complicate things? Like Israel doesn't care. Like again, and also Russia doesn't want to piss off Israel. Because what if Israel starts sending like Iron Dome and like some Popeye turbo missiles to the Ukrainians? Like again, it's more problem for Russia. So why escalate?
I would like to comment on two things. One was I think about the Russian long-range missile landing up in the Middle East, especially the hypersonic one. The one which was fired by the Houthis, I don't think they have capacity. And this came as a response to, the I think missile being offered by UK to Ukraine. So it means that Russia is going to definitely respond them in the Middle East, and it's going to be through Iran. We already have S-400s placed there for air defense. And then, as I think Eddie pointed out, there is the supply of, because this is one way that they can affect the, not only Israel, but also Western shipping, their aircraft carriers operating in Red Sea and Strait of Hormuz, as well as right up to Mediterranean. So it means that there's a tit for tat response by the Russians that in case you put the storm fiber missiles in Ukraine and allow them to use for deeper targets. And that's what I think the neocons would like to escalate the war in Ukraine. And then there is, I think, also a Russian qualification of use of nuclear weapons, which is very, very dangerous. I'll just add two more points. One is that Indian media is now reporting that Russia is likely to jump into Middle East because of this meeting. This is the Indian media, and they have, I think, quite an insight because of the situation which is developing. The meeting between Lavrov and Iranian foreign minister and the Lebanese foreign minister. And this was also leaked on the media, what they were trying to talk about, their assessment. So we have to see how that comes up. On the issue of Turks, it's very important. We've discussed, I think, Russia-Ukraine war for a very long time, almost 3 years now. That this was the only strategic capacity available with the Ukrainian were those 3 brigades. They could have been used for defense of the area which is being lost. And I think Ukrainians all know that in case Trump comes up in November, they're going to shift in American policy, and probably Ukraine is going to lose So the strategy of using forces before losing was applied, and Russia, I think, welcomed it because with minimum losses and small penetration, it was not a strategic move. Whatever I think sad reserve they had with good weapon system was shot in, and now they have gone into, I would say, blocking it and sort of counter-offensive. I heard they've destroyed half of the force, including a lot of tanks and artillery. So that's where I think the Ukrainian capacity has been dented very badly. So all this is, I think, linked. The Russian move to counter, the West or the NATO to another, let's say sector that is Middle East. Then Indian media talking of Russia entering into Middle East because this is the first assessment. The things are, I think, not going to, I would say, die down or cool down very quickly because both sides are trying to push each other to maximalist strategy. Israel would like to exploit the situation, the momentum gain, and maybe they would like to take on the Iranians. They would like to drag Iran into a war and then bring in US itself. It could be very, very dangerous. So I think it's not very simple to answer. Definitely Russia, Iran. If you look at the north-south corridor, it depends on Iran. So in case Iran is compromised, it means the Russian entry, the northern route is already blocked because of North Stream being taken out and the land route being cut off. Russians are technically cut off from any economic interaction with the West, maybe later on. So it means that the only option was the north-south corridor, and that depends on Iran. So I don't think so they will let Iran go down just like that. So let's see what happens in next, I think, this coming month. October will be decisive.
Who's next? Who want to talk? So, but suddenly nobody can talk. Every time after Awaka say
really?
talks, everybody.
It's true. And nobody's
Carlos,
talking.
Carlos wants to talk.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I kind of lost track of thought there. I was taking some alerts here because here you have to think that Israel just thinks that if they give some power to their neighbor, someone they will use it against them. Historically they're not kind of wrong, and now it's up to the people in the Palestinian territories and in Lebanon to actually come up with an alternative that the international community can support, the Arabs can support, and Israel will let them be. Because Israel doesn't want to be in wars. Again, we can talk about the West Bank. That's, for me, a different topic. But when it comes to the operations that they have in Gaza and in Lebanon, even a political alternative comes up, it's okay, And yeah,
I'd like to move the conversation maybe a little bit to the Philippines with the report of U.S. wanting to station certain missiles there. To me, I can understand, China seen it as a threat, but also we got to consider BRICS nations and their shipping lanes as well. And I wonder how much of that is in consideration into what is going on with this issue. Because, U.S. generally let's face it, we're in a time of war right now. You don't know if you're going to have open shipping lanes or not. And by the, Americans or U.S. putting missiles in the Philippines, they make a threat to that entire region of any type of shipping that goes on. What do you guys think?
I think China should immediately ask Cuba to install some missile near Havana.
Yeah, I don't see the Americans taking pot shots at cargo ships or anything like that. I think this is merely just more escalation on the part of the American Defense Department towards China. So throw a few missiles in the Philippines just to, keep it up.
I just want to add, the Philippines already bought the BrahMos from India, so it's not like there is something special. Like the Philippines need good anti-ship missiles just to keep China, don't go to war or try to use the military to forcefully take those islands. Philippines is actually on the back foot. They have actually nothing going for them. They can only pray that United States might actually fulfill their treaty and help them. if they really go into a war with China, and they can only pray because United States is not exactly the most reliable ally. So
really,
yeah,
are you
Bigari.
sure?
Yeah, and I
They
just
are
wanted
the
to.
best. They are the
I've,
best.
I've, I've never
you
met a
don't-
Filipino who wanted to go to war with China. Never. And we've
I
got
just
lots
want
of them.
to.
You know, it's
to add-
strange to me. The whole thing is strange.
I just wanted to add to the point that Wyatt was saying, like Philippines and United States are allies. It's not like Philippines are the puppet of United States. They ask for those rockets and missiles themselves, not like United States. Like oh, we want to install it. They ask.
Oh, come on. You don't believe that, do you?
Yeah,
Of course,
come on,
of course,
come on,
of
Bigari.
course.
Come
they
on,
were
come
wrong.
I actually believe that Philippines ask for those rockets and missiles themselves. You can laugh all you want, like, but they won't.
Throw some more bases here, too,
That's
please.
new.
I can back Bigari on it because you have to understand in Philippines position, they have no choice. Unless you say that Filipinos should give up sovereignty. No, don't try to defend at all. Then sure.
They never
But
do.
they have no choice. The military is really
We got
weak.
the biggest.
What
We
are
got
they
the biggest
defending against?
example. Ukraine is the biggest example.
No, but the thing is,
bullshit.
It's
Ukraine
completely
can
different.
buy. Yeah, Ukraine
It's
can buy
always
weapons. They
different.
can
It's
store weapons.
always different.
No, it's definitely different because
It's always different.
Yeah, because the Filipinos are not killing any Chinese people right now. The Ukrainians were killing the Russian people in Donbass. It's a different thing. It's a civil war at that moment, right? Russia have its casus belli.
Give another 5 years.
In China and Philippines is a different thing. It's a bit more closer to a little bit more closer to Armenia situation, but it's also not exactly that because Armenia and Azerbaijan fought a war over the Nagorno-Karabakh. Philippines and China have never fought a war before. It's a different, also slightly different, but it's just it's just that they claim the same thing, but just that the Chinese have never asserted their claims until they got stronger, which is the past 20 years. So, and that discomfort literally everyone because we are so used to not the Chinese not being around. So that's the
Philippines are scared shitless, man. They want as much weapons as they can. Like,
and the Filipinos don't want war. It's true. It's correct. No Filipinos want to go to war with China because they know that they can't win. That is the reality. The
United States
can't say that you don't buy weapons, right?
The United States don't need to instill power play to install weapons on Philippines. They will ask for the weapons themselves because they are scared shitless.
And another thing about Philippines is that they are an ally. They are a military ally with United States. It's a different status from anyone else. So United States is obligated to defend Philippines through treaty. So it's a bit of a totally different thing from Ukraine.
Afghanistan. This country been there.
Sorry, guys, for cutting you off. I just want to say something quickly before I leave. I think you guys have to understand that this war is quickly going to the nuclear war as things go by right now.
Please.
I think I've been saying it last time. Everybody was saying, no, it can't happen. I believe everybody started to believe that this is going to, similar, is going to that direction. And the way I'm looking at things right now, and I say something before I came last time, I say the first country they're going to use a nuke in this war is going to be United States. Believe it or not. Okay? And the other thing is I've seen that Zelenskyy came to United States with a victory plan, and I said something last year about what's going to end up happening, that they're going to end up give Ukraine nuke, right? Everybody was like, no, it's not going to happen. That's a nonsense, right? What Zelenskyy came to ask, in my own view, I don't see, but this is what I believe is happening. He came here to demand for nuke to install in Ukraine. So that way, Russia will have a limit of what it can do, right? So that way, it will scare the Russian. Is a victory plan the Zelenskyy have. I don't know what he's saying, but I'm just guessing because and the way things are going now, if United States proceed with their plan, right, keep attacking Russia. Russia are not going to attack United States direct, but indirect, right? Probably with the Houthis or something. When they start blowing, if they sunk United States aircraft carrier, all those frigate or the battleship, they're not gonna take it lightly. They're gonna be pissed. See, the advantage of United States is also disadvantage of the United States. United States is like an island that nobody cannot touch. And the advantage, because when their ships sail away, they are far from home. That's why I'm trying to let all the leaders in America to understand. They act like they act like a childish. They don't think clearly. They only think like a little kid. What is the long run consequences of everything, of their actions, what they are doing? Because no matter what, Russia will pay United States back with interest. All they're doing to them, they're gonna pay back. It doesn't matter if they break Russia or not. They are going to pay United States back with interest. And some of those leaders that say nonsense now, some of them are be long gone. The reason why all this is happening, they are doing this to Russian, is because what all those former Russian leaders, Soviet Union, have done, like a Khrushchev and the others have done in the past, by giving North Korea weapon, by giving Vietnam weapon, right? Now it came back to hunt them. And United States are follow the same pattern right now. And they don't think clearly what is the consequences of their action in the future. Because all these kids, they only think about right now, what they're going to do today. But the future is coming. And they're going to pay them back. Because how many people want to lose their child? Many people don't know what Ukrainians or Russians are going through right now. They are going through the hell. None of us want to lose our families members, right? But they don't see that. They think like, oh, Russia is animal, or the Russian thinks that Ukraine is animals. Nobody I don't get it. I can't put my finger on these things, and like everybody acts childish. Is it what they do in the Second World War, during the Second World War? Is it how everybody's acting? Like stupid. Russia, stupid. Ukraine, stupid. And the one that pushing them, stupid.
We go with
For what?
here.
Getting the land. Because my goal is that the goal is to use Ukraine as a stepping stone to break Russia, so they could steal Russian land. Russia is what they're really going after. Ukraine is just like a lever they're using to break Russia. They are not helping Ukraine. They are destroying Ukraine. And right now, they already hijacked Ukraine country. None Ukraine can say anything anymore. They are just fight blindly. They don't even know what they are fighting for anymore. The freedom they are fighting for is no longer there. It's gone. The reason why they are fighting is for their children not to fight. But now their children is now fighting. They are recruiting everything. So they are losing more people than what they are gaining. I mean, in my own view, it doesn't make sense. It's the most stupid things I ever see that people allow themselves to be. Because now the Ukraine government is not controlled by Ukraine. Whatever Zelenskyy says, it's not saying what he's saying. It's what they wrote for him. What they wrote for him is what he's saying. It's not Ukraine word. Ukraine can say, if any Ukraine stand up today, he will be arrested. Say against Zelenskyy, he will be in jail. Because the country is being hijacked by foreigners. It no longer belongs to them. That's a fact. So God help us. Hopefully, like I said, everybody's laughing a year ago when I said it, that this is going to nuclear war. But I believe few people are not laughing anymore now. They start to come to reality that this might be happening. This might be happening. Okay? So, God help us. I just hope somebody could put sense. Because this is the thing I'm seeing about American election. Okay? If I don't think Putin will win.
Like it's interesting, but like let's not get stuck in this.
Okay. Nice
there
to
is
talk to
fear
you.
of nuclear weapon. No, it is true. Like there is a risk of nuclear war when there is confrontation. Like, look, if they start striking inside Russia, Russia might just drop a tactical nuke. It can happen. Anyway, who wants to speak next?
Can I go? I want to respond to what Wyatt was saying just now about the South China Sea Philippines thing. right? Okay, you guys got to understand how this whole South China Sea thing started. It didn't start in the last 20 years. So it all started because of UNICLOS. So the way UNICLOS define it's the UN Convention of the Sea, Convention of the Law of the Sea or something like that, right? The way they define it is that if you have a piece of land, you get like 200 nautical miles from that piece of land is your exclusive economic zone. So it's the law of the sea. So if you have a piece of land, it counts from that piece of land. So when they were starting to negotiate this law in the 1960s and 1970s, before it was rectified in the 80s, they were already negotiating in the 70s and 60s. They already came up with this concept. So you notice that in the 60s and 70s, suddenly Malaysia, China, Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia all decided that those islands were very valuable now. Because if you have an island in the middle of the South China Sea, 200 nautical miles from that, it's yours. So before that, none of them had any claim to any of these islands, right? So when they were negotiating a law, all of them sent out their navies at the same time. That's why now if you look at the map of like who owns what islands, it's a mess. Because one navy got to here first, and then another navy got to there. So like another navy sailed around and then took the other island. And then so it's a mess. Like, you know, Malaysia has an island in the middle of nowhere there. Philippines has an island near its shore, and then China has an island near Philippines, and then and Vietnam, and then it's a big mess. So there's been a few problems with the a few like big like fights, but it's actually the biggest one was actually in 1974. When today, if you read about it, it always says it's China fought with Vietnam to claim that island, but it's not. The party that was actually fighting wasn't Vietnam; it was South Vietnam. This was part of the Vietnamese War because China was hugely supporting North Vietnam in the Vietnamese War, and China had controlled half of the islands there. South Vietnam wanted to send this navy to invade those islands, and the Chinese, even though they were outgunned, but they had a lot more ships than the Vietnamese, so they basically squished the Vietnamese, and then they took over the whole island, the South Vietnamese. So the entity that actually fought them wasn't Vietnam, it was the South Vietnamese, right? So at the end of the day, today they're still fighting. So anybody, you know, if you look at Vietnam's claim, is as big as China's. China's claim is huge. Taiwanese claim is even bigger than China's, right? Indonesia regularly sinks any fishing vessels that go into their so-called claimed territory. So Chinese, what they do is that they block them and prevent them from coming in. They chase them away. The Indonesians grab the fishing ships, take the sailors out, put them in prison, take the ships and sinks them. Videos that puts it online. The sinking of they sunk like hundreds of fishing vessels today, and so a big bunch of like Malaysian, Filipino, Vietnamese, maybe not Vietnamese, like fishermen are actually Indonesian prisons. You know, they like, oh, you violated our. So it's like, you know, who's the bad guy here? It's like it's very messy, and the current Filipino government. You'll notice the current Filipino thing has been flared up recently. If you think about it, like 4 or 5 years ago, you didn't hear about this because the current Filipino government it just changed. It changed to Marcos, who is a lot more pro-American. So they were the ones that, you know, asked for because he's bought into this whole narrative that, you know, China is very aggressive, etc. Right? But if you look back a few years ago, China, there wasn't much noise being made by Philippines or China in that area, right? So it's a political change in the Philippines that's causing this current thing, yeah, and yeah. So that's what I had to say.
Yeah. So for those that confused, it's not UNICLO, it's the UNCLOS. United Nations Convention
United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea.
I just type in the chat in case people is confused. It's like at the first time I was like, UNICLO. I understand immediately. Yeah. I immediately understood upon the second saying, but no, yeah, just in case. Wakar.
Yeah. On the this laws of sea is basically if you are friends then you can resolve it. But South China Sea is more like a lake, with China on one side and then you have Philippines and other countries. So definitely, if you draw the line 200 kilometers, there will be overlapping claim. And China, I think, came up with the 9-9 claim, which they consider maybe a long time back. Their fishing trawlers used to go and fish. So most probably such like situations are resolved by either mutual consent if you're friends, or then the military power, and that's where you find the power play and interaction. Main thing is that South China Sea is very critical to China because it creates the dilemma in case of war of this being blocked or later on Malacca state. So there's a Malacca dilemma. That's why you find China basically launching the B&R, which is the continental routes to Russia or to Pakistan or to Africa. And so they want to have alternate routes. And now I think as far as US missiles placed in China, there was an exercise. I was following the media, military exercise, and then US left this Typhoon missile system. And some, I think, cruise missiles with a range of about more than 1,000 kilometers. So this then starts threatening, Chinese maybe interests in the region. There's also a factor of, West, having a policy of 2.5 front wall, which now comes into play. They claim that the US-led Western coalition in different parts of the world, NATO included or Indo-Pacific, they could fight 2.5 front. I think we did discuss it earlier. That one is, of course, two major theaters, let's say European theaters and the Pacific theater, and then half war meant then a middle level power like Iran. And the third front is not open, the second front. So they are still, I think, more, engrossed into the 1.5 front. They have seriously miscalculated Russian military power, and I think they are stuck up. And this half front is now shaping up. Instead of Iran, there are proxies which are threatening them. So it's a very interesting solution. I did a paper in Turkey recently. It will be published. I'll share it. That how non-state actors are now going to affect the warfare, whether it is Hezbollah, Hamas, or Qatar Hezbollah, or Houthis, or even Wagner Group or Blackwater. So this is a change of warfare through proxy, and then there are a lot of information warfare going on. Even if you look at Ukraine war, you have Wagner Group on one side, then you have the this I think Georgian legend or something like that on the other, and there are a lot of mercenaries fighting. So warfare is definitely going to take shape. Now there is a serious problem of logistics for 2.5 front, and that's why they are now building up in South China Sea. They want to build up the logistics because my research suggested that the Russia-Ukraine war has caused so much strain on production of hardware, especially artillery ammunition, missiles and rockets and mortars, even tanks, that is becoming a serious problem to sustain this war. There is a special department created by the US for production. They've been asking everybody, in other countries to provide them to third party the artillery ammunition, especially there's extensive use of artillery ammunition being taken place. So they're already stretched in 1.5 war. Now, if they jump into war with Iran, I don't know how they're going to militarily basically support it to the end state. So that's why they are trying to gradually build up the logistics in Pacific. You have Philippines being, let's say, armed, and then of course you still have their maritime power being projected there. But it's a very difficult thing. A lot of, I think, their strategists are saying the next war is going to come from China in the Indo-Pacific, and like John Mearsheimer or some of the advisors, even Trump, and then there's the factor of November elections. That's why I feel there is a hurry in both the theaters. You find Israel trying to, I think, exploit this window. Now you're left with October only. We are end of September now. So you have 1 month, and this is also campaigning season in the north because the snow starts falling. They're going to be freezing, and there'll be lesser operations in Russia-Ukraine war. So I think all sides will try to exploit this window because it is felt that in case Trump comes, there's going to be major shift in two policies. One is Russia-Ukraine war may come to a halt, and Trump may accommodate the Russian sensitivity. He's already declared it, and maybe he also pushes the Abraham Accord in Middle East because that was his bet. So it means that the neocons within the U.S. establishment, and that's why there have been assassination attempts. on Trump. I think you link it because the last guy who tried had a link with Ukraine, I think also. He's been going there and doing something. So it means that Ukrainians and the newcons, as well as I would say, military industrial complex, who's getting a lot of money from this war, will be pushing that they exploit it. That's why there was, talk of the long-range missiles. They would like to provoke Russia to an extent that when Trump, takes over, in case, I don't know, unless he's assassinated, because even if you divide the American public opinion also. So this is a very serious, I think. That's why I say October is going to be very, very dangerous because all sides are going to push. Now, how much time Russia can buy? That's why the threat of nuclear weapons came because Russia feels enough is enough. They will not like this Eastern theater to go beyond certain limit. And Russia would also try to not start wrapping up the military operations so that by the time Trump comes in, they have definitely things in their place. So I think that's why October is very, very crucial. That's why Israel is also pushing. Probably in case of change of guard in the US, there's going to be shift in the policy. Because Trump is going to be very hard on China and very soft on Russia. This is my assessment. So maybe there's something to do with US elections also.
Yeah, but because I also think that the people today we are so. Give me a second. Well, because Waka's phone is the SMS coming in is creating the signal. So anyway, I was trying to say nowadays people are so bombarded by so many conspiracy theories, like people are telling you that it's not so simple, to the point where sometimes the obvious things, people just reject. Like for example, maybe like Trump is not going to support Ukraine for continuing the war, and then a natural reaction is that for Ukraine is that maybe taking out Trump might be a good idea. But people will just outright reject this if you propose because it sounds too simple. But I think today's age we are so bombarded by so much conspiracy theories and complicated ideas to the point where simple things we don't believe. That kind of thing.
It was more than obvious. Yeah, it was more than obvious that both guys that tried to assassinate Trump were Ukraine-oriented. Their main goal was Ukraine. And I don't know if the US citizens understand that they themselves find themselves into a very bad situation, which is the Ukrainian war, which is not systemic for the US, has become a danger for the US as a system, because it's problematic. It's very problematic that you have two guys that somehow become delusional because they find that Ukraine and Trump don't work together. So there is something very wrong in the US. If US citizens believe they need to take things into their hands in order to change the situation, because definitely the biggest problem of the US is not Ukraine whatsoever.
Okay, I just wanted to say I went and checked the comments on the last DPA Open Mic, and like a lot of people were saying that I was coping and all the shit, and that I was naive for retarded people. But anyway, what the biggest argument against those people that are coping themselves, that United States is not a superpower anymore. Why everyone is talking about United States elections and everyone is making the decisions based on the elections in the United States?
I think they are afraid of the United States. They are afraid of the reactions.
No, they just coping. They decided that the United States has fallen and it's not a superpower. And people were saying that Russia is a superpower. Russia is not a superpower. Russia has zero digital sovereignty. Like recently, Google for one day restricted registration of the account with Russian phone number, and it was a fucking panic because Russia doesn't have sovereignty in digital space, and due to sanctions, in IT sector, companies pulled out, and Russian like IT sector is fucking scrambling to do what we will do, how we will like Slack go off, like Google services fucked off. Like you need to replace all that shit, and they don't have means to replace it. It's not a sovereign power. Like in military sense, it is.
The Chinese have a whole suite of software to give it to them.
Okay, but Bigari.
But then they will be dependent on the Chinese. So pick your poison.
Prata. I'm just talking directly to the copers in the chat that doesn't understand shit, and they say that I'm coping. You are fucking retarded. That's my point.
But Bigari, you started a good point, which is what is the understanding in Ukraine now of the visit of Zelenskyy to New York? I'm not just talking about
failure.
Yeah, exactly. That's
You
very
don't like
interesting.
the guy. Bigger don't like the guy, so don't ask him this kind of question.
Yeah, he's not fair. You ask Bigari, he's like biased.
No, but you need to read the like pro Zelensky like channels in Ukraine to understand that they are scrambling for like reasons to find positives from the.
They are panic.
It was complete failure.
Well,
he shake Trump's hand. Trump is not going to win the election.
He's coming home with money.
Well, that's been my point all along, right?
No, money. Okay, I will interject and I will shut up. The money that he's coming from is a future contracts.
Yeah.
Because United States doesn't have weapons to supply now. It's for future contracts for years to come. So it's going directly to the military-industrial complex of United States, and nothing is going directly to Ukraine right now. What is going directly is like 350 million package that Biden signed off. And those 8 billions are staying in the United States for who knows how long, and they are not going directly to Ukraine. You need to understand. But people see that, oh, United States gave up 8 billion package to Ukraine. No, those money will not appear on the front line, like in terms of equipment, for a long time.
To be honest, these people, they prefer the money than the guns.
I should also note it wasn't new money either. That 8 billion was already accounted for. So
yeah, it's back from.
I just want to make a point about the election, and I think that it really doesn't matter whether Harris wins or whether Trump wins, because at the end of or with respect to Ukraine, I mean, because at the end of the day, there's just no more money left, and there won't be any new money. And also, I think with the election, all they're trying to do is any bad news, they're just trying to push out until after the election. I'm talking about the Harris side, I mean. And they're doing a pretty good job of it too, by the way. But once that election comes, that's when we're going to start to hear all about the bad stuff that's going on in the economy. And that's going to be the pivotal point for everybody in America once that happens. You're certainly not going to hear about Ukraine anymore. I mean, that's done and dusted. And I also think you're going to hear less and less about Israel, though that's a wild card. Like, I'd be foolish to even try to predict that one, because there's just so many players involved. But it doesn't matter who wins the election, guys. The outcome for Ukraine will be the same. Go ahead, Manny. Or go ahead, Wyatt, or whoever.
I just want to add quickly. We already know the election result. It's going to be Kamala Harris winning. Zelensky's trip is perfectly successful because he shook Trump's hand. He didn't go and shake Kamala's hand. So, it's done deal already. I don't even need to think about the election anymore. Maddie.
The Zelensky curse, as the Duran calls it. And once I saw him shaking his hand, I was like, fuck, no! Anyway, I think, I get it. Like, why is everybody waiting for the U.S. election? Well, I think it's because the change in foreign policy that's possible that will come after it. I mean, if you try to predict and make plans now with the with the Biden administration, all that shit goes off the table when Trump comes in for most things, depending on what it is. And like others have said, it doesn't matter really for Ukraine. It doesn't matter. It's over. It's just a matter of how long they keep extending the madness, I think. But I think it's just weird how the world seems to be held hostage by the U.S. election, and it really shouldn't. But I can see the point of it too, because what happens is going to dictate a lot of foreign policy down the road. So it's going to affect almost everything that you're signing and talking about right now. You can't say that it'll be signed after November, and that's if there's even a peaceful transfer of power. And I'll just leave that sit where it is.
Just want to add one more thing. This is why United States is the superpower, as per what Bigari is trying to say. No, because whatever shit happening in the United States affects the whole freaking world. Until another country can have this kind of influence, this is not a superpower. Russia is slowly getting there, but it's not yet. No, not yet. Still a lot of things to conquer and control and change. But
They
the
don't
United
want to
States is
control
still.
these kind of things.
Yeah, eventually we'll get. It's just like UK,
It's
right?
too much
The British Empire.
responsibility,
Yeah, but it's just like the British
responsibility.
Empire. Once upon a time, whatever the British Empire do and say and decide, it changes the world. Like,
No, I
but
disagree.
those era is over. Now it's United States. Okay, Drew.
I disagree.
But sorry, but they shake that they raise their fingers.
I really want to hop on what Bigari said before we go too
quickly.
far. Before we go
Just
too far.
respond to you quickly. The US is a hegemon. That's why everybody needs to list to figure out what's going on there. China is a superpower. Russia is a superpower. India is a superpower. You can't argue with that.
France is a superpower.
They got like a 1.4
Careful,
billion
Bigari's going to get
people.
upset.
France is a superpower. Come on.
Can I please hop in before we move too far from what we were talking about?
How big is the army?
I've been trying to speak. So, okay, I want to hop on what Bigari was talking about. And so he was saying that, and why it was backing him up here about Russia's superpower status, right? And I would like to say that maybe we could be a little bit more delicate with the language and say, what would you think about John Mearsheimer's approach, where he doesn't say that he says Russia's not a superpower, but he says Russia is one of the three great powers right now, between United States, China, the third place, in the far distant third, of course, he says is going to be
Perfectly
Russia.
fine.
Okay, we can agree on that language. Okay, perfect. So then I want to talk about a little bit about Russia's IT kind of sovereignty. So like the state of Russia's technological sovereignty is kind of at odds with China's hopes to secure Russia as a big market. So, for example, like the Russians passed this law a while back about import замещения, like import replacement of foreign high-tech stuff with like indigenous production. And there are, of course, a lot of people in the Russian tech sector who are very passionate about this project, but they often find themselves frustrated by like loopholes that happen, right? And to the point where people say it's not on accident, that technically you're not supposed to be using foreign components in especially in infrastructure critical and government and defense sector applications. You're supposed to kind of like use indigenously made tech, but really what's really happening is that they're cutting out a lot of American tech, but a lot of Chinese tech still gets through. They just slap a sticker on it, calling it Russian. And thank you for the super sticker. They just slap a sticker on it, calling it Russian, and a lot of it, they get away with it a lot of the time without getting fined or anything like that. So I think there's a little bit of a backroom kind of like the Russians understand that we don't want to really compete with them on that. Like, yeah, you're gonna still need to be able to make your Elbrus VLIW chips, because you have to put those into Sukhoi airplanes and stuff like that. But for a lot of other stuff, that it makes sense for the Russians to just be like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we have this import replacement thing, but we can kind of look the other way on a lot of stuff when it comes specifically from China. And before I hand it off, there is one place where Russia actually does or has been doing a much better job of securing their technological space, and that is in social media networks. So you go to places like like it's really like the United States, you know, has the majority of them. China has their own stuff, and then Russia has, you know, they have like the third. They have like a VK. They have YouTube. They have a lot of home
alternatives.
Yeah, stuff that is under the control and under the thumb of the Russian government to an extent that, for example, India does not have, or you know, that the EU doesn't really have. What does the EU use? It uses all American stuff, right? So they, in a way, they have more sovereignty in that particular area. Anyway, I'm going to hand it off back to Bigari.
Okay. Oh.
Okay, Prata, I will be quick and will hand it off to you. Like, first of all, I will be man enough to apologize to Brady for my rude behavior last mic, because I was fucking pissed and like, shit happens. Like,
same.
Yeah. I want to like make a quick point on
Look
on,
at
on
you
the
two. Kissing and
fuck
making
off.
up.
Fuck off. Okay,
We're
I
adults.
want to make a point on the technology. Like, people love making up Russia, like, because people hate West and they will bring Russia as a, like, on the pedestal as a like fucking ideal country. Like, shit is going in Russia. Like, corruption is strong. Like, what you're talking about components and IT and all that shit, it's all about corruption. Like, why create something new, waste resources when you can steal and make money on that? Like, that's like basically the point. Like,
Okay.
I just want to like.
You cut out, Bigari. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. People need to understand, like, most people that idolize Russia right now never had a fucking interaction with Russian people or with Russian society ever. You need to understand that it's not fucking ideal. It's just like what you deal with in your everyday life, and maybe even more fucked in like corruption sense, but more basic, more good in like cultural sense, because people here are like traditionalists. Most people that idolize Russia are traditionalist people. Like, they believe in church, like two sexes, no some fucking retarded LGBT blah 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 blah. Like, it's all good on that side here, but on the like business corruption side, it's not that good. Like, it's a long way to go. People need to like be realists. Prata.
Okay. So if I may, well, let's go a little bit back, which is about Ukraine and the US elections, and how much does Ukraine still is important for the international relationships. What we saw, we are talking in the context, which is not just the American elections, it's also the International General Assembly. So he came, Zelenskyy, and he realized that nobody's interested on him anymore. Just a few European countries are mentioning in their speeches the Ukraine conflict. Most countries are ignoring it. They are aware, or they make awareness about the consequences of the reaction of the West over the Ukrainian crisis, which developed, and more countries started saying it loud and clear that this problematic arrived from the reaction of the West towards the invasion. It didn't need to happen. Energy crisis, a food supply crisis, and so on. And so this is what countries are talking about. They don't talk about Ukraine anymore. So this is one of the reasons why Zelenskyy has been turned into the bus, and this we need to understand. The other thing about Bigari is saying about, he made a good point, but I'm not sure that it's so important for the Russians. The process has been slow and coming, which is the decoupling of the Russian internet from the international internet. Well, first of all, the Russians were lucky that there was something called Yandex, which is a very complicated process. We know if anyone wants to talk about it, we can. It's a very complicated, complex, but it's like Google didn't interact directly with Russia. Google interacted with Russia through Yandex. Yandex is a kind of almighty internet platform that Russians interact with most things in the internet like we do in the West with Google. Well, the Yandex has been decoupling from Google. I don't know. I'm not sure how successful they are, but in a way, most people didn't suffer those consequences. There has been many rules of decoupling, like for instance, enterprises can't have servers being supplied by the West in internet, like the governmental institutions can't have internet servers being supplied by the West. They have to find those supplies in the Russian market. There is, I don't know if you guys know, Windows is not allowed in official institutions in Russia. They have their own developed Ubuntu system that companies can
Astra Linux. That's called Astra Linux.
There are several levels of it for companies, for the state, and so on. So they have been decoupling from Windows for a long time now. It's not from now. It's even before the war. And so Russia was more or less prepared against really bad things that the West wanted to do in terms of internet. It didn't work. So they have been trying all the time. For instance, now you guys might have known, Russia disconnected YouTube from known mobile internet. So in mobiles, you can still watch YouTube, but in computers, you can't watch YouTube. It's blocked forever. It doesn't work. So it has been like a slow pace things. Well, Bigari said that there was a kind of a panic. I don't know if there is so much of a panic because there are so many servers in Russia in internet that are not connected with Western companies, so that it's not like everybody really suffers. They have suffered on the beginning more than now. Now it's just like peanuts. On the other side, I would also say that most of us don't use. All of you guys are pretty much my age. I am 45, well, a bit less, but you guys understand how to work with internet, like in my times, where we were much more open-minded. Our resources where to find information were much more variable. But younger people, they're much more blocked. They're like, internet for them means YouTube, means Twitter. It's not so open-minded. They're really very, very, and that's actually where Russia has been doing their homework. And I don't think people are really suffering from it. Then we were talking about. So my first thing is that the big what Bigari is not disagreeing with me, but before he was agreeing with me, which was the fact that Zelenskyy came to the United Nations and so on, and he was like not really taking into account, and now we talked about your American elections, and I think that doesn't even mean anything anymore. I think he's completely burned the 8 billion, like you guys argument very well. It doesn't mean anything. And now I was talking about the internet in Russia. I'm not so sure. Well, Bigari, he's in Ukraine. I think it's also not a very good point of view towards Russia, what's really happening in Russia in terms of internet. But I wanted to give to Bigari a big example. When I was there in 2019, there was a big experiment. The Russian internet was disconnected from the World Wide Web. Almost nobody noticed it. There was no commenters on it for 3 days. I noticed it because I couldn't communicate with my friends and so on, and I found it really difficult and had to have a VPN to restart service. But almost nobody noticed it. 3 days later, there was a big news in the internet that Russia successfully disconnected their internet from the Western service. Of course, Bigari is going to tell me, well, how did they disconnect those servers? They were still cooperating with each other, and now it's much more difficult because nobody's cooperating with nobody. So this effect is much more difficult. But we know from China that they can disconnect it very well.
Yes.
So Bigari, please.
Okay, I will slowly. First of all, Bob Zelensky, he's toxic. Everyone, like you need to like just read the articles like that came out after his visit in the United States from Washington. What was it? New York Times in a Spiegel in Germany. Like Zelensky lost his touch. Blah blah blah. At the start of the war, like it was a big PR for Western leaders to have just take a photo with him. It was a big PR. Right now, no one wants to touch him like with a like 10-foot pole. Like that's the first point. About Yandex. Yandex is a great product. Yandex is a great IT company. They developed like own AI, own like a version of Alexa from Amazon, like home smart systems. Like it's basically Google in Russia. But Prata, you forgetting one big thing. Maybe it's like you don't think about it, but where is the life of modern people? In the phone. Your phone is basically your life. Who owns phones?
Everybody.
Apple and Android.
Oh.
Two
companies,
basically. You have two companies. Yandex doesn't have its phone part.
Oh. May I interrupt? May I interrupt for a second? You remember when Xiaomi and Huawei were restricted from access Android, and they had to develop their own
It's
system?
not Xiaomi. Prata is not Xiaomi, it's Huawei.
Yeah, but they were restricted from access. And they managed, and now they are back into Chrome because the Chrome was really, Google was really scary. They were able to make a third view. So I give you back the word. Sorry for.
Yeah, but still, the big boss is Google and Apple. Like all those like attempts, like what was Windows doing with Windows Phone, like it all failed until somebody makes real like attempt to be like a player on the market. You need to develop something like, and how do you replace?
But what about Huawei?
Phones? Yeah, they're still using Android.
No,
they are. Okay.
No,
I thought they were using their own thing.
They
got their own operating system.
You can use your Huawei
maybe
on
Xiaomi.
Android,
Maybe
but
Xiaomi.
they
Maybe
no
Xiaomi.
Android
Maybe.
But they are copying. But they are copying largely like
they
Android.
go their own OS is Harmony, if I'm not wrong.
There are
Yeah,
two.
but the thing is that they have no choice. The Chinese people have no choice. So whatever Huawei throw out, people will buy and they will just use. As long as they have the Chinese apps, it doesn't matter to them. Because they don't use Facebook, they don't use the other shit. So as long as they have the WeChat, the Alipay, whatnot, they're perfectly fine.
You can use YouTube and WhatsApp on Huawei.
So if I may interrupt again, in 2019, when I was there in Russia, people because many people had Hyundai and Xiaomi mobiles, suddenly the apps didn't start working. And with time, the important apps that people had were converted. So what they did was like enterprises didn't even have to rewrite their system, their apps, in order to function. UI would do that. But Bigari, just giving you examples.
But if you have Samsung Galaxy phone, okay, you are forced to buy a new phone. Like, how do you make that process work with 100 million people in your country?
Oh, that's not true.
Have you thought that through?
No, that's not true. You may actually install in your Android phone another service, another what you call it? Not a browser,
You
but
can trade in, right? So for mobile telecoms, you buy new phone, you can always trade in your old phone. So they can make a profit, just by taking your old phone and sell it off in overseas, because Chinese phones are so cheap. Bigari, you are muted. No, we cannot hear you.
But you can change the basic.
You cannot
server.
exchange phones in Russia. It's
Oh, you
Western
can.
market.
No. There are alternative projects around the world that can disable Android and install a new service inside. They are not very successful because almost they have no apps. But these services exist. But I'm not talking that they did it. It's just the option exists, but it didn't come over.
Mehdi. Before Mehdi
I
forgets.
worked in the industry for a while. I mean, can't these phones be jailbroken and then re-imaged with using the Android system? I know it's done.
Well,
we had problems
Maddie,
with it.
You
in
can
the
do that.
industry.
You can do that, but the problem is that what are you going to replace it with? What are you going to install your own operating system on there? And think about how many years of development the Android ecosystem has, and all of the applications and all this other stuff. It's a huge undertaking.
Bradley,
and the jailbreak cannot remove the bomb inside the
Bradley,
phone.
Huawei did that in less than 3 years.
Well,
everyone thought Huawei is gonna take like 15 to 20 years to.
But think about how much
that in 3.
They were able to. Huawei can do something that I don't think any Russian company can do, and that's called throwing billions of dollars.
That's why. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're
wrong.
And
it's not just the dollars; it's also the engineers, right?
Yes,
and they've got tons of them.
But
Carlos is trying to talk, right? Carlos,
and the capability to manufacture. Sorry, like I'm gonna leave, guys. I'm gonna leave in like 2 minutes because I'm gonna go buy cigarettes now. But just I wanted to finish with like what we started talking about before this degenerated into like some full like a tech conversation, and it's when it comes to Russia, why we don't want any civilian commercial product from Russia. Think about their planes amazing, their tanks, their weapons excellent. But their phones, their cars, like cars are dog shit. I've driven a Lada Niva. It's farm equipment. Yeah, it works. But like, there's alternatives like Suzuki Jimny. It's cheaper, more fuel efficient. Like, it's actually a better car. Just to put an example. Clothes, like, where are the Russian consumer goods? The washing machines, like, yeah, Soviet Union used to make them, but where are Russian consumer goods? What is something that like civilians want to buy? Not like a third world dictator or a developing country that doesn't want to rely on the United States or Europe. Anyway, two cents. Have a lovely day.
It is a good question, right? It is a good question.
I wanted to make
I want to answer the question
first.
Okay,
I don't care. No, don't drop super chat. I don't care already.
Even if not admitted yet in Europe, I think the German elections has been an awakening regarding the political consequences that will flow from the war. China's current deflation pressures are huge news.
Okay, so you can continue.
Okay, I wanted to make a bridge. I didn't want to deny what Bigari was saying. I was just saying that it is possible to have new operating system in the mobiles, whatever mobiles there is. It's not the point that there hasn't happened. That didn't appear any of these open sources operating systems that were able to combat cron or Android, and it is pretty much true. It's very sad that it didn't. And Brother was saying dozens of years of investigation and development. It's also true, but it's also interesting to notice that Hyundai was able to develop alternatives when it was blocked by the US. They are not blocked anymore. They opened the doors again, but it was for a while blocked. So I was just giving an example, and they are being very scared about abandoning completely the Russian market, because the thing is true. They control people. They know what the Russians do and think by watching them. If they completely cut them out of the system, the Russians will find a new operating system to substitute Android. They will find new apps. It doesn't matter because Hyundai may manage it, and they did manage it very well. So it's possible, but they want to keep controlling the Russians. And it's true, the Russians are stupid enough to still want to have iPhones. I don't understand why. It's my opinion. I don't understand iPhones. I prefer Android.
The fucking liberals. That's it.
Yeah, the fucking liberals. Because
No,
iPhones are horrible.
I'm really disappointed with Drew.
About
They
Carol.
they
About
talking
Carol's
Stay safe,
comment,
Carlos.
I wanted to make a say, and I also have to leave, but I wanted to make a comment to Carlos, which is before the Russians used to make huge amounts of money, the oligarchs or whatever, the rich people, whatever you called it. They used to make huge amount of money, and the money they wouldn't invest in Russia. They would bring that money to the European banks, mostly European banks, not so much American, but European banks. And they would invest that money in Europe, and Europe was living at the cost of the Russian. The Russians were selling energy to Europe, and they were putting the money they were making into Europe, and Europe was making more money because it was being double-fied into the financial system. This is over. The Russians are investing the money they are earning inside of Russia. And that's my comment to Carlos. There is an unprecedented reindustrialization of Russia like never before. Even if the Chinese can make washing machines cheaper and so on and so on and so on, there are signs that the Russian economy is being able to recover, to sell their own products. The problems, like Carlos was saying, nobody wants to buy them outside. But the thing is that these products are still being produced. The Russians are buying it. They still have a market. These things are coming. And if you are talking about the tractors made in Russia by Mars or being made in Belarus. The thing is that these tractors are so resistant, they are so low tech, that if you buy one of these tractors, it will last you for years and years and years. Everybody can repair them. They are wonderful. They work. They still work. They get broken and they still work. And anybody in your corner, in any of those, they can repair that tractor. But if you go and buy an American super satellite-driven tractor, if it breaks, it doesn't work anymore. The guys in the US can even block your tractor because you didn't play or because they didn't like you. So that's the difference. So if Carlos was saying nobody wants to buy Russian goods, they should think twice. They are very good for the price they are sold to. So now I stop talking and whoever wants jump in because I don't know who first.
My uncle go a car from the Soviet Union. It's Lada. It's not Niva, just Lada. From the 80s. That shit still works now. Now, he still got the same car from the 80s. And Drew, I'm really disappointed with you. Because they're talking about Huawei and Xiaomi. And you say fuck all.
Yeah,
that's
Drew
where
didn't
you coming
defend
in.
them.
That's where you coming in. Come on, man.
What? We need your expertise.
They have their own operating system. That's it. There's nothing much else to say about it. Russia should just buy Xiaomi's and not iPhones. Yeah.
Can I offer my theory
I've got my
Carlos's
Xiaomi,
question?
Good fun.
Awesome. Go ahead, Nanya. And then I think it's either Maddie or Wakar afterwards.
Cool. Well, I think the reason why Russia just doesn't seem to produce consumer goods is for the longest time it was Soviet Union, right? Closed economy. As Vaz just said, the only thing I ever heard about coming out of Russia when I was a kid was the Lada. And it was a joke, right? It was the butt of a joke back in the day, right? Oh, they've got the Lada, ha, ha, ha. Now, then you had the fall of the Soviet Union, end of the Cold War. That was only 35 years ago, right? And for a lot of that time, Russia was just trying to get back on its feet. So for quite a while, for that 35 years, they were just, in turmoil. And also, for whatever reason, I think there's some sort of cultural thing with the Russians. They just don't appear to be very good salespeople to me. And not that that's a bad thing, but they're very factual and things. Like if you ever watch Russian news, it's some of the most boring stuff you'll ever read or watch, because it's all just, oh, there was an accident and it was all very fact-based and blah, blah, blah. So I'm not used to that coming from North America, where it's all entertainment, right? So I think that combination of those factors is why Russia just doesn't really seem to have any very well-known consumer brands outside of that region. So whoever wants to go next, Bagari, Wakar, Mehdi?
I think it was Mehdi and then Wakar.
Okay.
I yield to the man with the fantastic mustache.
Okay, Wakar next.
Okay, I think there is a stereotyping of Russian technology. Like in Pakistan, one of the biggest mobile company owned is by the Russians, UBC5. It's a $9 billion company which was initially owned by the Russians, the Egyptians, and now by the Russians. Russian IT industry, just Google it, it's $27 billion. It's not very small. So in terms of, if you look at the company, there's a huge list of, basically like MTS, then you have uh, Megaphone, Tele2, these are all, and Ross Telecom. I'll just highlight what happened after the Pages attack, because that's going to, I think, now look into the future of global supply chain and the technology being offered by the West. We've done a program, I'll try to put it later on, a link on how Israel in the West basically shot themselves in the foot when they've done this Pages thing, using civilian mobile technology as bombs. And there's a lot of, I think, articles which came up, especially in the Eastern media outlets. One is, of course, reliability of Western technology, including hardware, including software. Because if what has come out of the Pages that you can see your mobile phone that you're using can become a bomb, maybe, and more technology exists. So who's going to rely on Western? I hope you've seen what happened to the iPhone after the Pages attack. People are now very, very suspect of Western and Israeli technology. Israel is leading one of it, I think, science and technology. But I feel they've shot themselves in the foot. I will never buy an Israeli, mobile phone, because I don't want my house to be blown up because of the capacity exists. The other is how they affected the supply chain. Now look at the track. We did the program. Let's say it was manufactured in Taiwan, and this guy has been going on the media and pleading. I think he's also taking the Israeli government to the court. They are going to sue it for a couple of billions of dollars. All the Pages and old technology that was still being used, some mobile technology being used by some of the emergency services, firefighting. I heard that in US every year they buy about 200,000 Pages for firefighting and hospitals. So same was done with Hezbollah. Now, what has happened that's going to create, I think, blocks of technology. This is my own assessment. And Western technology will become suspect. Israeli technology will become suspect because you can't rely. Even I think the military hardware, because it is said like Pakistani F-16, in case they want to jam it or throw it down, they can do it remotely. So gradually you'll find power blocks of technology coming up. Like SEO is, I think, going to discuss it. And even the BRICS may come up with it. And there's no monopoly on information technology or let's say advanced technology. You look at these what we call materials, rare earth metals. I think China has the domination, lithium batteries and all that. So I feel that gradually, maybe if you look at the current, I think capacity of Russia and China, even India, there's something being done in Pakistan also. Now people are going to look at safer technologies, which can't be disrupted, which can't be made into bombs. Like Netanyahu 5 years back said it, that we can bring down the nation with push of a button. And then they tried it for failure. So it is going to affect. Now supply chain is very important. This was manufactured in Taiwan. Then there is a Hungarian lady who was probably the front of it, BAC company. And then it is said probably Israelis were able to intercept it, put this explosive and check and all that. And then it means that now you are intercepting a global supply chain. So it means that there's going to be certification. Like when you send a parcel, the post office normally asks you, I hope there's no explosive or chemical or any damaging material in that. So there's going to be very, I think, tough certification, especially of technology flowing from the West. Already Middle East, I think, is worried about it. In South Asia, people are talking, like Indians are talking that we not buy Chinese technology because they have some hostile relationship. So I feel that China, Russia maybe lead, especially the global South in technology. So that must be kept in mind that maybe you are good in technology, but if you do such things like using civil technology to disrupt systems, use them as bombs, there's going to be a major shift. There's already, I think, and Russians have a very hardened system of, I mean, their toys, as far as their internal thing is concerned, it is mostly, hardened against any cyber attacks. And then Russian technologies, I tell you, in a lot of things, not only information like offshore drilling, because one of the big reserves discovered in Pakistan's offshore and Russians are also interested, Chinese are interested. So people would, I think, rely on such countries. We will not use them as bombs. So this is another major shift which will come in technology. So it will not be, I think, a Western hegemony anymore. So this is my point.
Bigari.
Yeah, I just want to finish off with this fucking Russian consumer shit. I just want to bring up with like last open mic when I said that Russia and China will be fighting, and people like fighting. They will shoot each other. No, you are retarded. Like fighting means like being like in strategic opposition with each other on different markets. Like, and you need to listen to the Putin, what Putin said on the recent economic forum in Russia, like maybe 2 days ago, 3 days ago, that he said, we need to improve our exports and that other countries buy our products. That's like basically a decree from Putin. So Russia improves the like quality of products and other countries buy them. That's all. Like, and people need to understand, like, to differentiate. Maybe it's my Eastern Slav shit that I say fighting, and it just means being. Like,
No, they are retarded. No, don't blame yourself. They are retarded.
yeah, it's easy. Yeah,
Just that Slavic.
It's competition. It's just competition.
Yes,
It's clear.
I'm sorry if I'm taking the voice of Mehdi, but what I have been understanding, I love to read the Kommersant. For me, it's one of the best Russian newspapers there is, and I have noticed that the Russia is an open economy, and one of the reasons that they were so good in coming out of the sanctions was because it is an open market. So the answers of the enterprises, it's always trying to find a solution to problems. So you need to supply a market. So you find ways. You just find ways. And they're very good into doing it, and that was the biggest mistake of the Western countries, is not understanding that Russia is today a completely open markets, capitalist society. But there is a very interesting thing about the Kommersant. I've been noticing that more and more producing organizations are asking for duties, custom duties. They want to impose custom duties, for instance, in import beer, because beer is one of the biggest growing markets in Russia at the moment, one of the growing consuming markets in Russia. And the Russian companies have been growing a lot with the sanctions, producing beer. As you probably know, Russia is the biggest producer of, what do you call the grains used to produce beer?
Wheat,
oats, wheat,
barley.
Barley.
Russia is the biggest producer of barley in the world. Yeah, so they sell it barley for everywhere in the world, and then they buy beer produced somewhere in the world with their own barley. And the Russian producers have been like growing really crazy, and now they are really scared that the customs are allowing barley coming from the European Union. Well, beer coming from the European Union. So they are trying to. They're asking for duties on it. I also remember that 2 years ago, because of sanctions, there were not trucks were not coming into south of Russia, and then there was like an explosion of trucks in the trucks market for the Russian trucks. The Russian industry was not able to produce that much trucks, so many of the trucks was being actually bought from China. And now that the market is growing down, the Russian truck production producers are asking for high duties on Chinese trucks. And Russian trucks
I told you guys so.
And the thing is that Russian trucks are really good. They use the best metals. They use the best technology, and Chinese trucks might be more technological advanced in terms of like technological stuff, electronic, but they are completely destroyed in that environment. And even though the Russians are still having more orders than usual, they still find that they have to put higher duties on Chinese trucks. Otherwise, their industry won't be able to develop new technologies, which is very interesting. Like the market induces the development of new technologies, but if you have a competition from outside, that technology doesn't develop in the real numbers because the market can't expand. The Russians can't sell trucks outside of Eurasian market.
Exactly.
Right.
So I want to add on to what Prata said. Though I believe that a few open mic ago I did mention, eventually there will be this competition that comes out. I'm not sure maybe it's my videos or maybe open mic. I said that eventually Russia will develop their own products. They will start to compete with China, and then one day they will become competition, and China will start to feel stressed by the Russian new products, and then Russia will start to like what you said, they start to tariff because they have to develop their own thing, and they will be developing their own thing. They will seek for self-sufficiency, and this ties into what I said quite a number of times as well. Russia have never wanted to be so self-sufficient because they always wanted to tie in tighter with Europe. It was a symbiotic relationship. The Europeans just screwed it up. So now China have no choice because suddenly they lost so many products. They can't produce everything themselves. They buy from China, but they will have to develop their own because, like I said before, China potentially is always a strategic rival. There's a danger to depend on China. So even if you want to continue to import from China, you still have to develop your own thing just in case. So Russia will continue to develop everything. They will just go and try to develop everything, just like what China has done 20 years ago, and eventually they will at least have some kind of a security. They will still import from China because China is still much bigger in terms of factory production, but they will have some kind of security. And this is just a matter of like eventuality. So it just appears because you told me about the tariffing, which I didn't know, which is interesting because it started off even earlier than I thought it would. Prata, you want to respond?
Oh, sorry. I wanted to add. It's very good for what you said. I just wanted to add the thing that the Chinese are not willing to make joint ventures with the Russians. When they do, they are very glad. I think Cherry had fabrics assemblies factories in Russia, and they even said the assembly factories in Russia are the best assembly factories they have. But the problem is that the Chinese don't want to think in terms of, like you were saying, the Europeans were supplying parts of a production that was connected to the Russian production. Now the Russians have to produce everything. They're not always able immediately to produce everything. So the problem is that the Chinese came with their finished products and they just invade the market. But one thing the Russians are aware is that their products have long longeability. So I was talking about the trucks. The Russian trucks once produced, or the tractors from Belarus, they will last decades once produced. They will not break. They will really last decades. And the Chinese will compete with the price. It's like if you pay Why? But it's not like that. So that's you're right. Wait, this is a question about market. Will the Russians be able to really find a market, especially around themselves, that understands that having a truck that costs 30% more but will last you 3 times more in terms of life? Which market really understands that value? Do you know what I mean? Which market will understand that value? Because the Chinese market is developing exactly like the Western market, where your washing machine has 2 years of perfect working. After 2 years, everything in that washing machine is programmed to start failing. So where does the consumer really understands what is important? I remember my mother saying to my father, don't buy that fridge. We want General Electrics because General Electrics will work for a lifetime. Spend more money, buy General Electrics. Don't buy German, buy American General Electrics because that fridge will work forever. Whoever thinks like that today? I leave it open for you guys.
Well, I just kind of wanted to hop on what was being talked about before. It kind of takes me back to the import replacement business in Russia, where I think that the Russians understand that China wants to lock down the consumer tech market, and the powers that be in the RF seem to not mind to a big degree, like why piss off and compete with the economic colossus China. Because if you look at the state of Russian tech hardware industry, they have the ability to do much more than they do. And it's kind of reminds me of the whole thing with, what was it, Estonian cheese, right? Where the Russians were buying cheese from, I think it was Estonia, maybe might be Latvia. And after the war started and they stopped buying cheese from them, what did they do? They just started making their own cheese. It's not like it's impossible to figure out just by Googling how to make some kind of cheese, right? So I think that, it's not like the Russians couldn't have done that all along. It's partly because you try to have economic partnership where you have where you kind of give some leverage, right, to the other guys, so that you have kind of incentivizes them to view you as a market and all this other stuff. Like remember when Turkey started having huge economic woes, was Russian tourist industry to a large extent that helped bail out Erdogan's fortunes, right? So I think that they're kind of keen to look at that in a way where they don't mind that they're not going to be in a position to compete with, the Microsofts and Sonys and Huawei's of the world. I don't think that. I think that this is not on accident. Anyway, go ahead. I think it was Drew next. I don't.
Vojin. Oh, he's gone.
Vojin? Oh, he's gone. Sorry. I don't know who's next.
I'll go. No, just to follow up on your point, it comes down to, as you just said, Bradley, and I think you said it well, comparative advantage, right? This is kind of like Adam Smith 101, that nations will focus on industries in which they have a comparative advantage. And maybe the Russians have just said, hey, we don't want to make washing machines, and we're really good at oil and gas, and we're really good at minerals, and we're focusing our energy on that. And we'll focus on the other stuff if we need to your point, i.e., some sort of geopolitical event causes them to. Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah. If anyone wants to add to this topic, go ahead, because I will pivot to another topic.
Just now, Maddie was raising his hand before.
And Drew was too.
Yeah.
Drew.
Yeah. I wanted to say the same thing.
But then give word to me, because you fuckers all the time. I stay with my finger for 30 minutes and no one and everything.
Wait, I thought you said we should complete the topic. That's why
Go ahead, finish up. I guess.
Just go, Drew. Come on.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the competitive advantage as well. Basically, the whole idea of Russia being self-sufficient and building out its entire like commercial electronics or its own software industry or what, it's impossible. It's impossible for any country, even China. It's so they have to focus on what they're good at. China is really good at building all these like consumer electronics because they have a very, very deep supply chain for all the little parts that goes towards the complete product, right? So, but Russia doesn't have these deep supply chains. It can actually kind of pirate on the Chinese supply chains. They develop enough relationship. But why would Russia want to do that? They want to focus on doing things that they are really good at, like nuclear, like weapons, like space tech, rocketry, missiles,
defense
and
industry,
a host of other things. So sure, they make crappy cars that last forever, but they don't want to make very, very good cars. The newest revival of the Russian car industry
is a Chinese car.
All Chinese cars. It's all Chinese cars. It's Chinese design, Chinese form.
And the old Russian cars were all Fiats anyway. The old Russian cars were basically, just old Fiats, just more reliable.
In the kind of a multipolar world, every one of these large poles will have their own little niche, and then they'll trade with each other to get each other's stuff.
But Drew, the point here was like Wade was saying. The Russians went out of a complete holistic understanding of industry to understanding that Europe produced some parts and assemble. The Russians produce some part of the whole thing they are producing, and they produce a good. And the Chinese don't understand they have to cooperate, that they also have to produce parts that will enable the Russians to produce their own stuff. What the Chinese do is like paranoid, trying to get all their market, destroy all their industry. And if the Chinese understand that they can't do that, they are much more productive in trying to maintain to supply parts where the Russians, what they do the best, they keep doing the best, and the Chinese can produce parts of it and complain and be integrated and wonderful. But the problem here is that everybody has surpluses in whatever they do. And one of the things I was trying to bring you up, guys, I know perhaps it was not very understandable, is that the Russians tend to produce goods that will last for longer. I'm not talking about Europeans anymore, because I was also making my point about Europeans. But if the Chinese understand they can produce parts for the Russian industry to survive and keep thriving and have the same idea, and if they don't, okay, Bigari, go on, Bigari. Speak, Bigari.
Come on.
I just want to what Prata said. Like I want to say like our saying, Russian saying, like if you are a smart and rich person, you will buy expensive thing that will last you forever. You don't buy shit that will last you for like 6 months. That's like our mentality. You buy for shit that will last you forever. Like that was Prata saying.
A Russian friend of mine always says. She always says to me, what's the saying? I'm too poor to buy cheap. So I always like that saying.
But okay.
This complements my argument that if the Chinese want to understand the Russian mentality and wants to get a grip on that market, because it's a very demanding market, they need to understand they can't go to the Russian market and sell shit. The best thing they can do is go and find Russian enterprises that need help in producing parts that they need, that they can't produce themselves or they don't want to produce themselves because it's too expensive for them to produce, and make joint ventures. And I don't see the Chinese willing to do joint ventures, but all the joint ventures with Russians from the Chinese are very successful. So that's the point. I don't understand. I think Wade talked to us several times about this. The Chinese mentality is not always rational. Many times they destroyed everything in front of them for the penny.
Okay, can I respond finally? Okay, when you're saying Chinese, you are like whacking the entire nation of 1.4 billion people and painting them in one fell swoop. There's no Chinese here. They are all little businesses in China. China has not that many like huge companies. It's not like the chaebols in South Korea where you have 5 or 6 chaebols that govern the entire economy. China's economy is made out of a lot of very there are big companies like Tencent, like the big probably developers that crumple, but they don't make up a huge portion of the economy. The huge portion of the economy is made up by all these little mom and pop shops and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs and whatever, right? So when you're talking about a Chinese trying to grab all the market share, it's not China, it's businessmen. They are like a Chinese person.
Yeah, which is the Chinese.
Supply chain. Yeah, they sit in the middle of the supply chain. They want to move up the supply chain. They also want to move down the supply chain. Every one of them wants to do that. But every company in the world wants to do that. It's a question of whether they can. The thing about the Chinese companies is that they can because they have this very deep supply chain around them.
Dear Drew, they try to get the maximizing moment each moment, and they don't understand in terms of long progress. If they destroy the whole Russian market, when the Russian market is destroyed, because they are just by Chinese markets, there won't be anybody to buy Chinese products anymore. This is stupid, and that's why I say you are actually replying to me saying that they want to control all the supply line. This is stupid. They need to integrate
people. Which company doesn't want to control the entire market? Name me one company.
Many companies.
Every capitalist would love to be able.
Every capitalist wants to control the whole market.
That's the difference between what Russia was producing before and what is Russia producing now with China. China doesn't realize that it needs to control just one part of the production. The Russians can still do very good stuff. And the Sherry assembly line have said their most productive assembly lines are the Russians. The Russians pay attention to details, and when there is a failure, they solve the problem in a kind of sensibility.
I can explain the differences because the thing about the China is that yes, the Chinese people are just freaking greedy. Okay, we are just in business. We are just fucking greedy. We want to conquer everything. We want to do everything. We want to earn all the money. But that's one thing. So China is big. That's why it has businesses in almost everything. The problem with China is not the people that is doing the business. The problem with China is the government that is actually supporting the business to a point where it is considered like is anti-competition. So for example, you can do any business you want today. You will find that the Chinese will sell the same products below your cost. Below cost. I'm not even talking about like they earn a little bit more than you or lesser than you. They below your cost. There's no way you can earn money at all. That is the problem with China.
To do this.
And on top, and this is not just because they are efficient. It's not that. Transportation is almost entirely sponsored by the government. The currency is manipulated to the point where, or is controlled to the point where there's no way you can compete. So there is the Chinese government is not stupid. No, they are of course they also don't respect the IP. They steal the technologies, whatever. All the different things adding together, it becomes a behemoth where it doesn't. If you look granularly, you can't tell. But if you look from the macro scale, it's a monster. It's a dragon where you cannot defeat. That is the problem with China. And And like what Prata was saying is something that I say many times. If these continue to go on, yes, China will earn all the money for now. One point in the future, the world will just decide that we have to not do business with China collectively, because of course there will be a few countries that will still continue to trade with China, but the majority of the world will have to say we have to stop, because if we continue like this, all of our economy will collapse together. United States is now the first of the many that will start to collapse.
Why can't the conclusion be we cannot defeat China? We need to copy what they did. We need to build our infrastructure.
No,
you can't. Your government is not going to sponsor your transportation.
No, Drew, imagine a supply line. No, Drew, imagine a supply line. The Chinese can do a part of a washing machine cheaper and better. But the other guys on the other fabric can do better, and this is what the Russians had in a symbiosis relationship with the Europeans, and they made a mistake, especially in the auto industry. They were relying too much into the Europeans, and now they realize that Chinese are even worse than Europeans. The Chinese want to produce everything better and cheaper to the point where there is nothing Russian into the production, and this is stupid.
If you look at you don't look at the current products. For example, if you look at the current product, for example, washing machine, refrigerator, TV, you can't see it. You look at the high-tech products, the latest new products, solar panels, electric cars, you can see the exact Chinese mentality. They will destroy all competitions. That is why Europe went crazy. They need to sanction or not. They need to tariff the cars heavily. That's what Trump is trying to say as well. They need to tariff the cars from China because this is how the Chinese will operate. You can't see it from the TV, the handphone, or whatnot. You can't see that because it's still it's a very mature market. But you look at the super high tech, that is the Chinese mentality. If I'm China, I will do that. It just makes sense, right? Because I can.
The problem.
I think we have to introduce Virgin. I think we have to introduce Virgin because he's
He's been waiting for too long.
And he works in Austria in assembly lines as well. I think you will give us a better understanding how things work, especially how nations can work together and everybody can profit. It's never equality. It's never wonderful, but it can work a little bit where everybody earns a little bit. And what Wade was saying us for a long time is that the Chinese want to have the whole profit, and this is a mistake. Especially when
and then I go after you, Voin. Go ahead, Voin, and I'll go after you.
Let's keep
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you?
Go ahead.
So, guys, I joined when you were discussing this production and Russian production stuff, and you're philosophizing too much, in my opinion. It's not really helpful, in my opinion. The thing is, the Russians are producing not better stuff or more morally better stuff or whatever. They produce stuff that they can sell, and once they have basically repaired their economy after the collapse of the Soviet Union, they had to decide what to do with the money they didn't invest in conquering Western markets with stuff that they can't compete because they can't compete with China. Nobody can compete with China. They can't come with some fancy new brands because no one will buy it for the Russian brand, and they would have to come over price. They wouldn't be able to compete over price. That's why you can't buy any, let's say, mixer or a toaster from Russia, because they will not compete. Not that they couldn't build some, but they will not compete on the Western markets, because it's much better for them to invest their money in, let's say, oil, in energy, in food, basically everybody who buys food in Europe or in the West buys stuff from Russia because that food is grown on some that you put in the soil that food grows better. I forgot it in English.
Fertilizer.
Well, stuff that fertilizer, exactly. Because if you eat something in Europe or wherever, then you eat basically Russian fertilizer, or a lot of it. So everybody's consuming from Russia, who is consuming energy and similar stuff. It was much better for them to invest there to grow the industry than to compete in a hopeless attempt against China. Also, the Russians still produce a lot of stuff that they can sell at home, so they produce it. For instance, Xuber is a company that produces something like all possible tools, for home workers and stuff. They have it, but they are not competitive on the market. They can't be cheaper than the Chinese, and they can't be more fancy than Bosch or something. So they focus on stuff that they can make money, like selling nuclear power plants. And for instance, Siemens also in Germany left the mobile phone brands and is focusing on industry because there is the money. You can't make a lot of money selling phones because you have to sell phones against Chinese competition, which is producing them cheap enough so they can sell it for $100. So that's the point.
Okay.
There is not a lot of philosophy in it.
Just to hop on
Jordan is going to tell us how it's done.
Hold up, just to hop on what Drew and Voyen were just saying. I just want to say that it's a very short point. Think about the Su-27 technology transferred to India. India can make its own Su-27s, but it's cheaper to purchase modern Sukhoi variants from the Russians than to produce them domestically. It's kind of how it's cheaper to buy underwear made in and shipped from China than it is to make it here in the US. So just like Drew was saying, a true multipolar world would be very different than a Soviet-style closed economy approach. I think Yuri was next.
When you're talking about why there's no Russian competition affecting any sales in the West, it's marketing. The West is really superior in marketing, denigrating Russia, denigrating anything from the East, right, from Asia. So in order to glorify their own. And also when you buy something from Russia, it's really cumbersome, it's larger, of course, it's stronger, and you also need to adjust it a little bit to work your way. While in when you when you buy something from the West, it's like really, all of the accessories is right there. It's everything is accessible, so it's easy to handle it, but it's not gonna last that long, right? And who needs it for that long anyway? If you're using it for around the house or for short time, businesses will go for the high quality that comes from Switzerland. What comparative advantage Switzerland has against any other place? I mean, when you look into quality, what comparative advantage Japan has with their cars? What kind of competitive advantage it has? The theory says there's a competitive advantage. It's really funny what China competitive advantage has to take over everything. What? They have no resources for it, only cheap labor and many hard workers. But what China does, it's actually they don't have overwhelming management that wants to steal all the money for themselves. It has the management that works really at a minimal employed management that works full time, and it really cares about it. That's the competitive advantage. Management is just at a minimal level. Okay. And next, most important management is what China figure out: the money, how money can be manipulated for your advantage. So they have cheap credits, which inflation will eat over time. So no burden for a long time from your credit, from your debt. Okay? Because inflation eats it up. In 5 years, 10 years, you won't feel the burden from servicing that debt and paying it off because it's higher inflation. They understand this. You remove the burden of paying off your loans. That's the biggest expenses in the West, the loans. Every company in the West is up to gills in loans, and the interest rate is the biggest expense. It's not workers. It's labor is the same price as the management in the West. The same cost, equal cost, management and labor in the West is about equal cost. But the biggest burden, and the one that's unpredictable, that's more important, is the servicing the loans. Rising interest rate, lowering interest rate. That's where the trick comes from. They don't want it. They always talk about labor cost as the most biggest. That's not it. It's unpredictability of the interest rates that can burden you, and it lasts for, with inflation in China that's on level with growth. It always follows the growth, right? When you look China's inflation, it's always around the growth levels. That's how it should be. If you want a growth of 5%, you'll have inflation of 5.5%, and that's gonna provide the base for your growth, because the debt burden, paying off your debt, is lessened with inflation over time, 5-10 years. We in Yugoslavia, we had like up to 300 inflation rate, and within 5 years, people bought off their apartments. Within 5 years. Now, with no inflation, I have to pay it off for full burden on my wage. Will last till I pay it off for 30 years.
Communism. Go ahead, Drew.
There's the difference.
Drew, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Anyway, so my super chat was right about Jordan. Yes or no?
Yeah.
I don't
okay,
remember.
so can I go?
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, go, Drew. Go, Drew.
Yeah, the competitive advantage of Japan is actually its quality processors. They came out with a whole set of quality processors that before anybody else. So I have a Honda. It's like 15 years old. It runs perfectly fine. I hardly maintain it once a year. You know.
Same with me.
So yeah, the Chinese competitive advantage today is the very, very deep supply chains and it has a very large cascade of companies there. So my question to all of these people that say that China shouldn't try and take over the world in terms of taking all the profit is like before China came along, like what about like Microsoft? Everybody uses Excel. Everybody uses Word. Why doesn't anybody question that Microsoft has taken over everything? All
they got sued.
Word processing.
They got sued. Microsoft got sued. Yeah, so that's why they have to throw money to prop up Apple. If not, then they will have to be broken up.
But everybody still uses Microsoft. Why? Because it's good. Because it's useful and it's cheap. So people use it. It's not a question about
better than Apple.
Hey, Drew.
Better than Apple.
Drew, I agree with you. Explain to people, when you say how good the Chinese supply chains are, I don't think people really appreciate what it is you're saying. Can you elaborate out on that? Because when we talk about the Chinese supply chain, it's absolutely incredible.
Okay, so
also,
if you go to China,
anybody
you
in the
actually
world,
can.
Anybody in the world
China,
use Chinese supply chains? Can anybody in the world use Chinese supply chains just as Chinese can do?
Yes.
So what's the
Yeah,
difference?
you
Yeah,
offshore
so
to China. That's using China's supply chain.
Yeah, when
Come
that's
on,
the
guys.
difference.
Come on,
When you
guys.
offshore your production to China, that's
you know,
actually using the Chinese
listen,
supply chain.
listen. If we don't share the subject, Bulgaria is gonna kill someone.
No, let me finish. I mean, I didn't have a chance to respond for half an hour listening to everybody else talk about this subject. Let me actually finish, right? So yeah, a Chinese supply chain is the same as every other supply chain. I'll give an example. So my wife runs a clothing store, right? A clothing store, you actually, she sells fabrics, right? So she's part of the supply chain. She's in the middle. She will sell the fabric to a shop that makes clothes, and then to make her clothes, to make her cloth, she needs to buy from a factory that makes the cloth. The factory that makes the cloth needs to get a printer, a separate company, a printer to print that cloth, and a separate company that sells the bare cloth. The bare cloth guy needs to find a place that makes the flax, the original organic material. All of these companies, they all need machinery. They are companies that make the machinery that make the cloth. The companies that make the machine that make the ink. The companies that make the machinery that make the machinery that make the cloth. It's this entire deep, multi-layered supply chain, and it all exists in China today, right? So if you want to make a shirt today, you call up a Chinese company. The Chinese company will call up his supplier will call his supplier, and they all speak in Mandarin to each other.
They are all in one city. So every province have its own thing. So the provinces are competing with each other. The cities are competing with each other.
Not even just provinces. You walk along the street in China, you'll see a row of this entire row, like 10 shops. They're all competing with each other. They all sell valves. They only sell valves. And it's like a mom and pop shop. They sell valves. And then a car company that wants to buy valves, they'll go and contact these individuals, get quotes from all of them, and then they will all try to give like different versions of quotes and different prices, etc., etc. So there's a
so now you reflect this.
crazy.
So you reflect this with how the United States produced the F-35. You will now know why China outcompete
it's
the
the
West.
other way, because the other countries, when they try to boost their industry, they give top-down incentives. They tell, okay, Raytheon, you go and produce, I give you 100 billion. What China does is the opposite. It says that, okay, we need to boost this industry. Every small company that wants to make things that this industry uses, for example, car industry, every small company that wants to make wheels, just wheels, will give you a cheap loan. Like then they will tell their state-owned banks to go and lend cheaply, and prefer to lend to small companies that want to make wheels, for example, or
but
make
that's not
valves,
how the
or
Europe
make
or
pistons.
Americans work.
Exactly.
The European
So
and
they need to
Americans
learn
work
from the
differently. They
Chinese.
say, France,
They
you
used
shall
to
make
work
this
that way.
screw. Italy, you shall make this gear. Germany will make this
They need
wheel.
to learn from the Chinese, and what this does is it creates this entire industry of small, medium enterprises. So somebody's uncle, somebody's father has a shop that makes wheels. Somebody's uncle has a shop that makes flanges.
Just that the Europeans and Americans do the same thing.
They
The
used
Europeans and
to, but
Americans do the
not
same thing,
anymore.
but
They killed
but
off
it's
all
not
their
the
small
family.
guys.
It's states. So the Americans will spread out the F-35 across
Hey,
all the
can I-
different states, and then the
Can I say
Europeans will
something
spread it
real
across
quick?
all the different European countries.
Can I
Yes,
make a
Pedro.
differentiation real quick? I think the difference between what China and America does is they do the opposite. Like China, for example, doesn't invest in the major companies, but invest in the smaller companies that fill up the supply chain, while the United States buys from the supply, distributes the component parts, but they allow giant mergers that make monopolies like Microsoft, like Raytheon, like Boeing, and those major conglomerates of monopoly. Basically, what they do is that they prioritize the profit of the shareholders, and that's why when Boeing went public, it went to shit. When Boeing opened itself to the stock market and went public, it started making shitty planes, and it was the crown jewel of American engineering. And the other point I wanted to make real quick is that maybe China has a different approach. I don't know. I think it's yet to be seen. But the current system is, as Drew says, it's been absolutely predatory, and it has completely demolished the competition, and that's why the world is like de-dollarizing and applying for BRICS and all that, because the current superpower in economy is smothering everyone to feed itself. Like right now that the economy is kind of falling apart.
Can I ask
When
you
you
a
call it
question?
predatory,
Can I ask a
maybe they
question to
just
everyone
wanted
here?
maybe they just wanted to develop themselves and get out of poverty. But you call that predatory?
No,
Maybe
wait. I'm
that's
talking about the United States is currently getting de-dollarized because it's too predatory and it's smothering all the nations in the world.
So what?
But now it's yet to be seen if China is going to do the same thing, or if it's going to
No.
have a different approach of mutual growth.
There's a major difference. Why
That's
not?
yet to be seen.
There's a major difference why not
That's what I
China
wanted
is
to
going
say.
to behave like United States. It's not demanding to be paid in yuan. They're developing BRICS
Yuri, could you
currency.
follow?
That's
Could
not
you
going to
follow
be. That's not going.
some decency
They
and
do
wait for your turn? Or
everything the
lift the
same
finger?
as
Come
United
on,
States
guys.
used to do, except this. Only this, and this is what makes a difference. Forcing everyone to use your own currency. That's what makes a difference from China and Russia.
We should 1, 2, 3 all stop at the same time so that we can all
Well,
finish the
Wyatt,
conversation.
I wanted to back up what you said because I was a machinist. And when I was a machinist, what happens in the United States is you could have a part that is the beginning of the process actually is done in New England, and it winds up getting finished. The part gets finished in California. It gets shipped from job shop to job shop to job shop. Each one of them is working off a major contract to a main supplier who then sells it out and allows other people to compete to be able to get that part of the process. It's amazing. The big part of it really does affect our weapons production, because you at no point, it's never together until it gets put together. Other than that, parts can be in New England, South Carolina, wherever. Actually, I would be getting parts that had already been through 3 machining processes, some of it not even done in the United States. So
yeah, so but that is the inefficiency part. But this is the inefficiency part, because the Chinese would just do it all in one province, and there's just I mean, this is all political, right? They make the deals. It's political. And then, I'm bringing a factory over to this province and states. That's the American thing, right? Oh, the
This is
F-35, I
about
bring this deal here,
That's about outsourcing, because unions were strong. So you had to give out the part of the production to other company, which you can then blame, we don't need you anymore, the union members. So you kill the unions by our outsourcing. This is the process that they did in the United States.
Not the dialogue.
To finish my point with,
Come on, man.
with when I got
Virgin is like, he's
No,
like,
no,
let me finish my point.
Bigari was much earlier.
Yes, much earlier, and I got cut off. Let me finish my point. The whole point is that the Chinese system is bottom up. They give their incentives bottom up, whereas the Western system, they give the incentives top down. And when you give top down incentives, you give it to large companies that tend to become corrupt because they become monopolies. So if you look at it from that perspective, the Western companies are the ones that are killing off their small and medium enterprises. The Chinese, so they need to turn it around and start giving their support to small medium enterprises. Give them cheap factory land, give them cheap startup capital to actually start all these small medium enterprises. People like Mehdi or who are old and don't have things to do anymore, they can go start a small company, make wheels or something, and then build their industry from there. Right now, they just doing all top down because it's easy. That's what lazy politicians do. They give cheap. They give big money to big companies who can then kick back that money to them. By giving money to small companies, they don't get anything back. That's the corruption in play. So if you get rid of the corruption, the Western societies, can still compete if they choose to actually do it. They can. The problem is the corruption that is preventing this from happening. Yeah.
Virgin, before Bigari go crazy and change the topic, Virgin, what do you want to say?
I'm not sure
for goodness
Bigari
sake,
wants to
respect
change
the
topic. I think he was earlier than me. So Bigari, if you're not changing topic, please go on.
He's
Else I
gonna
will
change the
add
topic,
something.
you know.
Bigari,
Bigari,
you're muted.
You're muted.
We can't hear you.
Sound.
Virgin, just
Am I
go.
muted? Am I muted?
Yeah,
Okay.
now better. Yeah.
Virgin, if you want to talk about this shit, which is not even macroeconomics, which is like basically like retarded shit that is on like ground level, that is not interesting to anyone. Like people are probably fucking dying from boredom, talking about like, what we are doing at that like factory in that city. Oh, okay, boss.
Well,
like,
I wanted
that
to
shit,
close it.
then
I
go
wanted
ahead.
to close it. So just to make to clear some things up, transport is basically almost free. So it's easy to transport parts from company to company and make partly some changes or some machining because it costs maybe 2 or 3% of the complete product. Maybe if it's a lot transports and a lot of parts, it can get up to 5% maximum. So it's almost free. And the second thing is, supply chains are deep everywhere, not just in China. At least where the industries exist. For instance, in the European auto industry, the supply chain is very deep, and it goes from top to bottom, basically from the mining of the metal to producing the metal and everything. So supply chains exist everywhere. It's the same. The issue is that Europe and the United States have given up some industries, but this was a matter of choice in the beginning when they went for the cheaper working salaries in China and in Asia. So, but it's not a miracle that China invented supply chains. This is maybe some illusion that you guys have. That's all I wanted to add.
Okay.
Can I add something before we finish the? Can I finish something? Can I do a?
Yes,
I just wanted to say real quick. I'm not an economist, but I'm kind of up to like the actualization of what's been happening economically in different places, and like every side of the conflict of the economic competition is spending, like every country, every state is spending massive amounts in stimulus to their industry. Like the Europeans, the Americans, and the Chinese, they're in a competition of spending the most amount possible in their industries, like deficit spending. And so the difference, I think, is that like the bang for the buck, like China, as Drew said, is spending from the bottom up and incentivizing competition amongst Chinese companies to get the more efficiency possible, while the West has a super calcified system in which the mega corporations lobby for those incentives, and they keep them and they spend them on their shareholders, and so it's inefficient and they get no bang for their buck, and that's why they're not being competitive. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
So now let's change topic.
Okay.
Yes,
we have to change topic. If not, we will never get out of this.
Slight addition to that.
Trust me.
The only one among all of them that don't actually do deficit spending is actually China, because what they're doing is they're taking their foreign exchange profits and then reinvesting it. So they are not hitting their future profitability by doing that. Whereas the West, they're actually borrowing to invest.
Yeah, you're totally right. China is spending their surplus, not their deficit, while the West is spending their deficit.
They're spending a foreign exchange. The local money is not the problem. They can print whatever they want. So the foreign exchange spent on the real things, and then everything else is free. Put it that way.
We need to
Bigari went for smoking. So so I gotta put Voz is the only BBC we trust by Iranian Putin. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Just now Waka raised his finger, but he didn't manage to get a talk.
If we don't change the subject, Bigari is gonna drive himself to join the Ukrainian army.
Yeah, we have
need to change it.
Was you're in a military camo? Did you just come out of Ugladar?
No, I will never ever join any army in the world. Any. I don't want to die. I don't want to kill anyone.
You can cook for them,
Fuck that shit.
No, the whole Ukrainian army is cooks. You don't know? Every time they got caught, they are cooked.
They're cooked. Yeah, they're totally cooked.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
they're always
cooking.
Talking about cook. Let's talk. Now, I wanna hear White. Let's talk about Kursk because you know more than us. You got sauce and stuff. Yeah.
Kursk.
That's the best recipe for a shrimp.
Yes.
That's the best
I want to know what's going on there.
Watch the sit rep.
I know it's a trap because about 4
He wants
weeks
to hear
ago,
about Kursk.
About 4 weeks ago, everyone they declared, and now
I say it's a stalemate. The people in the comments in the YouTube videos they get very triggered when I say it's a stalemate. They insist that it's just like the other fronts where it's a kill zone. It's not. The Russian defense ministry say they are on the offensive, but the front line is not changing after more than a week already. So it's a stalemate. They are stuck. Ukrainians are doing whatever they can to punch back at the expense of all the other front line in Ukraine. So that's what it is.
The Russians don't want to move forward because this is their excuse for not negotiating. They don't want to negotiate. They want to slowly push and then say, "Oh, we tried, but we couldn't. We tried, but we couldn't." This is an excuse not to negotiate, so that the Indians and the Chinese will just back off, let them win the war in Donbass, right?
It seems like military decided started the offensive, counter-offensive in Kursk. Decided to finish it before Putin's birthday, but it seems like because the Ukrainians.
So Ukraine won, right?
Yeah.
So like that, Ukraine won because they managed to hold curse until Putin's birthday and not give him a humiliation, as if he's like Kim Jong-un.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. People keep on using those ephemerides like if there were something important, like, oh, it's the anniversary of I don't know what, or it's the birthday. So we have to do this before that. And it's like, dude, I think it was Wyatt that made a really good point that they just wanted to unblock the land bridge to the area that Ukraine wanted to encircle, that was northwest of Kursk. Ruskovo, yeah. And once they liberated that area and protected the land bridge that fords the river, then they're fine. I mean,
the
ministry can say they're
supply path. Yeah, they opened the supply path by
what about
pushing
don't worry.
the Ukrainians from Seine River. That's Alexandrovka or something. The place on the Seine River, something like that, right? They pushed them out of there, so now they have the open without bridges. But it seems like the Russians also expanded themselves in that counteroffensive that took them close to the, to cutting off the line, the supply line. But they expanded too much, and now they're waiting for the Zelenskyy to come back, and they will reduce their effort to keep the pocket right in a Kursk, right? Bigari, what do you think about that?
Okay, I have a couple of points. First of all, advice to the people that want to come to open mic. And if you have a point, say it. Because when you are polite and you say like, I will give you a point and then I will continuing my point, you will end up like me, because I said 40 minutes ago that I have a point that I want to pivot, but you will finish the point about the pointless fucking economic discussion that doesn't discuss economics, and then you will end up.
It's the most important thing in the world.
Yeah. Just say your thing. About Kursk, Drew is correct. Russian doesn't want to push out Ukraine out of the Kursk, because if Ukraine is on the Russian territory, no negotiations is possible. And if you follow the news channels like in Global South, like in India, after the incursion in Kursk, it was like, okay, Russia can now do what they want, do how they like act like in response to that, how they want. Because before that, it was like, oh, they are aggressors. Now they are not aggressors, they are defending. Like, you need to understand, like what I was saying last open mic about opinions in the Global South. It's very important for Russia. And this one played in the hands of Russia perfectly, because now they are free to do everything. And the last point that I want to pivot, but I don't know if I can pivot now, because we started a new point already. Like after all that, like have you been in discussion with like product management, like a lot of teams in like big IT company, when everyone is talking about the shit that is like, oh, we need to improve that process. We need to improve that process. That was the discussion about that fucking economic shit before. Like everyone is talking about, oh, but that economic chain, but that production chain, man, it's like doesn't matter. It's on such a local level that is like, I don't know. Anyway. What I wanted to talk about is probably not discussed point in the West, but it happened like a week or 2 weeks ago about my favorite part of the world, Caucasus, Georgia. Have you heard about what Georgian authorities said about the war in 2008?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yes, I heard about it. They admitted that it was a coup. It was not a coup. Yeah, but I heard that
Saakashvili is to blame.
Okay. They said that they provoked the war in Abkhazia and Ossetia. Like what was blamed on Russia, it was provoked by Saakashvili, and they could not admit it because all the criminal courts in Hague and all that shit. And only now they can admit that they did the.
And they want to apologize.
And they want to apologize. But it doesn't matter. The biggest like consequence of this is that they are trying to normalize relationship with Russia. That's the geopolitical consequence of this. And this is a big like development in Caucasus. And all the yeah, White, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, all I can say, you learn from Drew and you scam everyone. Everybody was talking about the Kursk offensive, then suddenly you go into Georgia. No, so but it's okay. Fair game.
I think I can tie both subjects because it has a lot to do with the relation that the Russians have with the rest of the world, with the global majority, and people really don't finish grasping the importance of that situation of Russia's diplomatic relation with the rest of the world. And I've had this discussion a bunch of times with Russians that they're frustrated that Putin isn't more harsh and more ruthless and doesn't squash these traitors quicker. And I tell them like we here in the global South, hello. We're super thankful that he's not doing that, because first of all, we don't want a nuclear war, and also because, like, from the other side, that way they can keep relations with the rest of the world, which is like what they have to do after cutting with Europe, with the West. They have to maximize as much as possible their diplomatic and economic ties with the rest of the world. And so it's strategically fundamental that they do things in the most diplomatic way possible. So Kursk is super useful for that. And that what you talk about Georgia and Saakashvili and the admission, because it was always like a talking point, like, oh, they started the war in Georgia and in Chechnya and whatnot. And you know, like everyone who knows a bit about the situation knows that it was attacked, you know, and they defended themselves. But that Georgia itself admits it is a massive like face wash for Russia before the rest of the world, whoever is paying attention.
Nobody's
maybe
gonna
Georgia
hear
want
it.
to be more. Maybe Georgia
Nobody's
want to
gonna
be more
hear
friendly
it
with Russia
anyway.
right now, because
Doesn't
you know
matter
this
that they
government is a
say
bit
it.
more
Nobody's
wiser,
gonna
right?
hear it in the West, you know.
No,
If
this
you
one you must
believe
repeat it now.
if
No.
nobody's gonna
But
do
that's my
believe what they
point, that
say.
nobody cares. It doesn't matter
Nobody
the
cares.
West. It's not for the West. It's for the rest of the world. It's for the rest of the global community of nations, which is much larger than the West. And the West is obviously not going to give any attention to that. But the point is the diplomatic relations with the rest of the world, with the global South or the global majority. Same thing with Kursk. Why do they care about having an invasion army, giving them permission to be more offensive? Like, if the West is going to condemn them anyways, because the point isn't the West, the point is the rest.
No,
Waka,
it was
waka,
this
waka.
before the
Okay.
counteroffensive by Russian in Kursk. They were saying
You know.
they gonna finish it off by a month, within a month. That's what the military was saying. Don't talk about, you know, oh, they don't want it because of the South relationship. No, Russian military was saying they're gonna finish the
Who
Kursk
said it? Who
pocket.
said it?
Russian
No one said
military
it.
was
No one
promoting
said
that.
it.
They're gonna
No one
finish
said
it
it.
within a month. That's what they
No,
were
I
saying.
didn't see that though.
Okay.
No one
I
said
didn't
it.
see that.
No one said it. No one said
Okay.
it.
Even if Putin said
Only
it,
the NAFO said that. I've only
Let
heard
Waka
NAFO
talk.
said that.
Waka raised his finger for a long time. Waka haven't managed to talk for 1 hour already.
so even if he did say
Hey,
it,
Drew,
it's
Drew,
for
let
the
Waka
Indian
talk.
audiences. I'm responding to Euro. It's for the Indian audience to tell the
There's
Indians
nothing
that
to
we're
respond.
trying with
You say it's true or not. They responded. There's nothing to respond to it. It say it's true or not.
You two need to
Okay.
get a room, you know?
Yeah, get a room.
Makar, let Makar speak.
Okay. Yeah. I would just like to dwell on the crooks. One is that there is a misuse of terminology. Like when you say counter-offensive, it's supposed to be with a much larger force, not with 3 to 4 brigades, and then it's supposed to draw, either let's say create a new front which causes a recoil of the Russian, let's say gains in Donbass. Counteroffensive could be a decisive thing because this is from defensive you are getting into. I think it was more of an info ops. That's why it's being called an incursion. And in any military parlance, this is not a counteroffensive, it's just a small penetration. I feel that Ukrainians and their backers in NATO pushed them. One, of course, Zelenskyy needed more money for military hardware, like F-16s and other things, more armor coming. Maybe he wanted to bring in long-range missiles. So basically, it was an info ops, very poorly done. And look at the timeline of the war. Now we are going to almost finish 3 years in January probably. So within that, if there is 15 days of operation which doesn't create any strategic impact, so I think Putin could wait, or the military officers that let them come, and then I think they have been able to contain it, and then they started degrading it. And as I think reports suggest, almost Ukrainians have lost half of their military capability within the coast, which could have been used otherwise. It's better to be on the offensive, but then you got to have some strategic reserve. So I don't think so. It was a very prudent move, and Russians were happy that now, as somebody mentioned, that politically they could also say that they've entered Russian territory, and in bargaining probably going to prolong. So I think it was a poorly pushed, and we have been always saying that you never outsource your chain of command of war to other countries. You fight it yourself. You could have allies like in NATO, but here, like Ukraine has 3 husbands. You have NATO, then you have Americans, then even Eastern European countries having their own advice like Poland. So military chain of command is not really, properly configured, and that has been throughout the war. even on strategy. And we have seen that I think Zelensky also changed his commanders during this operation. I think he had to sack somebody and then. So I would say it's a poorly directed thing. The Russians can wait it out. They have, let's say, 30 kilometers. It doesn't make a difference, in terms of, yes, for info ops on the western side, I don't know what are they teaching in, Fort Leavenworth or the defense colleges or King's College. We don't call it
Nobody can
counteroffensive.
understand him anyway.
Very, very, yeah, it is very, very, I would say, naive to call it counteroffensive. They have wasted their forces, and in case the war prolongs, and I feel that by the end of campaigning season, before the snow starts falling, the Russians are going to keep pushing towards their objective, and maybe this will be a futile effort. This was more of an info ops and political effort, and I don't think so. Russians should be worried about it. Maybe later on, when the next campaigning season starts, when the snow hardened, they can go for completely wrapping it out. So it was total wastage of effort. And finally,
Sorry, Vakar,
also,
I think nobody
sorry.
can understand your full sentences. I can catch half a sentence there and there, but nobody can catch you. I think nobody can understand you, what you're saying.
A
You're
bit muffled.
very muffled.
It's a bit muffled.
and-
A bit muffled. So it's like there's not enough treble. Like not enough. It's the higher pitch is not clear enough. It's just a bit muffled. It's time to invest a new mic.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I can.
Yes, try.
Am I audible? No.
Oh,
That's
so much
better,
better.
yeah.
Is it better?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Seems like.
Yeah, so just to summarize it, basically it's a poorly directed, incursion. It's not a counteroffensive, and mostly it was for information operations by the Western, backers. And I feel it was a very, very bad move by the Ukrainians. Yeah.
It's so much better. So it's so much clearer. Yeah.
Okay.
You must check your earphone. Made from China, right? I know.
Supply chains of China didn't work out for you.
Yeah.
No, but I was hearing from the Medvedev, from Alodino, from those Boston. They were saying, even faster will be finished with the Kursk and so on. So it was the military, Russian military, promising it was all gonna be finished, but they probably didn't expect, because they wanted to finish it before the rain starts at Rasputitsa and all of that. And before they're maybe even thinking about Putin's birthday, but they didn't expect maybe Zelensky's trip to the U.S. Maybe they didn't expect that they're gonna give everything out to stop, to prevent, to keep it going. Bigari, you wanna kill yourself?
Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah, I want to kill yourself from this.
You need to calm down. It's everyone
If I want to
bullshitting,
kill,
so you can bullshit your own. You can
Euro,
bullshit your own.
if I want to, if I want to kill myself, I will join Ukrainian army. This is the point.
Bigari, instead of beer, you need to drink more tea. Tea is good. Trust me, tea is good. I used to
Tea
drink
is a
tea
British invention. Tea is a British
See,
invention.
Before I moved to this country, I was all about alcohol. Now it's all about tea.
And you spice it with mint, right?
Are you saying that you're the king of the tea baggers now, Holland?
Euro.
Well,
yeah.
England really did a number on you, buddy. You gotta get out of it.
Tea is Chinese, guys. Come on.
But the tea
Listening
was
to
invented in
Medvedev-
China, not the UK.
Listening to
It went along the
Tea is
Silk Road to
Chinese.
the UK. Tea is Chinese.
It's Indian.
Well, the Chinese gave tea to England, and England gave opium to
No,
China.
Yeah.
No, the tea is creation.
You take the
Tea-
drugs,
nobody
and
made
we're
it
gonna get the
before that.
tea.
Okay, so wait. I just dispel the tea and tea thing. T is Te. Te is Hokkien or Teochew. So it's a Chinese word. And the other name for tea is cha. Cha is Mandarin. So both is Chinese words. So it's from China.
We say cha in Portuguese as well.
Yeah, so because it's all from China. Just that it depends on where you buy it from. So they have a different name for it. It's like, you buy it from Hokkien, you buy it from Fujian, they will tell you it's Te. You buy it from another place, they will tell you it's cha. Then maybe from Land Road is cha. I do not know. So
in India they call it chai.
Yeah,
Which is
it was like that. The countries that got it through Land Road called it tea, and the countries that got it through the sea called it. I mean, the other way around. The countries that got it through the sea called it tea, and the others called it cha.
Because
I used to work at
Mandarin is Northern Chinese language. So going through the Land Road, most likely is cha. Correct. Most likely is cha because that is a northern language.
The Chai came from
call it chai. I think
South Asia to Iran.
I think
Chai.
I think chai is Latin language.
When I used to work at an Indian restaurant, and
I feel offended.
The guy called it. They always called it chai tea. Like, you want chai tea?
Anyway, that's pathetic. It's super redundant.
I think
then maybe we call it tea. Maybe we call it tea in the West because of Russia, because Russia is like the inland connection to northern China. Or Caucasus, maybe. But in Japan, they call it cha, which is the sea.
How do you call that in Chile or Argentina, wherever you are at the moment?
That's Spanish.
Te.
How
the fuck you call that? It's different from Portuguese.
In Russian, we call it chai.
Yep, chai.
So it's Land Road.
Chai.
So in Portuguese, what do you call it, boss?
Cha.
Cha. Ah,
cha.
Interesting. Yeah. Cha.
So it's chai, cha, cha. It's all the same, it's from one.
It's all Chinese language.
Huh?
Nah, you don't appropriate our culture. Later, I go to war with you. I tell China to invade Portugal.
Yeah, dude, there are two things I remember from working at that Indian restaurant was chai tea and mango latte. Those are the two things I remember.
Mango latte is definitely Indian. Definitely.
What is that?
It's like this really sweet
milk drink.
It's like a sweet orange milk. I don't know how to explain it, but it's delicious.
Yogurt drink. It's Indian yogurt. Indian yogurt as a drink. It's very, very nice.
Really, that's what it is. Okay, I know it was delicious. It was
very nice.
I don't even like to eat onions, but
it's yogurt, you know.
Never find out how they make it. Just drink it.
Oh, dude, I know how they make it. I'm sure you can find it on the internet.
Don't scare me. That's my favorite drink whenever I eat Indian. I always order mango lassi.
Yeah, that's the
yogurt. It's Indian yogurt.
It's kind of like if you eat Hispanic food, you drink the horchata. It's like it just goes with the food.
I love how we want to change the subject. Now we're talking about bullshit.
Indian food isn't bullshit. Come on, don't be racist.
Good knowledge, man. It's general knowledge.
Do you spice?
Who cares about?
Who cares about
economy?
Boss, do you spice your cha with milk? Do you spice it up?
So, okay, I got a serious topic. I want to ask Gabriel. No, your president just went to United Nations to talk about things. Right? Do you know what he talked about?
He probably went to shit on the United Nations, and that's it. I don't think he had anything else to say. But I didn't hear about it. I didn't hear him. Like, I just imagine that he went to shit on the United Nations.
That was pretty much
just like the Israelis.
Most of them.
Call everybody anti-Semitic. Literally, what I would say is like this vile pit of anti-Semitism that is the United Nations. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh my god. But yeah,
I was right.
That guy needs serious help. You know, I don't know.
He's a cartoon character. Just look at his hair. He's a cartoon character. No,
he needs help.
He needs more money. Yeah.
100 years from now, the kids will look at the textbook and they will think back and think, what the hell is this the people of our generation thinking? Why would they elect such a cartoon character? He looks like a cartoon character. He's like a movie character. He doesn't look real.
The moment he won the election.
But Gabriel voted for him.
The moment he won the election,
I voted 5 times for him.
The way he celebrated that election win, I was like, well, trouble is coming. Trouble is coming. Yeah. And that was right.
Oh, yeah, it's only Gabriel will feel it. You know, we will just ask him about it.
Who are we talking about?
To be honest, it's better.
Trump.
Gabriel
How do you vote for
better
Millet 5 times? I thought he was just elected like recently.
No.
I voted in 5 different ballots.
Do you vote in Chile and Argentina, both places?
So you went to town and vote for him?
Yeah.
Election interference from Gabriel.
They learn well from the Americans, you know.
Gabriel is better than Nonia. Nonia voted for
okay.
Trudeau because
I think
he looks good in jeans.
Okay, I think the Argentina president topic
sure
doesn't go
didn't
far.
vote for Trudeau. Never say that again. Ever.
No, but it's hilarious because like every country is taking their gold reserves and making more gold reserves and taking them away from the Bank of England, you know, and Argentina has a grudge with England from a long time, and Milei goes and sends them all the gold reserves to England.
Yeah,
because England
Venezuela.
needs it to give it to the BRICS, you know.
Yeah, you can't eat gold, right? No, so gold is not important. No? You can't eat gold. Don't worry.
Yeah. Who needs gold? Gold is for English. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay, I got another topic. I got another serious topic. Okay, so the Russian, Putin announced a new nuclear policy. So essentially, in a very summary, is they now don't object to using nuclear weapon first. In the past, they said that they will never use the nuclear weapon first, but essentially now they are saying that they will, and they will say that non-nuclear power attack Russia with the help of a nuclear power will be seen as an attack by that nuclear power. So, you know, Bradley.
Yeah, if you guys don't watch DPA Conclusions, that's my favorite content DPA puts out besides Open Mic, which I participate in that. So, you know, I'm biased. But I think that I've heard different analysts discuss what this means. And you know what is really interesting is after this announcement was made, I think it was Estonia and then who else? Poland and then somebody else as well went out of their way to be like, what we need to do is we need to start, you know, attacking the Russians from our
bombing Russia. Yeah.
Yeah. So it almost felt to me like butthurt kind of, where it's like, why are the Russians are pulling the nuclear card? We can't really do anything about that. Like, and it's just almost like spiteful. That's kind of how it came across to me, like just angry and spiteful. Go ahead, Waqar.
Yeah, I think it will be interesting to know that what Putin is saying is also the Pakistani nuclear strategy, mind you, because generally it's not declared. But when let's say if you ask some Pakistani let's say military strategists, what is the strategy? It's something very similar. Although we have rivalry with India, which is also a nuclear power, and generally when you talk of nuclear wars, war space in South Asia. It is dictated by the nuclear overhang. So India being a larger power with more firepower in conventional war would definitely have more gains. So Pakistan nuclear strategy is something like a cumulative effect of conventional war in terms of military losses, terrain, crosses certain threshold, it will respond, you know, to India in nuclear domain. So I think it is very much similar, because if you look at Russia at present engaged in a war, they are not directly confronting, let's say, NATO, but NATO is definitely aiding, and then let's say damaging them with firepower, supplies, long-range weapon systems. So Russia is probably now calculating that if it continues for long, and in case long-range missiles like, you know, this Storm missile system comes and then starts, you know, degrading certain Russian cities and infrastructure. So they also have a calculation that since we have nuclear weapons, we'll have to stop it to balance it out. So I think it's a clever strategy. and maybe the Europeans will listen to that because this, I think, clarification is important. It shows the will of the political-military leadership that Russia will not be pushed beyond certain limits. So I think it has a lot of sense, and hopefully it will also help in, I think, limiting the war, because Russia cannot afford being a nuclear power that you can come and start hitting Moscow and St. Petersburg and blowing up their dumps. It's a matter of prestige, because if a precedence is set, a nuclear power is not then putting its foot down, it becomes very, very difficult to later. So I think they have qualified it, something copied from Pakistani strategy, mind you. Yeah.
I think Nanya and then Yuri.
Yeah, I agree. The way I kind of read the whole change to the nuclear doctrine was two things, really. Number one, to cement language and make the doctrine a bit more clear, because the old doctrine was kind of, well, no first use. Well, what does that actually mean? This is very prescriptive. It's saying if you do this, we do this. So it's very clear to the world what's
we
gonna
reserve.
happen.
Hold up, Nanya. We reserve the right to do this, not that
Correct.
we will.
Correct. Yes, correct. And then the other thing that I think that they're looking at is they're trying to play chess to see in the future, okay, what are these crazy people in the West going to come up with next? So that's why they're starting to say, well, if you're non-nuclear, well, obviously we know who they're talking about. They're talking about Poland, the Baltics, everything that we were just talking about. So I think they're trying to kind of proof themselves for any potential things that might happen with some of these satellites in the future. And that's why they also included Belarus in this, right? So we can't forget that. It's not just Russia. They also have included Belarus under that. And I think that that's why they're trying to look into the future and see what kind of conflicts might potentially come about. So I think that those were really the two reasons that I saw that they did it. And I didn't really think much bigger beyond that. I didn't think much else was there. Who's next? Euro, go ahead.
So what's the change? I think only change they made is about they can use nuclear weapons in a case of multiple combined attack by drones, cruise missiles, and air forces across the border into Russia. So why is that actually? I think it's a much more different position. They're scared. Why? How the Russians are scared? They might have provoked incident already. So what was the important in the beginning? Why they wanted nuclear weapons out of Poland, out of Baltics, out of not to allow it into Ukraine? They were saying, we have only 5 minutes to decide if it's a nuclear, cruise missile, or conventional. We don't have enough time to check the mistake.
Yeah.
We might fire in response. We might fire back thinking it's a nuclear attack, and we might accidentally, out of fear, fire our nuclear weapons. This is the major warning that nobody cared about. Nobody talked about it. Nobody talked about it. I tried to mention it a few times. Nobody cared about it. They think because the Western propaganda was always, when he was talking about it, oh, they threatened nuclear weapon, just like now. They threatened it with nuclear weapon. No, they must have already been on a brink of firing there, because this case already happened. The combined attack by drones, the cruise missiles, and the Air Force across the border. It already happened a few times. So they must have probably been on the brink to fire back. They didn't.
Or at least they
So
have a lot of
now-
confusion. Like they're not sure what to
Yes.
do, right? Like
Yes, yeah. Because they have to react, but they don't have time to do it, to check it if it's what it is coming at them. Okay? That's what it is. So everything was fine as long as it was flying towards Crimea, toward Rostov, but now it's flying toward Moscow. That's what they're afraid of. So this is why they're, in a case of they make a mistake and they fire the nuclear weapons in retaliation, thinking it's nuclear cruise missile flying towards Moscow, they clearing themselves up legally. This is what is the reason. Nobody wants to talk about that. That's what they mean. That's what they want. But West is always talking about, oh, this is nuclear threat, nuclear threat, nuclear threat. No, it's not. It's they're not having enough time to respond. That's why they started this war. That's the real reason. But, you know.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, Bigari.
Okay. That's like one big change in what you highlighted, that it's not only like nuclear weapons, like all weapons that are flying into Russia. The biggest change is that it doesn't have to be a nuclear power that is firing those weapons. That is the bigger change. Because like if you follow the news, if you like closely monitor, like Ukraine targeted Russians over horizon radars, which is part of the nuclear protection.
Really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah. It targeted
I think once, right?
Two.
They attacked one time, right? Twice.
Two.
Yeah.
Two different over horizon radars. They are part of the nuclear protection of Russia. Russia could nuke Ukraine in response because it's like attack on the nuclear program of Russia, but they didn't. So they already had the possibility to do that. But now it's just a clarification of that shit, and people think it's in relation to Ukraine. I don't think so. Because Ukraine already passed all the like thresholds to be nuked. Like, to be honest, it's a clarification to Baltic states, because Baltic states are not nuclear states, but they are in alliance with the nuclear states.
That would make sense why the Baltic states really freaked out about it.
And did you read the statement of the like Minister of Defense of Estonia?
Yeah,
recently?
and of Finland too.
That's fucking crazy, you know.
Estonia and Finland and Poland.
Estonia said that we will prevent like strike Russia as a prevention.
They are ready to strike Russia. They are ready.
They're
strike
fucking
Russia.
delusional.
No
but
prevent. They are ready to strike Russia. Just
But with
waiting
what?
for NATO green light. That's
Like-
fucking crazy.
No.
But what do
Yes.
Estonia have to strike Russia? Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
like
that they have NATO
Estonian
positions there
Estonian
that they're
defense
planning
minister said that
to strike.
NATO said to them that they have to hold out for 10 days after they strike Russia. There's some fucking retarded people, but
Yeah.
Crimea
we
fell
all- we-
within 1 day.
we all talk about like next World War III will start in like Middle East. No, maybe some fucking Estonia retarded people will strike Russia, and it will start the World War III, man. Like,
World War Chihuahua.
Estonia doesn't have
Well,
nothing to strike with,
you
but
know-
there
you
are
know-
NATO
you know-
troops.
Yes,
positioned
just
there.
need to
But there is
launch one rocket.
there is
That's
about
why Russia
5,000.
did it.
There is
Right?
about
Russia is saying
5,000
you-
British troops in Estonia. You know.
Russia's
They're
just
not
saying to
approved.
NATO, keep your chihuahuas in line, because if they want to come play with us, we'll definitely play with them. That was it. And NATO got the message. They backed out. So
No,
Yay.
it's NATO is there. NATO troops are there, and they're talking about it. What they're gonna do to Russia? So now Estonia is just providing cover for them. They saying that they're gonna do it, not NATO. That's the difference.
And
They
this is
saying
the
they're gonna
point.
do it. They don't have nothing to do strike Russia with. It's NATO troops over there in Estonia, Lithuania. They
And
want to
this
do
is
it.
the point
They're talking
that
about
we-
it with these civilian government, and they, you know, encouraging, they promoting what they hear. That's all.
How long took for Russia to take Crimea in
1 day.
2014? Less than
1
1
day.
day. Was like 16
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah, entire
16
Kherson region
hours,
also was
yeah.
also 1 day. The entire Kherson region was 1 day. Entire Sumy region was around 1 day. Yeah, Chernihiv was 1 day, around there, 1 to 2 days. It's
I have
possible
to
if they're
leave,
not ready
so
for it.
yeah, I want to leave and just leave a small point on nuclear, and then I'll leave if you allow.
Please.
Okay. Yeah. I just give example of what I think was pointed out by the flying time of missile. This has happened in India-Pakistan context in 2019. You remember there was a skirmish and shooting down of aircrafts, and then India conveyed a message through some other country that probably they'll have a missile strike but not a nuclear strike. And in case of India-Pakistan, the flying time is just 30 seconds or maybe 1 minute. So there's no reaction time. So Pakistan military said that we don't know what's coming, because if the missiles are coming, they are nuclear tipped or not. So it will be all, hell will be let loose. And then it stopped, de-escalated. So I think the point regarding flying time of missiles is also important. That maybe that is the reason. And I think the same people should now start looking at, finishing this war. And because I don't think our next generation, deserve to be incinerated just because of some stupid people. So thank you so much. I'll be leaving now because
thank you,
early
Waqar.
morning
Thank
to-
you. Always a
Thank-
pleasure.
Thank you, Waqar.
Please,
Waqar, next time don't use the earphone. Next time you talk
Okay.
like this is perfect.
Yeah. All right.
Please
Thank
come
you.
back. Please come back.
Oh, thank you. I will try. Thanks.
Thank you, Waqar. All right.
I
Bigari.
guess Bagari.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that this Russian qualification of nuclear deterrence is the perfect answer to what we argued about last open mic about escalation, blah 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 blah. Russian just Putin and all the council just some clarification to nuclear deterrence program, and this is all the fucking escalation they need. West shit their pants. You don't need to supply Houthis with fucking rockets or some shit. You just need to say, we will strike with nukes if you do this shit. And West took that seriously, man.
No, they need to, because when they supply the Houthis, they're hurting the West in the pocketbook. They're actually reducing their capabilities for the future fights. So it's they're fighting on different fronts.
So related to this issue, kind of have a topic I'd like to bring up. Did anybody else here watch that CSIS think tank Ukraine war analysis post-mortem? Basically, the analysts made two major points from my perspective. We didn't predict the war would actually happen, which I didn't either, and for much the same reasons as they. Because the Russians didn't seem to have the necessary troops to take Kiev. I don't know how many analysts were able to understand what Russia was initially doing. Everybody, Russians and Ukrainians and the Donbass, people living in the Donbass and all that, and Americans, apparently our own defense-sponsored think tanks, got it wrong. Now we know that what the Russians were trying to do was forcing Ukraine's hand to come to the negotiating table. But initially, they were saying that we didn't think it would happen. And then their second point was that as soon as it became clear that the Russians weren't really doing a, quote unquote, full scale invasion, then the heavy equipment, such as Leopard 2s, HIMARS trucks, F-16s, and they made a particular emphasis on Patriot air defense systems. Basically, they admitted that they failed to factor in the unpredictable nature of war. I'm not kidding. I wish I were. But as soon as the war started and started to go differently than what they had predicted, they were saying that they weren't quick enough to change their tune. So the mistake wasn't misunderstanding Russia's determination to keep Ukraine a non-threat or understanding, Russian defense industry capacity and population's willingness to go through with it. But the mistake was being deterred by Russian statements. Basically, even though war is unpredictable, we could have done better if we had adjusted on the fly quicker. And just to finish up, I was reading through the comments section because there was a lot of comments, unusual for a CSIS video, just hundreds of comments, and the audience was making stronger points than the massively overpaid, analysts. Some people pointed out that, well, you just said that we didn't countenance the unpredictable nature of war, and the unpredictable nature of war means that the Russians could have responded with their own escalation or their own, nuclear weapons or something else sooner. So I don't know if anybody saw that or if anybody has anything to add to the points that they were making.
It's a video.
Yeah.
It's a video. Oh, it sounds like a reaction video coming up soon.
Oh, you should definitely do it. It'd be fun to watch.
Yeah.
Okay. Bigari.
Can I add? If you listen or read to the fucking so-called think tanks, you are fucking retarded. Like, they are propagating like information that is coming from above. Like ISW, International Study of War, is a
joke.
Victoria Nuland, like basically, it's from here, basically. Like, do you remember when Ukrainian counter-offensive was happening, and the famous tweet was like, Putin told Russians to not let Ukrainians advance to show some weakness. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, it was actual fucking sentence from the International Study of War. Like, Russia doesn't allow Ukraine to advance to show its weakness. What the fuck?
You know why? Because ISW, the expert that is writing all this or monitoring the Ukraine war, he's just a 20-something years old young guy. He's probably never went through the military, and he's just like anyone else on Twitter. He's nothing special.
Don't be here. Like, I don't know if you know, like Geordie channel, Australian Geordie. Like, it's really famous channel. He was like almost assassinated. Like, watch his video on like think tanks in Australia, and it's applicable to every fucking country in the world. Like, every fucking political power, every fucking shit that has some money will put money into the think tanks, and they will spew all the shit that you want them to spew in your favor, just slightly.
Anyone want to invest in DPA? Think tank? I welcome the money.
We already are a think tank. We're like the people's think tank, and our analysis is way better than CSIS's.
Bigari, can you inform us something?
It really
I'll
is.
take over.
You're not joking there. It really is.
Yeah, that video from CCIS was led by Kim Kagan, so one of those incestual neocons. But they were talking mostly like why they failed to predict a Russian attack. I mean, it's crazy because we know that they were provoking Russia to attack, right? I mean, it's just like so schizophrenic, I mean, it's washing their face, basically what they're doing. So they were doing everything to provoke Russia, and then later on they were discussing why the Russia didn't do what they expected. So they expected, to attack on the front line along, like from Kharkiv down, towards Zaporizhia. That's what they were expecting. That's how they were preparing the defense against Russian attack. Now, first they're talking about how they failed to predict Russian attack, and then how they were preparing against that Russian attack.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
It's another idiocy, and then why they underestimated Russia or underestimated the Ukrainians that they fought. I mean, when you think about it, they didn't underestimate. Russia achieved a lot more goals than you could do with 180,000 people. I mean, it's amazing territory that they captured. It's amazing amount of territory with only 180,000 people. It's unbelievable.
Sidisky said it was not. He said it was 80,000. He said less than 100,000, and he corrected. He said 80,000.
But that was the amount of Russians by the time of Kharkiv counteroffensive. by the time it was like they lost some, the contract expired, then the LNR soldiers also pulled back, so it was only 80,000 of Russians that by that time. So that was in September 22, but initial attack was 180. So there was some conscripts and everything. So altogether, when they pulled out conscripts, not many, but a few thousand casualties, everything. Yeah, it came down to 80,000 of Russians within Ukraine by September 22. That's why they couldn't do it. They couldn't keep Kharkiv and Kherson because too small number, right? And another idiocy is like how they underestimated the Ukrainians. They were talking about the 3 day of Russia capturing Ukraine. So why they underestimated? Well, they trained them. they didn't underestimate it. They were thinking they're gonna fight them, but in a different spot. So it's like really so much hypocrisy from them. They washing, as Bigari said, they creating a new narrative, and that's about it. It's interesting to watch that video because you can see their thought flow. But sorry, Wyatt, those are not 20-year-olds. Those are all experienced historians and
political scientists.
They cooperate in scientists, academics. They're discussing. They help in ISW, yes, ISW. They're helping them write, but
well, these guys have all been smelling their own farts for so long, right? Yeah. And they just have totally bought in for the last 30 years that the U.S. is the indispensable nation, all that nonsense, right? So I truly believe that all of these people are just really delusional, and they still think that America has the military and economic power that it did 40 years ago. And you hit the nail on the head. The author of it was Kagan, you said. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Go ahead, Bradley.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of a cope fest where they were saying, yeah, we were wrong, but we weren't wrong for the reasons that everybody who points out that we were wrong is saying that we're wrong. We were wrong because we weren't aggressive enough. Like we didn't go put a forward posture. Like we didn't have enough of a forward posture, which just takes me back to how the comments had far better analysis than the analysts did at the postmortem. Just saying that, okay, if war is unpredictable, how could you have possibly predicted the Russians' reaction? It's like when the war started, I remember John Mearsheimer, as well as other geopolitical experts, were saying that, well, the risk of a nuclear war would be actually if Ukraine was winning, if Ukraine was doing much better than they were doing, then the Russians would be much more tempted to use a nuclear weapon. This is the people that were right about it have been saying that, right? And the people that were wrong about everything the entire time, basically are, even when they take a step back, they're still saying that, well, we should have been more aggressive. And it really, really smelled like they were like personal, like it was personal. Like, yes, I was wrong. Okay. But I was wrong because I was too dovish. It seemed crazy to me. Go ahead, Bigari.
Yeah, a couple of points. I don't remember who was rambling here about like the United States don't take responsibility what they do, blah blah blah. It was, I don't remember, like maybe an hour or 2 hours ago. United States thought that they can do whatever they want until Russia invaded. Like now they do think what they do. Like if they didn't think what they do, Ukraine would launch fucking United States weapons inside Russia already a long time ago. Now they were thinking like, they are so weak. They will not do anything to stop us. We will put NATO weapons on the border and nothing will happen. Now they understand that, okay, boss, okay, we will play the game. Also, about the invasion. Invasion was known basically from the start of maybe from the summer of 2021. People knew that Russia will invade. Zelenskyy himself said in the interview, it's fucking in the written press, in New York Times, that he knew that invasion would happen in October 2021. And he didn't tell people in Ukraine that invasion will happen because people will flee the country and economy will go to shit. And he could not allow that. So he basically lied to the people so they will stay in the country and become prisoners, like me. That's the point. Okay, go, Brad.
Okay. So yeah, and just to hop on top of that, think about the Istanbul negotiations in March and April of 2022. If they could, they would take that deal now in a heartbeat. They would have been. It would have been like the Ukrainians would have looked like the winners. You know, the Donbass would have still been part of Ukraine, which is where a lot of the mineral wealth is, right, or most of it. So Bulgar disagrees with me here, but I think that there's no way that they could get as good of a deal now as they could before. And now when they're talking,
that's right.
And now when they're talking about it, they're saying like, oh, there's no longer a discussion of defeating the Russians on the field of battle, right? It's about trying to get a fair negotiation process. What you know, this is language that you see popping up even in like mainstream media sources where people are saying, in order for us to end the war, Ukraine needs to be in a strong position to be able to have a fair peace, you know, a fair post-war settlement, which includes, you know, they always say sovereign Ukraine, which that's kind of a joke because Ukraine has not been sovereign since we took over. But the thing is that they could have made it look like the Ukrainians beat back big bad Russia, and what it looks like to me is that I think I brought this point up before, and it just that panel reinforced my thinking on this. That when the Russians invaded, they you know, with fewer troops than they thought. Yudi says they invaded with 180,000. It was 80,000 later. That's not what Zelenskyy said, but I guess we don't really know what really the numbers were specifically, because there were even reports of like some conscripts being used and stuff that shouldn't have happened. So who knows what the real invasion force was? But whatever it was far insufficient for what the Russians were doing. So yeah, they thought that the Russians are overextended right now. Screw that peace deal. We're going to give you everything you need to do to be able to basically cut the kneecaps out from the Russians. Like, imagine if the Russians had lost, you know, 100,000 soldiers and all that equipment and all this other stuff. So I think that was our fantasy, where we were like, no, don't do the peace deal. We're going to get it all. Like, we're in a position to get it all. We're going to call the Russians bluff. And what did the Russians do? Well, they actually played it really smart. Instead of playing the PR game, right, where they pulled back their troops, they were willing to take PR disaster on the chin in order to do what was strategically sensible at the time. So I think that they thought that they would clamp down on them and really, really fuck them over, and it didn't work out that way. Go ahead, Vigard.
Yeah, what you're saying there is a basically clear answer. Like Victoria Newland was on a podcast with someone, like it was going viral.
Yeah, I remember.
Did you listen to that?
Yeah.
And she basically said the deal in Istanbul didn't happen because Ukraine would be demilitarized.
Neutered. She said
yes.
Neutered.
So it would become useless to the West in terms of military power. So they decided, like, we cannot do that. That's all. It was not like we can defeat Russians. Like, it was about we will lose Ukraine as a pawn, as a military pawn on the border of Russia.
What do Ukrainians think when they hear her
Ukrainians are
saying
fucking retarded, man.
Really?
Yes.
They're propagandized, dude. They're propagandized.
People think that we will defeat Russia, man.
But this is coming straight from the horse's mouth, right? She's saying we're using you guys for tools, and you guys are like,
who listens to fucking Western media? People don't speak English here, like most.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I guess.
They listen to the fucking.
Maybe now that one
from Zelenskyy put out.
Now that one is here, maybe we can talk about F-16 being destroyed by Russia.
Von wanted to say something like
I
just want to talk about the peace deal stuff real quick. I mean, I kind of feel like the whole peace deal thing is off the table. I mean, I watched a video that Toby posted the other day by, like a NATO think tank. And the amount of delusion these people have in the way they say things, I think a lot of the Russian diplomatic corps and people like that, they understand these people are, for lack of a better word, psychotic, and they're not to be trusted or dealt with. I mean, they're saying things like, well, everyone knows that the Russian nuclear threat is an empty threat. Countries like Estonia, Latvia, and other European countries, they don't fear the Russian threat. It's an idle threat. It doesn't mean anything. Britain can handle Russia by itself with its 40 nuclear missiles and one submarine.
What? It
was extreme. They say things like, well, it's well established. Everyone who's been paying attention to this war knows that Russia, ran out of tanks, or ran out of whatever, fill in the blank. And when you listen to these people talk, these are the same people that are advising the diplomats and the generals in the West that you see. And I think
the
Russia's
senators.
pretty well
They
aware
advise the
that
senators.
these people are not negotiable with.
They must be watching reporting from Ukraine every day. No,
and it's the only way that it could possibly happen. How else could you possibly actually believe that unless you look at those numbers and you think they're right?
Guys, it's not NATO. It's not NATO. Like, my favorite pastime right now is like I'm going to the biggest Ukrainian channels in Telegram or Deep State UA, and I'm going and reading comments, because.
And I don't mean NATO specifically. I'm just saying the NATO pro-West
you need to
people.
understand the fucking delusion in the comments, man. You need to understand. Like, people are talking about victories.
No, but the thing is, the pro-Ukrainian channels, the chat groups, the rational people are all banned from talking, especially Deep State UA, which I'm familiar with. I don't even dare to touch the comment there.
Yeah,
because I don't want to
I
get
never
banned.
commented in Deep State UA, so I can read the comments, so I don't ban.
Yeah, they will censor anyone that even question any little thing. So no,
but I'm talking about
what is left
general
is the
channels.
crazy people.
I've got 5
Right,
telegrams.
I'm talking
I've
about
got 5
general
telegrams.
channels.
All 5 are banned on Dennis Telegram.
I'm talking about
All
general
5.
channels. General channels, like with 1+ million subscribers, and people there are fucking delusional. Like, and if you're talking about the biggest fucking funny shit, like everyone is like talking about, oh, we need to stop the war. We need peace. And if you ask them how do we achieve peace, and they are like, I don't know, because everyone is afraid to admit that Ukraine cannot win, and we need to concede territory. Everyone is afraid to admit that. Like,
So what about the peace plan?
People are talking about we need peace, but how do we achieve peace?
Lavrov just declared in United Nations. Lavrov just declared in United Nations that this war is not about territory; it's about people. Okay. Yeah.
Of course, they have to say that, right? Of course, they have to say that.
No,
Why not
Istanbul
both?
peace plan was
Why
without
not both?
territory, not even keeping Crimea. Come
Do
on.
you really think
Come on.
Russia wants
Istanbul,
more territory?
did you read Istanbul peace plan? Istanbul Peace
Of course
Plan wasn't at all about keeping Donbas.
No, the reality is Russia
But
started the
after-
war.
Yeah, but after the Kherson, after the Kharkiv counteroffensive, and they accepted for the referendum, they accepted 4 regions into Russia. Now it's not a discussion about it. There's no discussion about giving that up because it's a Russia now. But they don't want
in
more
2014
territory. They don't want more territory. You know, it's about the demilitarizing Ukraine, not having it as an enemy. That's what it is about. But of course, they cannot achieve that, so they have to completely crush it and take everything out of it.
If I listen
Because
to
there's no
politicians, I will fucking die next day. Man.
No, I'm not listening to politicians. I'm listening to the Istanbul Peace Agreement.
You just quoted Lavrov. You just quoted
Yes, I
Lavrov.
quoted Lavrov, and they keep the word. Putin didn't lie nothing except about no evasion. Only
on.
thing that he lied about it was no invasion.
Is
Nothing else
Istanbul
he lied
agreement?
about.
The Istanbul agreement would have never been signed. The Russians know it. You can literally see the rhetorics coming out from Ukraine leading up to Istanbul. And Ukraine is every day saying to death to the Russians, we will destroy them, no, the fuckers, or every single day, all the way leading up to the Istanbul agreement. How can they sign the agreement? It's impossible. The propaganda machine never stopped.
That was a good deal.
I think it's really, if you want to get any kind of idea on the peace agreement, like, let's see where Russia's at on the 31st of October, a week before the election. See what kind of territorial gains they've made over this last month and a half, and then see who gets elected, and that might give you an idea if there's even going to be a peace deal or even talk of a peace deal.
You know, what Lavrov said, and what you were saying, how important the Russian southern hemisphere view of Russia is to Russia, how it's important. And now you think Lavrov can just lie in United Nations? I mean, it's interesting.
Of course he can.
He's a politician. Come on.
I mean, if I was
He's
Russian,
good.
that's what I would say. I would
He's
say
good,
it's
but he's
about
a
people,
politician.
not
Don't
He
forget
land.
that.
doesn't lie. That's why he's
Hey.
respected, because he doesn't lie.
He's a
And
politician.
He's the diplomat.
He's
He's
same thing.
not
Yeah,
promising
but
much.
you can say, yeah, it's about the people, but it's also about the land.
Okay, here's the deal.
As
Here's
much
the deal.
as much
What if it's
as
about
much the
what
guy
if it's
is
about
loved.
what if it's about the people, but picking up the land is just a side effect?
Right, right.
So
I mean, really,
so
it's
the-
like they're going to get the land either way. So, I mean,
So
I
the
don't.
sequence
I
of
think it's
events-
funny that you think that he wouldn't lie or misrepresent their goals.
Okay,
I mean, why
I
would
say
you
from
take
my
your
perspective.
hand?
About F-16.
Yeah,
so I
we
say
can.
from my
I mean,
perspective. No, wait. I say from my perspective. It started in 2014. Russia was worried because Ukraine is getting subverted, so they take Crimea first because that is the Black Sea Fleet base as a Sebastopol. So that is critical. So they don't want anything else at first. Then they only supported the militia, the Donbas people in terms of militia, and they let the freedom fight the volunteers go if they want to, just to make sure that they don't get crushed and genocided. But then as things goes by, Ukraine is getting too strong. They are getting closer and closer to becoming a bit of a big problem. Russia decided that they have to enter, so they gave some ultimatums ignored by NATO and United States. So they enter. Then they entered. They wanted a quick deal. They just wanted to Donbas is still going to be part of Ukraine, generally speaking, or they're going to be out. They want a proper referendum, whatnot. Ukraine don't want it because they wanted a war. So because they think that they can beat Russia and take back everything, so they fought. So Putin did say during those time that if this war continues, Ukraine will get smaller. They have to punish Ukraine. So eventually the punishment came when they annexed the 4 regions. That is actually the punishment on Ukraine, to annex the 4 regions. So, and they still continue to add that if this war continues, if they still don't want to renegotiate, then they will take more. And now we are still not yet there yet, but the Ukrainian military is already getting so grind out that to the point where I think the pivot is going to come very, very soon. You know, I think within this year or early next year, where you will start to see even faster collapse. So Russia not wanting to take land is bullshit as well. It's just that they did want. If you want to continue the fight, we'll take more land. That's all. You know, Bigari. Oh no, sorry, Von first.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick. I think the most likely outcome, if there is a deal, would be the 300 billion for a land swap.
Sorry, Voss, you're in camouflage. I didn't see you. You're very well hidden.
Okay, I guess Voss next, and then me, and then Bigari, or.
Okay, I forgot what I want to say anyway.
Okay, well, I just wanted to piggyback off of Bigari's and Wyatt's excellent point that they both made. If you think like Bigari, it could be dangerous to your health. Remember Gonzalo Lira? Like hashtag remember Gonzalo, right? They were willing to torture a U.S. citizen, millionaire, author, famous internet personality, and respected journalist. I mean, I didn't have much respect for him, but apparently he was a respected journalist. So if you have nuanced views, it's probably smart not to voice them. Just, you know, as a matter of just, you know, looking out for yourself and your loved ones. And as for the land thing, yeah, it's not that the land is not a fact. It's not like, it's not necessarily the main factor, but you have to remember kind of what part of what the entire Ukraine war project was trying to cut off Europe from Russian energy as well. That was also part of the whole point. And part of taking over Ukraine and Western, like for example, Chevron invested, I forgot how many billions, tens of billions of dollars into Ukraine. Hunter Biden, there was a senator and also some U.S. State Department people that were sitting on the board of Burisma. So they kind of wanted to see what they could do in terms of preventing Russia from fucking up their whole their mojo, right? Where it's like, you know, you go to Syria, the Russians go to Syria and they're able to do something about it. Africa is being slowly wrestled away from, you know, French influence to, you know, probably Russian Chinese or maybe even independence. I don't know how you want to look at that. So yeah, the Russians aren't stupid. They know that this whole part of the American like fantasy, part of the whole plan was to replace the Russian gas and the funding that the Russians were making from their energy partnership with the Europeans with U.S.-owned Ukrainian assets. So all the infrastructure is there. You know, Burisma. What were they doing? They were trying to privatize Ukraine's major state-owned oil company as well. So that was part of their problem with Yanukovych. Yanukovych was saying this is going to be austerity for Ukrainians because part of joining the European Union trade partnership deal was they wanted to privatize and own like Western national, you know, and multinational companies owning those state-owned companies. So the Russians also were aware that the part of the whole thing is to subvert their ability to be able to fund, you know, the excursions in places like Syria, etc. Go ahead, Bigari. All right, we can't hear you right now, Bigari.
Only Wakar can hear you.
I don't know what button you press on your mic.
Still no.
Because you're not muted on screen.
We can't hear you.
Oh no. Oh yes, now yes. I thought the SBU got you. Yeah.
Oh, fuck me. Brady was saying about Burisma. It just reminded me about the recent Zelenskyy visit to United States, meeting with Trump. Because do you know that there was a criminal investigation opened about against President Biden in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Was this that Shoikin, Victor Shoikin?
Yes. And it was during the Trump presidency. So, and it was opened because Zelenskyy was trying to sink his political opponent, Poroshenko, because he was working with Biden. And right now there is People's Deputy Dubinsky, who is sitting in prison, who was almost killed in prison on Zelensky's order, because he pointed out about this investigation that Ukraine tried to interfere in the United States election, and he is thrown into prison. You could read his channel. He posts a lot of funny shit about corruption in Ukraine. Anyway, what is funny is that Zelenskyy was working with Trump during the Trump presidency to throw Biden into jail, basically, and now he's licking Biden's ass to get more aid to Ukraine. Like, it's so funny if you just don't look at the present and like take a step back and look at like what happened. Like, it's I don't know. Like people forget about all that shit with Burisma and Hunter Biden, but it's like really like what Republicans are like now saying that Zelenskyy is involved in interfering with election because he visited some like in Pennsylvania the like factory that produces ammo. Okay, boss. Like, Ukraine was interfering with United States election more than Russia ever before.
They were putting their hat in for Hillary Clinton.
Yes. Like all the fucking what's it called? Like Hillary email servers were stationed in Ukraine, by the way. I don't know why, but
wow,
who knows why? But it's all Russian interference, man.
Yeah, well, probably for the same reason why they put all those biolabs in Ukraine, because Ukraine's the 51st state with no regulations. We can do whatever we want.
What's the Hillary server?
So Hillary Clinton, there was this whole hullabaloo about apparently Hillary Clinton's server being hacked or something, and it
what's
turns
the
out
Hillary Clinton server?
So that's what I'm trying to explain.
No. What's a Hillary Clinton server? What she needs it for?
I'm starting to be confused. What are you?
Yeah, what's the server? She said her emails were posted on how she can decide to post on some server. Does she have
it in her house?
Does she have data?
Officially, they're not supposed to have their own personal email to do official stuff, and then they're not supposed to have their own server. And she kept it secretly under her basement. And then when it was discovered, she tried to wipe the server, and which is against the law. So by right, she should be in jail because she's trying to hide something. But somehow she's not in jail. So welcome to the United States.
Well, we know what they were trying to hide is Ukrainian interference in U.S. politics. Where, as we were screaming about Russian interference in U.S. politics, it was there was Ukrainian interference in U.S. politics, not on the level of Israeli interference in U.S. politics, but it's just that's the right kind of interference. Where it's okay to interfere if you're going to try to influence an aggressive posture towards Russia, but not the other way around.
So Donat in the backstage, wave at the camera. Donat. I don't know how to pronounce the name.
Donut. Do y'all want to talk about the F-16s now, or whatever?
Yeah,
we're coming up
wave at the camera.
Coming up on 6 hours. We got, let's do
anyway,
it.
Super Chat has played the managed escalation game and lost. The new leadership should take note and play for the keeps.
Who's
I don't know what
Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. Utis must be watching the earlier parts.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what you think about that, if it's true what went down, Israel did an excellent job of cutting the head off of their command and control and everything. And if they wanted to go in now, it might not be as hard as it would have been. And they might not even have to.
Toby, what up?
But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty amazing thing they pulled off over the last couple weeks, pretty much eliminating the resistance leadership. But anyway, the F-16s, I mean, my thing is a couple weeks ago before the F-16s came, you know, it's more than a few weeks, obviously, but they were talking about how the Ukrainians only had like 24 airframes left, and that they were rotating those about every 2 or 3 hours to different places to keep them from being targeted by the Russians. And then you got the F-16s in, and I think most reasonable people thought they were going to be based outside of Ukraine just because, you know, how the hell are you going to hide these things for very long before somebody sees them or somebody rats you out? And obviously they decided to apparently keep them in Ukraine and try that, and it didn't work out. And it looks like they've lost potentially almost a half a dozen aircraft in the last, week?
One of which was lost not even in Ukraine. They lost one in training in France.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just talking about the stuff that was hit by the Kinzels. I mean, there's 4 to 5 in those attacks, the 2 attacks. So,
yeah.
I mean, for the cost of potentially 4 Kinzels, they took out 4 or 5 F-16s. And it sounds like also, I don't know if it was the first strike or the second strike, but they may have killed an American who was a technical advisor assigned to the F-16s. His name was Steven. There's a post, but no, I don't know if it's true or not, but it was apparently by his wife complaining that he was killed.
It's a rumor that we'll never get confirmation on.
Yeah. I mean, if you see the guy in a couple weeks in the obits about how he died in a ski accident, you know, in August of, you know, it's in Russia or something, you know, whatever. But yeah, I mean, there's rumors about that, but I mean, I just assume
was about 3 Kinzhals being fired at Starokhmelnytsky airport, and that 2 F-16s were destroyed. Basically, one was obviously being targeted while they're trying to fly off, but the other 2 Kinzhals were targeting concrete bunkers or something like that. Those are the confusing informations, but it was the 2 airframes being destroyed, 2 F-16s being destroyed, one's Su-24, and then 7 American instructors, 3 Swedish instructors, Czech, I don't know, 11 Czech, and some other French, I don't know how many French. So that's it. And about 12 to 15 Scalp and Storm Shadow cruise missile stored there. The second, that's also the second attack with 4 Kinzhal. Next night, it was a second attack with 4 Kinzhals. So in totality, they used 7 Kinzhals. How much particular damage? This the girl that the wife of this American that one was mentioning, she was mentioning 5 F-16s, but it's obviously that's how much they have left, 5 F-16s. She wasn't mentioning that they were destroyed, but how much hula baloo was about those, you know, protecting those 5 F-16s. It didn't matter. So the later on, the best info is 2 F-16s, 1 Su-24, multiple Western instructors, you know, the Scalp, and 12 to 15 Scalps or Storm Shadows. That's the best info I could gather. Okay, Bigari.
I'll go after Bagari. Never mind.
Wait. No.
There's
Wait. We
There's
let the
new
new guy introduce himself first. Donate. How do you pronounce your name? Donat.
Okay. My name, as you see there, is Donna from Rwanda. I really follow your emission, your DPA Open Mic, and I'm interested in you about what you are talking about. You are really good guys.
I appreciate. But I keep listening to you. I'm going to talk more about that issue later. Let me just take a seat, and I'm coming back. No problem.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, thank you.
Then Bigari.
It's nice to have an African guy here. I was feeling
I
lonely.
just want to talk about
a real African.
claims.
Not the tea drinking one. The tea drinking one is fake one.
Non-Africans called the
Very funny, Toby. Very funny.
just
I'm
wanna-
gonna tell Prince King Charles.
Oh, shut up, man. I just
You
want to
gotta
talk
tell
about
your boy.
Okay, go, Bigari, go.
Distractions and all the shit. Like, Russia is one of the leading space powers in the world. They have almost like on the par with United States about satellites that can monitor. Why don't we see the satellite images of the fucking destructions? Like, if you like, is it hard? No. Like, we hear about claims like, oh, they struck that airfield, blah blah blah. Why don't we don't see anywhere the fucking images of the like airstrips that are damaged in Ukraine?
But we've never seen. They've never posted these images.
We never seen. But we see images about like ammo depot in the fucking Tver region struck. Next day we see satellite images. Like, why don't we see satellite images of the destruction in Ukraine? So when we talk about like, oh, there is fucking 4, 5, 2 F-16s destroyed, come your horses, man. Like, it's all claims. Like, it's all rumors. Like, until we see the fucking confirmation, it's all shit.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Bigari. I was going to say the same thing.
Hey,
we know this happened just because Vaughn said it.
No, I mean, I agree, though. No, I agree with what you're saying, though, because you think about some of the bigger claims that have been made throughout the war, and they're like, show us the satellite photo. You know, oh, we destroyed 100 tanks, or the fields are full of dead bodies from the human meat waves, you know, and no one ever shows you a picture. But, you know, the other thing I wanted to say about the F-16s is, you know, they're going to give them those JASM missiles, and they have like a max range of up to 130 kilometers. But then I saw a story earlier, you know, who knows who it was. There's too many sources. But they were basically saying that the Ukrainian Air Force can't operate safely within 100 kilometers of the front because of all the Russian SAMs. So now you figure, now I'm just saying that, you know, I'm not taking that as 100%, but, you know, if that's the case, the F-16 is going to have to fly inside of that 100-mile range to get anywhere close to try to fire some missile at a deep target. Whereas, you know, obviously, if they were smart, they would use those missiles, stay out of the SAM detection, and fire them at tactical targets along the front. So I don't even really know what the F-16s are going to accomplish, because you're potentially going to have to fly pretty far into the SAM zone to launch a missile. And yeah, you can sneak in maybe low level, but you're going to have to pop up and shoot and then evade. And, you know, I just don't know how that's really going to work out. It doesn't seem like they really got a good thing there, because you got a plane. Yeah, it's great. It's got a lot of great weapons, but the weapons don't really have the range you need to do what you claim you want to do, which is deep strikes against Russia. So I don't even know how it's going to play out with that.
What's the viewpoint of the F-16?
Bagari's next.
Okay, I want to ask Wyatt about something that Zelenskyy said at the UN, because I had a brief conversation with Bojin, and he disagreed with my point. Zelenskyy basically accused China of providing satellite images to Russia to strike Ukraine, and then he said that Russia and China and Brazil supporting Russia because they want to invade other countries. Basically, not very good accusations. What do you say?
Not very diplomatic of him. Yeah, I think Zelenskyy might be the world's worst diplomat.
Yeah, and I said that Chinese will not take it lightly. All this shit that is said about it. Like Wojin was saying that China will continue like long-term strategy trading with Ukraine, blah blah blah. But I'm thinking that China doesn't like when people talk shit about them. Like they will take like a stoic response. They don't respond in public, but behind the curtains, you are done.
Yeah,
You are
China's
done.
not Russia.
So like why it is more inclined to the mentality of like Chinese or like
Yeah, because I'm Chinese. All Chinese are the same, man.
Yeah.
No,
So you can explain better, but I think that China is like basically done with Ukraine after this.
China have never given a damn about the Ukraine war. They are very happy that Ukraine war happened because it plays into whatever they want. So the thing is that everyone with a clear mind, be it India, Brazil, whatever country, the leaders all know that the Ukraine war is over. Ukraine has lost the war, generally speaking, because if you fight until this point that the Russians are taking ground, that's the end, man. This is the end. So I don't think the Chinese, of course, wouldn't like it, but the Chinese also know that it doesn't matter because this is a dying state. This leader is powerless. He's a puppet. So I don't think they will react at all because it doesn't matter. I don't think I don't think China cares about it. Like if the Ukrainians want to buy drones, no, come on, they buy some DJI drones. They don't care. Because ultimately they want these two states to grind as much as possible. The more Ukraine grind against Russia, the more Russia loses people, the more advantageous it is for China in the future. So I don't think it matters to Chinese at all. So if you talk about Brazil and all these are pointless countries, generally speaking, geopolitically, they are not influential at all. They are big countries, yes, but no, they are not even India. Not even at the level of India. And India is already pretty weak, geopolitically speaking. Like they only have power only in their region, but globally, they're not as strong. Like Canada just stand up against India, and they have some clashes. And there's nothing India can do about it. Right? Really, right?
The Canadians and Indians wouldn't have clashes. They would have clashes, Just saying.
Yeah,
India doesn't have power in Bangladesh, so what are we talking about?
We'll have summits.
Canadian think tanks will discuss it.
Toby.
That's a scary thought.
I don't follow every bit of news, but I haven't seen Kamala talk about Ukraine or meet Zelensky. Has she met him? Has she said anything about Ukraine?
Yeah,
she did.
Yeah, she went.
It was actually there was actually a lot of discussion about whether or not she seemed as on board as the Biden administration was with Ukraine war to the point where, I mean, I don't know if this is true, and I kind of doubt it because I don't think that's how U.S. politics works, but people were saying that part of the reason why Biden was trying to force through funding package ASAP was not just because Trump was unpredictable, but also because potentially Kamala Harris's administration might be either unpredictable or might be inclined to take the war to the next stage of trying to wind it down. I'm sorry, Kat. Go ahead, Bigari.
Yeah, there is a big story that Kamala Harris and Zelensky, on the personal terms, fucking don't like each other. After the Munich conference, when Kamala said him, like she basically, what said from our side, from Ukrainian side, is that she refused to help prevent Russian invasion, and from other side is that Zelensky ignored her warnings, so they don't like each other at all, and borderline hate each other. So that's what's like the rumors are.
Did you guys see the discussion where the press conference with Zelensky and Trump, where it was actually I don't know if it was entertaining or sad, where Trump says something like, "Oh, I have a good relationship with Vladimir Putin. I have a good relationship with, the Ukrainians. And then Zelenskyy says, well, not as good as your relationship with us, I hope, something like that. And Trump is just like, yeah, well, it takes two to tango. So it was almost like saying, you're not even part of it. You're not even one of the two. It takes us and the Russians to tango. So you just back down, pup. And
also, like the most important thing from that interview, the most important soundbite for me was when Trump referred to the conflict as your problem. Right? He said it would be wonderful if Zelenskyy and Putin could sit down, and it would be a great achievement if they could sort out your problem, not our problem.
I didn't even catch that. I didn't catch that. Good.
It was pretty full on because he was looking at him when he said it. And the thing is, it's like you can't get more specific. He could have called it the problem. He could have called it our problem, right? But he didn't. He put it right on Zelenskyy's lap, right? That's called.
Hey, Toby.
He emphasized the word "your" too.
Toby, can you hear me, Toby?
Yeah.
No, do you think that kind of body language and talk is going to lean more towards the money land swap? You take the Russian assets, we take the land. Everybody wipes their hands of the problem that ain't theirs. Because think about it, like you said, your problem. America gets the money, they get paid back. Russia gets the land.
America didn't take the money.
I think you're overthinking it.
No, I'm not saying right now, but you know what I mean. When they can work out like transfer the funds or use the funds to repay for some bullshit that they made up.
I think you're overthinking it.
That way the West says, "Oh, we got paid back, we won," and Putin says, "Look, I got all the land." Blah blah blah. They'll be
I wanted to talk about the money. I wanted to talk about the money if I can. It's a bit of a tangent, but Ursula von der Leyen went to Kiev on a promo tour and said some very strange things. So she said that the EU as an entity was going to loan, not give, but loan like another 45 or $40 billion to Ukraine, and there would be no strings attached to it. And the way this loan is going to work is kind of interesting. So like a lot of people, they look at the EU and they think they're looking at the US. They think they're looking at a federal state like the United States or Russia or something like this. The EU is not that. The EU has no powers of taxation. The EU hasn't got any money. The EU is basically like a shell company, and all the member states put money into it and then they take money out of it, right? And how much they put in and how much they take out takes decades to negotiate, right? And everybody is self-interested. Now, they're talking about the EU. So what's the EU? What is Ursula talking about? Well, she's talking about actually the private sector. She's talking about banks and corporations lending money to Ukraine. This is the money that the EU, right, is loaning Ukraine. The reason that the EU is involved is because they have taken, particularly Belgium, right, they've taken $250 billion worth of Russian assets. They've seized them, right? In legal terms, they stole it, right? They've grabbed it. And everybody's saying what's going on here, and they're saying, oh, well, we haven't stole it, we've just seized it. We're going to give it back one day, right? They're pretending that there's some kind of legitimacy to what they've done. And what they're doing is they're stealing the proceeds, right? Which they claim is about $6 or $7 billion a year, which is extremely low rate of return, but whatever, right? And what they're doing is they're taking that $6 or $7 billion a year and they're saying, this is our guarantee. We will guarantee the loans that are made to Ukraine so that if Ukraine can't pay it back, we'll use this money to pay the interest, right? Now, there's a couple of interesting things about this. One is they tried this a few months ago. So they're doing the same thing. This new loan of $40 billion, right? It's not new. They tried to do this a few months ago and nobody lent Ukraine the money. See, nobody's picking up this debt. The debt is on the table. The EU is going to the market and saying, hey, everybody lend money to Ukraine. And the market's looking at it and saying, nah, I'll pass. And there's a few reasons for this. And one of them is it's highly illegal what the EU have done by seizing the Russian assets. And as soon as that goes through the courts, the international arbitration tribunals and so on, it's going to get overturned and Russia will get the money back for like a whole bunch of good reasons, including the fact that if it doesn't, right, then there is no law and everybody can just grab each other's money, right, because it's theft. And so what that means is that this guarantee that the EU is talking about, they're guaranteeing the loan to Ukraine with stolen money. This is the promise of a thief, right? And everybody in the private sector is staying away from this loan. But what I thought was really interesting is just because Ursula von der Leyen can't allocate any money because she doesn't have any money because she's not a president of a state, right? That doesn't mean that nobody in the EU could. And so what I'm pointing out here is notice that Keir Starmer is not stepping in. King Charles is not stepping in. The German Chancellor is not stepping in. Macron is curiously absent. No European leader of a state who could actually guarantee this loan, right? Because anyone could. $6 billion is not that much money. France could guarantee this loan, right? France could say, we will guarantee your $6 billion interest if Ukraine can't pay. Germany could. They actually contribute $40 billion a year to the EU. Germany could, France could, the UK certainly could. And for all the UK talk about their commitment to this war, they could absolutely underwrite these loans. None of them did. None of them underwrote these loans. They all stayed away, right? And they sent Ursula von der Leyen, who's got no money and no authority to raise any, to go in there and to promise to guarantee these loans with the proceeds of stolen money that is going to have to be paid back. Right? So I see that exhibition in Kiev was slightly ridiculous. The other thing was she said weird stuff. She said there'll be no strings attached to this money. You can do whatever you want with it, which was such an odd thing to say. You know, it's almost like we know you're all really corrupt and you're just going to steal this money, so have at it. You know, it's almost like, you know, a last goodbye. It was a strange situation. So I don't think it's just Trump saying it's your problem. I think the market has said this is a wash, right? And I think that the European leaders staying right away from this new round of lending tells a big picture. So yeah, I think that the signs are there that the Ukraine project is done. But anyway, that's what I was going to say about the money.
Go, Bigar. I'll go after you.
Yeah,
Super
Bigar.
epic, man, Toby.
Yeah. Do you like the old books or movies about mafia, like Italian mafia in New York or some shit? We need to balance the books. We need to balance the books. That's what is you doing right now.
The way you say it sounds so ominous. We need to balance.
You misspelled cook the books.
Yeah.
And the books. The books are not in order. You need to balance the books. That's what is you doing right now. Like they are balancing the books. So are not very legal means, but who cares? Like, do you remember COVID period? Who got the biggest contract in European Union for the vaccines?
Pfizer?
Doesn't matter. The company that is head by the husband of Ursula
von der Leyen.
Yes. They got the biggest contract in the European Union. And he is husband of the Ursula von der Leyen. It's just a coincidence, man. Just a coincidence that they got the contract to supply European Union with vaccines. I don't know. Maybe it's just coincidence.
Yeah, it's I get that. Also, I get that feeling where it seems personal somehow. Like you look at Jens Stoltenberg's recent comments, and it doesn't look like he's capable of being objective about it. He's basically saying, we must. Where's everybody going? Come back to my position. We have to do something. We have to win. Like he's still on that wavelength, and it seems like it's personal for him. Maybe personal wealth or something
Because
is
he's
at
fucking
stake.
tied to the fucking military industrial complex and the donors he is getting money from. I like they say to him, you need to push that war. You need to push that. If you don't push it, you are fucking done. And your money flow is done.
I want to hop on before we move too far from the Trump and Zelenskyy meeting. You know what? It kind of looked to me like Vaughn was a little bit overthinking it when he was saying, well, you're trying, maybe they're looking at it in terms of, you know, where can they still extract some kind of financial or other type of benefit. And I think that for Trump, he just like looking at it in terms of, I am a big, strong, cool guy. Putin is a big, strong, cool guy. Who is this loser, this short comedian that I'm speaking with, you know? And even though I'm being polite, I'm basically not even pretending that I have some measure of contempt for you, right? And there was that speech where he was like, this is what one of my advisors told me, you know, that this is what the Russians do. They fight wars. They beat Napoleon. They beat Hitler. And he also tried to pawn off the Ukraine war on not just Zelenskyy, but also on Biden and Kamala, saying like, this is their problem. You know, if I was in charge, this would have never happened. And once you put me in charge, there's going to be a solution. And everybody knows what a solution would look like. It would look like compromise, right? And there's no...
It's exactly as what Kamala said. It's a surrender of Ukraine, which is correct, which is true.
So basically, I think that Trump was looking at Zelenskyy like, I don't want to be too associated with this guy. His star is falling. I don't want to hitch my fortunes to this loser. You are the whole Kamala and Biden thing. That's you, you know. And plus, Zelenskyy had this whole thing where he tried to put the thumb on the scale for Clinton, as we were discussing earlier. So it's probably even a little bit personal for him in that sense. And I just think that he doesn't want to be associated with a loser. It's just bad for the Trump brand. Go ahead, Vaughn.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I mean, on the whole thing with the money and Trump and all that, I mean, the money is in the cloud. It's not real money, you know. I mean, granted, maybe there's some assets or something like that. I just feel like that's going to be the easiest route to go, because it's like, you occupied this land because you obviously take it through the military, or maybe they negotiate some out, but you know, and then the easy thing is some guy types in a fucking number, they push the button, Russia magically gets its, you know, land, and America can say, you know, Trump, like you said, it's his ego thing. He doesn't, as long as he can say we won or we look good.
Yeah. I'm a good businessman. I made millions of dollars.
And then he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. Like if he's like, if we get to 300 billion, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm just saying, you know, they get to 300 billion. We got paid back for our loans to the war. Putin gets the land, and nobody cares what he says. Trump's going to, you know, say, "Hey, I brought peace." You know what I mean? It's going to be spun however it needs to be spun, to where Trump's ego is stroked. He got, you know, he gets the money. Who gives a shit if Putin gets the land? I mean, I just feel like that's like the easiest route to go, because you're just going to swap some numbers back and forth between two big.
I see what you're saying. You're basically saying that this is an off ramp.
Yeah, I mean, it's the easiest way to do it, you know, because, you know, everyone knows Ukraine's going to lose the war and they're going to lose. So it's like, you want to lose some money and a little bit more land. Yeah, I mean, it might end with the Oblasts, maybe Odessa, and then you lose. And then you write off 300 billion. Or I'm just saying, it seems like
actually quite beyond that.
You can spin it.
Go ahead, Gabriel.
It's actually quite beyond that, because he's talking. Trump is now talking about averting nuclear war. He's talking about averting nuclear holocaust. That's his new card. That's what
but I mean, that's how else to avert it. You know, I saved the day and I got paid. You know,
it's like. We need to stop World War III, and I'm gonna do that. It's like that was like even a meme, like a slogan. It's like, what do you want? Lower grocery prices or World War III? Like that's a choice. So it escalated now. It's no longer like, oh, I'm gonna come and, you know,
why not both?
I'm a cool guy. Yeah, that's my point is that it's escalated beyond that sort of I'm super cool, I'm going to stop it in 24 hours. Now it's like, you guys really want nuclear war, and they're pushing on that one, and that's kind of RFK's shtick. RFK's been.
I mean, I don't really think he was gonna literally get it in 24 hours, but I think something's going to be worked out fairly quick if both sides know what they're. Because think about it, I would imagine right now, maybe somebody's talking to somebody to see what is available to talk about. But then again, who knows? Maybe Trump's not talking to anybody, because if he talks to anybody, then he's a spy and he has to go to prison. So, but I just assume, that's going to be in the cards. And I mean, really, all he's going to want is a legacy. I mean, and like you said, like Bradley said, his legacy is, he doesn't want his legacy associated with losers. So if he can pull this swap for cash for land swap, think about it. Oh, it's the greatest real estate deal of all time, blah, blah. It'll be spun however Trump wants it. And, Putin, if he gets what he wants, he's not going to fight Trump over it.
So the Iranian Putin say that he's voting Trump because so that he can watch people having and politicians cope, cry, and have meltdowns. Policies are so-so. So I personally like Trump a lot. So I don't think his policy is so-so. I think he got the best policies out there because there's only 2 candidates.
Iranian Putin, if you hurry up, you could probably get a few more absentee ballots in. Just sprinkle them around different states.
So
remember, Iranian Putin, vote early and vote often.
I also want to add a bit on the Trump Zelensky meeting is that Trump is a person who have met powerful, influential people, like really people who are at the top
Kim
level
Jong-un, Xi
his
Jinping.
entire life.
Yeah.
And it's not just the politician side, it's his entire life. He always meet and talk only to the most powerful people. So when he meets someone like Zelensky, he knows what level is this person. No, you can see the kind of respect he gave. He gave more respect to Kim Jong-un than Zelensky.
I never thought about that. So he can kind of sense that the magnitude
he can sense the
of
aura,
personality.
Right? No,
yeah.
Well, think about it this way.
He's saying that. He's saying that all the time.
Well, think about it. Like Zelensky in the
He's
world,
saying that all the time.
in Trump. Like, think about it. Zelensky in Trump world, he's like a phony, a guy living beyond his means. Whereas a guy like Kim Jong-un or Xi, I mean, to him, that's a self-made guy. That's the guy that came up, and he's a pinnacle of power.
To be fair,
Zelensky's the guy that got put in place, and then they gave him a bunch of money. He's not really the power player that he's made out to be. Whereas these other guys, they're legit. They work their way up through the parties.
But he says it all the
Zelensky
time.
could be the guy, the Apprentice. Zelensky could be the guy that in the first round he already, first episode he already got you're fired.
Yeah,
he could be that kind of level of guy.
And he says it all the time. He treats him like a beggar. Who's this guy that comes here and begs all the time? Like all he does is beg, and he takes. So he openly despises him, and it's obvious because he's like a sly like gold digger, basically. He's a sly gold digger.
The Iranian Putin say that he's going to vote his third vote for Trump. No, so Iranian vote one, Putin votes once, and the American team votes one more time. So
well, Wyatt,
very American.
Totally.
Wyatt, I think you picked up on a good point, and it was one that I was going to make as well. Is Trump? It's not that he definitely tears people, and he considers Zelensky a peer below. But that's also why every time you read in the media, oh, Trump, he loves strong men. He loves Putin. He loves Xi, and he's really supportive of strong men. No, he just respects powerful leaders who've got a handle on their shit, right? Maybe that's just it, right? He respects people who seem to have a handle on their government and their country, And I think that there's something to be said to that with Trump. I think that he shows respect, obviously, for people who command it.
Yeah, White made a great
point.
I
think it's just that because like if you run businesses before, you run corporation or organizations before, you know how difficult things is. And Trump runs like a very huge corporation, so he knows shit. He know how difficult things is. And when you look at Xi Jinping, managing a 1 billion strong country with a very complicated political party and system, and he rise up the top, you have to give that person the respect. Kim Jong-un the same, a freaking young guy, he's my age, he managed to take over a so-called nuclear power and run it and consolidated the power all around himself after the father died. That's amazing. It's crazy shit, man. So Zelensky in comparison is like he's now very illegitimate.
He's a clown.
When compared to
He's a clown. Yeah. Who's next? I don't know. Toby or Bigari?
No, you can say that.
Bigari.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to this point. Like, Trump is a businessman. He appreciates making a deal, and it's like, if you listen to him, making a deal is the biggest point of his speeches. Like, I like to make a deal. And when he meets Zelensky, the person that doesn't want to make a deal, he's fucking like, what are we talking about, man? What are we talking about? You don't want to make a deal?
Who's this guy who doesn't want to make a deal?
Like, it's the same was with Israel, when Trump was the president. Make a deal. Trump likes to make a deal. Like, with North Korea, make a deal. Like, he is all about making deals. Like,
his book is called Art of the Deal.
If you don't want to make a deal, you are like, okay,
you're a loser. If you don't want to make a deal, you're a loser.
I have been a Trump fan for a long time, for many years, way before he have a political, thing. Like, his way of thinking is like, when he look at Zelensky, like what you said, he can make anyone can make a deal. But I think what he saw in Zelensky is that this guy have the power to make a decision, to make a deal. He didn't, and now 1 million people died, or 500,000 people died. And it's on him. That's why he have no respect for this person, because he could have made a deal. And Putin, in indifference is like, Putin always offered, let's talk. And Zelensky made the opposite. We will not talk unless you make a certain, like, you have to withdraw out of Ukraine, which is not a deal, which is an impossible deal for Russia. And I think Trump can see it for himself. That's why he have no respect for this person, because it's like, because of your insistence, people died. I think that's a huge difference. Toby?
Yeah, there's an aspect to the Ukraine thing also that plays into Trump's core image. I say image. Listen, I think that Trump definitely believes that there's a lot of corruption in politics that he doesn't like. That's not to say he's shining and pure, but he's against the grift. He's not into grift. And Ukraine, from the very beginning, has been grift central. It has been a black hole of regulation where everybody can just funnel in money and then funnel it out again, and nobody can see where it went and where it's going. This has been really, really good for bureaucrats and sort of like what I would say like low-level party donors. If you're a really big billionaire, if you've got tens of billions of dollars like Warren Buffett or even Trump, your grift is kind of lawful and above board. You own shares in Raytheon and Boeing, and you make your money that way. And you can make your money from the MIC by selling F-35s to Singapore and Australia. You don't need to make a few tens of millions of dollars by funneling a couple of $1 billion through Ukraine and letting all the Zelenskys of the world take their cut. So Ukraine has been a bit of a sort of low-level grift in many respects. And there's going to be all kinds of bad news come out about that over the years. And Trump doesn't want to be associated with that, partly because, his whole platform is about, draining the swamp. Ukraine is so swampy. But there's another point I want to make, which is that, like White's saying that Trump's a businessman, and that's very true. The Ukraine war has created a lot of business opportunities for grift to basically steal money from the taxpayers of the West. But it's also damaged a lot of commercial enterprise. Like there's a lot of companies in Germany and America and in France that have been doing business with Russia, and quite profitable business. I know because I used to manage contracts for these companies in Switzerland. Russia was like the highest margin for profits and the fastest growing market for Siemens, for NetJets, for Huntsman Advanced Materials. And these are corporations that represent the left and the right in American politics. Russia was a lucrative market. There was a lot of good business going on there. And the Ukraine war has really put a spanner in those works. And so the grift of the low-level bureaucrats and the little people that are trying to steal money in Ukraine has done a lot of damage to the high-level corporate grift, if you like, if you want to be cynical or realistic, of the very large companies. I noticed early on that the big companies like New York Mellon Investment Bank that own huge amounts of Gazprom and the rest of it, I noticed very early on that they never sold their shares, right? And nobody that owns part of an oil well in Russia is going to sell their shares in that because they're a license to print money. They're incredibly lucrative, and you don't want to lose that. And I noticed also that when they tried to steal Russia's 250 billion, you know, they were told by the real power in the world, no, you're not going to do that. Right. So then they said, oh, we're seizing it and we're going to steal the proceeds. Right. There's a reason that they weren't allowed, that the NATO goons and the grifters weren't allowed to steal that $250 billion. It would have destroyed not just commercial relationships inside Russia, but all over the world. It would have ushered in chaos. And so I think that Trump represents not just, you know, like Make America Great Again Republicans. He also represents conservative money. And by that, I mean conservative money from all over the world. People that are doing real business with real corporations, building, you know, power plants, building ships, building canals and dams, big engineering companies, big corporations. People like Danone, who you know, own most of the dairy industry in Russia, a French company. Right? These companies, they are getting their livelihood disrupted. They're all losing money, right? And even if they're not losing money, they're losing profits. Why? Because of a bunch of grifters, right? Because of a bunch of grifters in NATO who are using NATO to launder tax money. So, you know, these capitalists, these large-scale capitalists and the shareholders, they're looking at the shenanigans that's going on in Ukraine, and I think they've had enough, right? Because they are ultimately paying for it. So you know, the Ukraine war is not just a conflict in the geopolitical terms. It's also like become a conflict within the capitalists of the West. The grifters in Ukraine have disrupted global trade, right? And it's getting worse as the conflagration spreads to the Middle East and people can't use the Suez Canal. It threatens to get even worse, you know, if it escalates. And for what? For what? So that they can steal some money through the laundering fantasy that is Ukraine. And I think that, you know, this is what Trump is really representing. Much as I would like to believe he wants to speak for the little man, I think, you know, when he treats Zelenskyy with disdain, he's actually speaking for the big men, right? I think that, you know, he's speaking for like the large scale investors and for the corporate interests who have said enough with this nonsense. Right.
Okay, Gabriel, you're next.
You're harming international trade just so you can secure a little bit of money. And I think that's why Zelenskyy is being treated with contempt.
Go ahead, Gabriel. You're muted. You're still muted, Gabriel. Gabriel, nobody can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good point, Toby. And have you guys seen this compilation that it's like because Trump has like this shtick in which he like jerks people when he shakes their hand. He's like gonna shake their hand and he jerks them. And there's like compilations of that, you know, like him greeting world leaders like Macron, like so on, and jerking them. And when he meets Putin, he like very respectfully takes his hand and shakes it like with caution. But yeah, I was wondering, like, to your point, not exactly pushing back, but sort of trying to add some caveats or a question maybe, that because it like what you're saying sounds kind of like there's a oligarchic or industrialist class that is being sort of outmaneuvered or being suppressed by a bureaucratic class. And that's a discourse I've seen a lot in conservative circles. And it's interesting because there's a point there. You're describing it pretty clearly, like a bureaucratic, like clique of rats, of miserable rats that are trying to, like drain everything that is profitable. But then there's also a shit ton of like also oligarchs, but maybe not industrialists. Maybe they're like tech companies or investment funds, whatnot. Maybe it's the financial system. The financial oligarchs are very supportive and very active in placing that type of leaders, those bureaucrats who are rats, who are like corrupted, like plebes that are miserable, that are like very greedy and cunning, but stupid because they're not productive. And so those guys are sponsored. All these stupid politicians that are embezzling money like crazy. See that all the people in Ukraine, all the people that are really invested in Ukraine have business with Ukraine. Like the Baltic states, Ursula, Biden, Nuland, all these hawks that are like really trying to escalate the situation and push it forward. They all have business with Ukraine, and it's like they're trying to, they wanted to replace in the best case scenario, they wanted to topple Putin because he was defeated and humiliated, and so the people revolt against him. But the realistic plan was just to like cut off Russia and use Ukraine to replace it with all its mineral resources. And the guys, it's like there's a class of oligarchs that are supporting all these politicians, all these corrupt bureaucrats, and there seems to be like some sort of civil war between the oligarchy class, or it's kind of fake, like they're just feigning conflict. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is there a conflict, or is it that they're in cahoots? Because they're kind of like the same class that are supporting both sides. So what do you think about that?
I mean, I have an opinion about that. I think Nanya and Bigari were still trying to speak. I don't know if they can address your point.
I will answer that after these guys speak, because I do have an opinion.
You guys go right ahead if you want to finish off that point.
Sorry, I forgot about what I wanted to speak, but I will say that what Toby said is completely wrong. Please, I'm opening my donations for the Bigari beer in Ukraine, and it's completely
open for investment.
It's freedom beer.
Under the law, like we are working with law firms. Like what Toby said is that is Ukrainian. It's like it's corrupt. No. Please donate money to me so I can drink more beer.
Bandera Beer Fund. Go ahead, Toby. I guess answer the question.
Yeah. Okay. I'll answer Gabriel's question. So Gabriel's kind of asking an interesting question, which is like, how serious is the disagreement between the people that want to get on with business and the people that want to get on with laundering money and keep the war going? And the thing is, right, it's not accurate to put one is the good guy and one is the bad guy. The reality is that all these people, they do drink at the same bar. They are in fact related to each other. They all do business together in the Senate of the US and in the EU. They all make money out of NATO, right? So the reality is that what's happened here is that the guys like Warren Buffett, right, who and Trump, right, they were in on this. They were all in on this in 2015, 2016, and 17. The thing was, they were promised something. They were promised that sanctions would get Russia to back down, right? So the way that this, when they were all on board with this, the way this was supposed to pan out was Russia was going to be told where it was in the world, and Russia was going to back down. BlackRock and all the other corporations were going to get all the land in Ukraine. Russia was going to cave in. Russia was actually going to join the party, right? Russia was going to do what it's told, right? And everybody was going to make loads and loads of money. That was the plan. That was the deal, right? And the reason that we're seeing disagreements and fractures in that now, the reason that now we're seeing the big money men from New York Mellon Bank and Trump and others walk away from Ukraine is because that didn't happen, right? And there's real animosity there because they're now saying to the NATO grifters and everybody else, you people are incompetent. Your sanctions were a joke. You completely misread Russian power, right? You've now jeopardized all of our legitimate businesses for your grift. And so they're calling time on it. So this isn't really a civil war. And it's not like these people, it's not like there's good people and bad people, right? But basically the larger corporate sector has realized that Ukraine is a busted flush. And the things they were promised from guys like Stoltenberg, right, are not coming to pass. Russia is not collapsing. They're not going to get their land in the Donetsk. They're not going to make a profit. And in fact, it's now cutting into their profit, into their other profits and their other investments. And now it's going in weird tangents. Now you've got bureaucrats stealing hundreds of billions of dollars. And that's always going to give you billionaire class the jitters, right? It's like their power is fundamentally dependent on the idea that states can't seize money and that bureaucrats can't just seize money. So I think that's, Gabriel, to answer your question, it's like, yeah, they all do drink at the same bar. But the reason that this rift has emerged is because the NATO goons weren't able to deliver on their promise. And so now all the real money is looking for an off-ramp. And I think that's what Trump represents. As much as I would like to believe that the Orange Man represents the boy next door and that is our favorite billionaire, nevertheless, when he's showing contempt for Zelenskyy, he's representing the larger corporate world there. But those guys don't have clean hands. Trump was in power while the buildup in Ukraine happened, right? So don't make any mistake about that. The only problem is Russia didn't play ball. Russia didn't fold. Russia didn't do what it's told, right?
So are we still trying to speak, or are we heading for closing? Because I noticed Drew hopped on.
Any more comments on this topic? If not, then we can do closing though, because we are 6 hours 20 minutes. So just nice closing before we hit 7 hours. So let's start with Nunia.
Well, I think Toby hit the nail on the head with everything he just said. That pretty much is a good synopsis of how we got here and where we're at now. For the week ahead, the only thing that's on my radar is next week, the U.S. jobs report, the monthly jobs report comes out. So we'll see how that looks. If they miss their numbers again, that could be a pretty bad sign that we're heading in the wrong direction. And obviously that'll flow to everybody else in the West. So that'll be a big report coming out. And other than that, I think things are going to heat up in Lebanon. So how that's going to turn out, I guess we'll see. But it's not looking too good. It looks like Israel's about to go in, or so it appears to me. And that, to me, sounds like a really bad idea. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Cheers.
Yeah, Nanya, I'll email you later. Peace.
All right, cheers.
Thank you, Nunia. Bradley, closing.
Okay, so today was a very productive panel. I feel like we covered a lot of ground and we didn't get stuck in too many black holes. So that was awesome. It was great to speak with all of the super talented and super smart panelists. Thank you very much to our audience, especially those who liked and especially those who super chatted. US used McDonald's for regime change in Russia. Yeah, I wonder how that worked. But anyway, so I just think that for my closing, I think that I want to kind of focus on some of the stuff that we were speaking of about in the last leg of this podcast. And I think that the West is trying to diversify their Zelenskyy investment. I think he's growing old. His shtick is growing old, and you can see that there's a little bit of a split in the ruling class about what exactly is the way forward. You still have the Jens Stoltenbergs and the hardcore Chihuahua states, right, that are still gung-ho, still on their first fantasy of we could still regime change Russia, and kind of like that old Hitler quote, it's a rotten structure, all you got to do is kick down the door and the whole structure will come crumbling down. It's almost like they still believe all those tropes, and they're determined to not change their mind. It's like a visceral kind of reaction. I don't know if there's some kind of like a generational, maybe the pogroms or something happened. I don't know, but you could still see that there's another faction, right, which you wouldn't be hearing about. It wouldn't be making the news if it wasn't, not just us, the common man, that's going like, this whole thing is a disaster. What the hell are we doing there? There's also, Donald Trump, who is an extremely popular political figure. And there are lots of Americans that are hardcore Trumpers, and they outsource their thinking to people like Donald Trump, or Elon Musk, or whoever it is that they idolize. And I think that Trump coming out there and speaking the way that he did shows that there is a growing, let's say, maybe narrative where you can say that this was an idiot move. This was an idiot move by the other party and the ruling faction, and I can do a lot better. And I would never have, or not even we would never have ran into this issue if we had played this differently. And I'm sure if everything was going to plan, everybody would be on board with it. If the Russians were really getting beaten back and it was looking good, everybody would want to, own that victory. But it's like that quote, victory has many fathers and defeat is an orphan. So since it's not a victory, not just Trump, but the people that are his supporters in high places, and slowly his supporters as well, like just the regular voters, are being allowed to have access to an alternative narrative. They're being allowed to have a discussion that we weren't allowed to have months ago. Just months ago, this was not heard anywhere. So I think that it's important to keep an eye on this and see how it develops, because I have a theory that they're trying to wind it down. And now the question is, well, how much are we going to lose, and who's going to lose what? That's just my view. So anyway, thank you very much to everybody, the panelists, like I said, and make sure to, of course, our fearless and tireless commander. Why I sent you the link. If you should definitely check out that video of the COPE panel, and make sure to check back next week for more conversations like this. Peace, everybody.
Thank you, Bradley. Bigari, closing.
Yeah. What do I say? During the war in Ukraine, around 10,000 people died, like civilians. During Israeli operation in Gaza, around 40,000 people died. In civil war in Sudan, around 200,000 people died. No one talks about it. Let us think about that. We need to pay attention to all the shit that's going around the world, like Sudan, Myanmar. No one talks about Myanmar. No one talks about Myanmar. Like, what's happening in Sahel? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this instead of Chinese production lines. Maybe for the next open mic. Maybe for the next open mic. Because I did a lot of research on Sudan civil war. But let's talk about the next on the next open mic. Let's talk about the thing the shit that is matters, not why like one province in China produces silk and another one doesn't. Like, good night.
Thank you, Bigari. Toby, closing.
Yeah, I was very late to this one because it's at a very uncivilized hour. Why, like, I'm going to say this openly. I don't think this strategy of appealing to the Eurotrash is winning. I think we should move more to, we should pivot to the Pacific, get more of an American Pacific view of the world, because the Europeans, I don't know, that's yesterday's time zone. But look, I think it's I want to know more about these F-16s and whether or not that's confirmed. Like, I haven't seen any good data on that. It does seem like the political support for Ukraine is evaporating pretty quickly. I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee of anything, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. I still don't actually see much consensus on an off-ramp. Like, I still think that the West is, I don't know, the West is in a bit of a bind. Like, the problem is that NATO badly miscalculated. And what I mean by NATO is the people in NATO, the individuals who, like the military leaders in NATO, the bureaucrats, and people like Jens Stoltenberg, they were badly wrong. And the reason that that's problematic is because it's going to be extremely shameful for them to wear that. And so I think that in the halls of Western power, finding an off-ramp with any dignity is going to be extremely difficult, right? Because you're going to have to go beg Russia to give you that dignity. And I'm not sure Russia's in the giving mood, because the reality is that there've been a lot of men killed in this conflict, and that this conflict was a needless conflict, and it was a very cynical one. So although I would very much like to see peace, I still don't see any consensus between the two sides. I do agree that, like, everybody wants peace. Trump talks a big talk about peace, but he's pretty thin on the details. What's he going to do? Is he going to give up entirely on Ukraine? He's got to be careful about that, because he was in power for many years during the build-up. The idea that he isn't directly tied to the Ukrainian project is a bit fanciful. So although he might want to end it, how he can end that with dignity without looking like a loser is a good question. And asking Russia to make sacrifices so that Western politicians can retain some dignity in front of their own people, that's going to be an interesting conversation. So yeah, I can see this conflict dragging on because there's a want of consensus. But hopefully I'm wrong, and hopefully, like, Trump will come in and wave his magic orange wand and everything will be sunny and rosy, and we can go fight a war somewhere else and make our money there. But anyway, that's enough from me. I'll see you all next week at hopefully a more sensible time zone. Ciao, White. You're looking much healthier. Good to see you.
Thank you, Toby. I'm starting to fall sick again, so yeah, I think I'll be looking sick again in a few days' time. Gabriel, I think okay. Drew, go first.
Yeah, sorry, my son wants to play me, so I'll make this quick. I still stick to my theory that the current Ukraine war is coming to an end. Therefore, they're prepping a new war. But so the Ukraine puppet is basically being used and discarded. So anybody that is caught up in that whole thing, the people who lent money to it, I mean, the US itself isn't really going to lose much. They basically sent a bunch of their old equipment to Ukraine, and then just put a price tag on it. So all their loans is basically that. Most of it, anyway. A little bit of money which they printed themselves, and then they sent it off, right? So they're not going to lose much in that sense. The people who have lost are all the bankers that gave money to, or rich guys that gave money to the bonds, bought the war bonds that Ukraine put up, that we talked about last week. Yeah, they're all gone. And Europe, which lost its fuel supply, is deindustrializing and all that jazz. So the US is just going to move to its next war, and the next war is going to be Israel versus Lebanon, or they prefer, I think, Israel versus Iran. And what's going to happen there for any Israelis that are listening in is that you might think that you have a very, very powerful military, you are very strong military, but you're like Singapore. We're both small countries. Sure, you're double our size. All our men are trained to fight. But if we go to war with Indonesia, however crappy their military is, we are dead. There's no two ways about it. There's only 5 million of us. There's 100 million of them. Sure, Iran versus Israel isn't that big of a difference. It's about 10 times. But still, it's 10 times. You can't outlast them. There's no way you can win. And so at the end of the day, you're going to be used and discarded, just like Ukraine, just like South Vietnam, just like South Korea. Though South Korea kind of ended up better than the rest, just like Iraq, which they paid for Saddam Hussein to come into power, and then once Iran revolted, they got them to invade. So same thing. After that, they're done with him. They invade and then they start taking the oil. Don't be used as a puppet. What's the point? You're gonna see your country get destroyed for no bad other reason than to be used as a hammer by the US to hurt Iran. It's silly. Yeah. So do what the Taiwanese do, right? Just say I want the current thing to stay in place. So they were trying to start a war in Asia Pacific as well. If you notice, there was a lot of heat in the past year that they were trying to push the Philippines and Taiwan, but those guys were smart enough to resist it. So they managed to get the war started in Israel because they got Netanyahu there who really wants to start a war himself. So he's their rabbit dog that they released, and that's the one war that got kicked off and is going to be kicked off. So, but yeah. So, yeah, it's a bad idea, and that's my closing. I think the next week or two is going to be very. Hopefully, Iran won't do anything, but I think they are at the wit's end because their allies are really, really, really pushing them to do something. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Drew. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, first I want to say MAGA, make America goth again. And, with the Israeli Hezbollah stuff, obviously it was a masterstroke for them to take out all these senior people. I think for this foreseeable future, Iran will probably restrain itself, which is in their best interests. Israel will continue to try to get something going. And I think that Iran is perfectly content to let their proxies be whittled away. So when the end game comes and they join the big boy nuclear club, like everyone was saying, look, we're not like that anymore. Those guys are gone, and they can half-heartedly support them, and let them get wiped out. So I think it's, it may not look like it, but in the end, it might be more of a win-win for Iran than it looks like right now, just because these people are basically human shields while Iran continues to develop its nuclear weapons program and whatever else they're doing. With Ukraine, I didn't get to hear a lot of the other stuff, but so like with Ukraine, I mean, obviously the southern front around Pavlovsk is the hottest area. There's been a lot of blackout. I mean, you need to really watch White's Frontline changes reports in those, because when he gets a good intel drop, he'll update that stuff. And it's been kind of, it's not quiet, but there just hasn't been a whole lot. But obviously around Harinki and some other places, there's been some pickups. And, who knows what's going on now. And I've heard that they could be as close as 2 kilometers from parts of, I guess, the outskirts of Pavlovsk. But, who knows. But it's obviously going bad. Kursk is being, that whole salient's getting squished out, slowly but surely. I think up at Volchansk, that was just the Russians dropped back, let them come in, because as soon as the Ukrainians dropped in there, you saw the area get fabbed. And then, same thing. I just don't see any change. I mean, the Russians are going to continue to advance, and there'll be days where there's a lot of information, and then there'll just be days where it's quiet, and then there's been several occasions where Wyatt's updates have been like, holy shit, there's places that, the Russians popped up that nobody even thought about. So obviously there's that potential, the potential for new offensives to start. So, just stay tuned to DPA and you'll be caught up to what's going on. And also, you guys need to come on here and join the open mic. We need to get new people in here. If you're in the open mic, you could have played chess today against like Andrew or Archimedes or Voyan in the open mic lounge. Come hang out. Come on the open mic, especially with this, more stuff happening. We need to get people from those areas so we can get the man on the street, the man on the ground, regular Joe take, not the, prepackaged media take. But yeah, everyone have a good week. I appreciate it, Wyatt, for this platform. Gabriel, Dark Jesus, take it easy. Peace.
Thank you, Vaughn. Dark Jesus, your turn for closing.
Oh, guys, it was great. Yeah, it was a wonderful discussion. I'd say that, there's probably a strong tendency towards trying to stabilize the situation and find an off-ramp, but there's still strong powers that are like completely sunk in the sunk cost fallacy, and they're doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on like a bad idea that's falling apart. So we're not out of the thicket, so to speak. And nowhere, now it's really burning up in Eastern Europe, and that's a flank, and it was a hard flank, but it was underestimated, very Russian style, like what they did with the Zaporizhia line, the Surovikin line. It's similar, like it seemed like a weak spot, but it ended up being a hard spot, and now they're like the tension is up on the Middle East, which is like the weak spot, but it's still not really happening. And like what Drew was saying, like Iran is not probably 10 times the amount of Israel, but the whole Middle East, like the whole Arab world is. And so like if you put them all together, maybe Jordan and Egypt are bought in with Israel, but the population isn't. And so like how sustainable are those governments once the population gets fed up? It's a good question. And if you sum them up together, it's probably 100 times the amount of Israel. And so that's a weak spot because it's very divided and whatnot, but it's still a risk, and it's very suicidal what Israel is doing there, because it might be like a very precise attacks, very well planned operations, but the strategic planning looks terrible. But I wouldn't say Asia is out of the woods yet, because I mean, there's like the new president of Taiwan is pretty hardliner in his stance, antagonizing China, and that shit could blow up. There's been severe warnings from China there, and it hasn't escalated further, and I wonder why. Maybe because it's the hard target, it's the hardest target, and so they're not gonna do it lightly. But if situation gets a bit more tense, I don't know what could happen here in South America. Actually, it sounds pretty weird. I mean, some stuff is going on, but it's pretty tame. But I guess my message would be that be ready to do whatever you can wherever you are to not become another Ukraine. So with that, thank you for the panel. Like, subscribe, and check out all the DPA channels. They're all very valuable. See you guys later.
Thank you, Gabriel. And see you next week. So thank you, everyone. My turn for closing. Thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic episodes 97. Israel wiped out Hezbollah leadership, and Zelenskyy goes to United States. And so I think this is one of my favorite DPA Open Mic sessions. I think it's been a long time since we have such a diverse opinions and discussion about so many different things. And I think the flow, the debates, the discussion, I really like it. I really love it today. So today I probably one of the best in a long time. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I wish I can I was able to spend the time to break it up into small clips or individual topics to post as individual videos. Let's see how that goes, because time is difficult to manage. And I don't think I want to drag it on anymore, but Israel, in my opinion, is if they really want to invade directly in a ground offensive into Lebanon, now is the time, when Hezbollah is still in chaos. If they miss the opportunity, then the window is over, then they can't do it anymore. And as for I see some of the comments, people, some of them got triggered that I know I was a fan of Trump. I was a fan of Trump before he went to politics. After he go political, especially during the Obama years, it was really irritating. I can't stand Trump. Because like he if for those that do not know, he during those days, in those years, especially the last term of Obama, he always posts short videos of him, ranting about something about Obama's administration. It's super irritating. It's extremely irritating. So I'm not a fan of that Trump. No, I was a fan of Trump when he was still famous. He was a billionaire. He do real estate, do the Apprentice show. That was awesome. And he was popular. I like him just as most of America love him. So just that when he go political, it's very irritating. And so I was hopeful. I didn't want Hillary Clinton to be winning, to win the election, because I know that if she is the president, I think the world will go into chaos. Luckily, he won. He solved a lot of problems, especially for Singapore, and inevitably, it's not like he deliberately do it, but it just happened, and that was great for those years that he was president, and then. Yeah, so and I judged him as a politician from what he has done, and I seen quite a few American presidents. No one really followed through with their campaign promise. Honestly, no one. Obama said he's going to close the Guantanamo Bay prison. Never did it. There's only 20 people inside the prison, so it's 30 or I don't know, it's a very small number. He can't even close it. So that of course lost me faith in Obama. That's one of the things. So that's another issue, long big can of worms. But yeah, but Trump is unique because he did try his best to fulfill his campaign promises, which is unique, and so he done way more than I thought he could. Despite I have high expectation for him, but he still overachieved from what I expected from a politician. So, or for the US president. So I have my logic into why I like him. So I'm just a supporter of Trump. I don't consider myself a fan per se, because he's still irritating sometimes. so the way he talks sometimes is just irritating. But yeah, he's getting better. But I don't think he's going to live very long. Given the kind of threat that is on his life. And I don't trust the Secret Service. I don't trust the justice system in the United States. I don't trust the election system in the United States. The United States is broken. So if you're American, go vote. There's nothing else people outside of America can do. And the reality is the greater world, the world outside of the United States, our lives depends on the American voters, unfortunately. And your vote can cause life or death in overseas. So this is just an important note sometimes I like to share, because people voted for Biden. 500,000 people have died in Ukraine. That's the reality. It's your fault. So if you voted for Biden, there's blood on your hands. So, and and Gaza is your fault too, no? Yeah. So anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Have a great Sunday, and hopefully the world can get better and we don't end up in nuclear war. And but it's a great discussion today. I think we have uncovered a lot of truth, a lot of possibilities, and I think that, I think we will. I feel a bit more hopeful after today's discussion, because we really uncovered a lot of possibilities and possible conspiracies, possible developments, and I think that gave me a lot more hope than I was before the open mic started. So anyway, after the closing, I will record the Frontline Changes report. Not much frontline changes. So, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Peace.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. Every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like rivers, they ebb and they flow. In the meeting of minds we grow. Together we stand, uncovered, share the light. Find a world where every voice is signed, invading the future, unconfined. Opinions like colors, vivid and bright, clashing, merging in the light. From whispered winds to roaring might, in our discourse we ignite. Together we stand, uncovered, share the light. In the arena of thoughts we find a world where every voice is signed. Of ideas we see the birth of what the world could be. From conflict we find the key to unlock our collective destiny. Round the table